ส ทุกทีมก็คงหวังแชมป์หนึ่งนะครับแต่รอบนี้พวกเราต้องเป็นแชมป์ก็ต้องนั่งดูสไตล์การเล่นของแต่ละทีมครับในรอบเก็บคะแนนครับแล้วก็เอามาปรับใช้ในรอบไฟนอลครับ
Target aku kali ini, aku optimis kita bisa top 3 dan bisa bersaing di papan atas. Sekarang kita lagi pede-pedenya sama diri kita sendiri dan cara kita bermain as a team. Karena kita mungkin udah lama ya nggak ngerasain juara, jadi PMSL kali ini mungkin jadi pembalasan buat tim Indonesia, buat ngebuktiin lah Indonesiain dulu tuh kayak gimana.
ก็สำหรับทีมผมนะครับถ้าได้เข้าไปเล่นในรอบไฟนอลแล้วผมจะทำแผนแล้วก็เตรียมตัวสำหรับรอบไฟนอลให้ดีที่สุดครับพวกผมพร้อมแล้วครับสำหรับรอบไฟนอลผมจะเก็บเกี่ยวประสบการณ์ให้ดีที่สุดครับ
Trong vòng chung kết trở ngại lớn nhất của chúng tôi chính là bản thân chúng tôi. Nếu mà chúng tôi ổn định được tất cả mọi thứ thì mọi kết quả đều nằm trong tay của chúng tôi.
ก็คิดว่าเป็น AE ครับเพราะว่าเขาเสริมไลน์อัพมาใหม่2 คนเป็นตัวยิงครับแล้วก็อาจจะทำให้เราได้แชมป์ยากขึ้นแต่ก็ไม่เกินความสามารถของผมครับก็ให้ 9.5 ครับเพราะตอนนี้พวกเราก็ค่อนข้างที่จะพร้อมครับ
Untuk aku pribadi, aku mau ngasih ucapan kepada 3 negara yang lain. Lebih ke, ya kalian kesini buat liburan aja deh. Ujung-ujungnya juga pialanya pasti bakal di Indonesia lagi.
Mục tiêu mùa giải lần này của tụi em là cố gắng vào final của giải. Mục tiêu tặng giải lần này Goi Esports cố gắng vượt qua vòng lít để tiến đến vòng final. Mục tiêu của tụi em lần này trong final sẽ cố gắng đạt được thành tích cao hơn mùa giải lần trước, đó là top 3.
Kalau kita orang lepas grand final, persediaan kita orang macam biasa juga before ni. Kita orang akan buat team talk, kita orang akan tengok game sama-sama, perbaiki mistake kita tengok mistake kita kat mana semua, biar game tu perfect.
Tahun sekarang kita lolos ke PMSL, kita mau buktiin aja karena kita komunitas, mau buktiin ke tim-tim partnership.
Yang pastinya kita main aja sih, kita nggak ada beban dan kita juga nggak ada target yang harus dicapai, jadi kita no pressure dan gue yakin kita bisa main dengan baik.
Target yang jelas pasti kita mau kembaliin piala itu ke Indonesia, apalagi ini main di tuan rumah juga, main di kandang sendiri, jadi kita dari tim Donki pengen ngambil piala itu lagi.
Kalau untuk rating sih mungkin 9/10 sih. Karena ya dari preparation mungkin lebih siap dari yang PMSL kemarin lah. Jadi ya 9/10 dari preparationnya udah mateng. Mungkin ada beberapa kendala sih kemarin, kayak ada yang sakit. Jadi yang kita harapin dari preparation kita bisa ngasih yang terbaik sih di PMSL.
Khi mình vừa ghép với nhau chưa được lâu nên là vẫn đang trong quá trình hoàn thiện đồ chơi.
Đội của em bây giờ thì còn rất là trẻ và sung sức và mình sẽ cố gắng hoàn thiện team nhanh nhất có thể để tiếp cận tới BIGETRON mùa này.
Target saya di tournament kali ini of course champion, sebab kalau kita datang sini just untuk isi slot then it's gonna be a mistake lah, sebab kita orang punya preparation pun since last 5 months is hard and we are ready to compete lah di PMSL dekat Jakarta.
Buat halangan nggak ada sih, karena kita yakin buat di finalnya kita bakal lebih baik lagi. Buat 3 negara lainnya nggak usah terlalu try hard, karena ujung-ujungnya Indonesia yang bakal menang.
everyone. Welcome to the second day of 2025 PMSL Southeast Asia Summer Grand Finals. Halo semuanya. Mana nih semangatnya?
Sekali lagi nih, mana basket hall Senayan, kita ramaikan dulu suaranya.
Amazing, amazing.
Wow, exactly. So, Donna, yesterday, the battlefield sizzled with action, and today, the fires only burns brighter. As from now on, it's gonna be getting more excited.
Yes, but before the fire continues, we're kicking things off with something truly special.
Okay.
We're going to have 2 World of Wonder All-Star show match you don't want to miss.
Wow.
Ever dream of seeing Zaxi and Yummy fighting side by side? Or K-Lock teaming up with Yuhai?
Oh, wow. Well, dreams gonna be collide with reality today. So, in Indonesia, Malaysia, Thailand, and Vietnam final stars will clash against each other in ways that we never seen before. So, which region will be the strongest in the World of Wonder show match today? So let's settle in and enjoy the show!
And this is the PUBG Mobile Super League Southeast Asia Summer 2025. But before we get to serious business, we will start off the day with a show match. My name is CelcomDigi together with the amazing Choo Choo, and I see that we are on theme today.
Yeah. I have no idea what Cloud just said just now, but yeah, welcome guys to the PMSL Grand Finals Day 2. We're gonna have the show match first, which we also have no clue about what maps will be offered here.
I like how you continued on smoothly, and that's exactly what I said.
Yes, I'm a pro.
That's right, and we're both in our, well, I don't have a red as you today, but we have our respective camo, right? So you have your red camo, I have my orange, yellow camo, so we Gucci.
Orange, that's all you can. Oh, close enough at least. I was hoping at least a red hat or something. I thought you had a red sweater, no, before?
I do have a red hat, but it might not go well with the whole theme. So I'll just stick with the camo.
Okay, that works. I mean, I'm still wearing a camo anyways. Pretty much we're in the same product of same company here. But speaking of today's show match, we're gonna have quite an interesting 2 show match. We'll have first round 48 teams. If I'm not mistaken, it's gonna be 12v12v12v12. And then we're gonna have a round 2, which is gonna be a 4v4. So we do have 4 regions, but who will be part of this show match?
Who will it be? Well, we got a bit of clue from our host earlier on. We're going to put some of the best stars together, but who exactly? Gotta stay tuned, ladies and gentlemen. And if you want to try out the map from the World of Wonders that these players will be playing, the code is on screen. And if you missed that, of course, you can rewind it again.
Ooh.
And these will be the teams that will be divided. We have Team 1, Daybot, Rosemary, Foxy, Snake. Team 2, Zero, Yummy, Linux, Poitil, and Team 3, Conslet, Zaxi, Noel, and Hasby.
Interesting lineup here. Maybe you can see this is where you start to have the future shuffles when it comes to off season. Sometimes you find yourself good potential with the players it never worked before. So keep your eye out. This is going to be the current show match lineup. But if it's something that's to do with the future, you're going to have to wait and see. But we're not done yet. We still have plenty of teams here to go with 7-9 depth. 7-9 pretty much have the whole lineup of 7-9 here. Same goes for CelcomDigi Alliance. Depth, Mika, Trax, UI. For CelcomDigi Alliance, it's going to be Jimmy, Adikluk, Olio, and Nefta. Well, we do have Most Goku and Team 6. It's been a while we actually see him play. And Loyu, Superboy, a lot of veteran players when it comes to Team 6. Unfortunately, Ryan will be tossed into this team as well.
Yeah, it's like he's the little boy and he has 3 daddies in the group. So, daddy take care of the boy, okay? Well, for Thailand team, we have... is this even fair? Mela, Tony K, Vintores, Nuzi, and then you have FaZe Clan, Canary, Macari, Shopper, Red Bull. This is basically the actual lineup. Well, eArena, they kind of balance out a bit. We have Tony K and Ravenclaw, who's also the coach for eArena, by the way. And then you have NC2 and Mormon. Still a stacked lineup. I mean, Thailand, the entire Team 7, 8, 9, they're like super stacked.
Well, we'll still have 3 more teams to go. Singles for about Roy Backsiege Boys. Now, this is going to be a new name coming up on the lineup of D Xaviers. Chua is playing, so that's good news. Parja and Nate will be joining as well, while we have Team 11 and VKE lineup. Woon T-Tins and T-Duck is going to play. It's been a while for T-Duck. And Roy Hui Kwang were joining in with Team 11. Team 12, we have Zerius GK, Frankie, and we add in Car. I love the last Team 12 just now.
Oh yeah, I mean that combination may be a clue for the future of season, like what you said. Or maybe there's the proving ground for Kim to maybe steal a contract in the future. We can always speculate, right? But what we will also speculate is who's going to win, because this is a huge show match here. We're talking about like what, 12v12 v12 v12. That is crazy. Can't wait to see this map.
Now,
Wow.
I was wondering why Mos Goku is actually wearing GLU jersey off screen on the social media before. I guess this is the main reason. I do know GLU is giving Mos Goku their jersey, and it's going to be a green one as well, which is going to be pretty much the same color as CelcomDigi Alliance. And there's a cape behind. After I saw that video coming, then I realized, wow, that's a pretty cool jersey. It's pretty much make you feel like a superhero.
Yeah, you gotta have that, right? Like the cape is definitely a thing. Yeah,
Oh,
makes
he's
you
not
feel
wearing.
the power. I noticed Vampire got the set as well. Like they all posed with a superhero pose with the jersey. So it's pretty nice. It's pretty nice. I like the fact that like GLU is so how should I put it? So nice to everyone else. Like everyone gets a piece of the jersey. Like that's so cool.
Well, they do have a bit of a creative and outstanding jersey compared to all the others. They're a bit unusual, as I think probably other teams kind of requested if they have any extra, and then they'll be more than happy to share, the creativity when it comes to the fashion sense for coming up from GLU. Hopefully, it doesn't stop with their only fashion sense there. At least these guys get to have a bit of a warming up to do before the real match start when it comes to day number 2 later on.
Hopefully, it doesn't stop only with the players. Wink, wink. Casters don't mind it as well. Wink, wink. Just saying. I think Juju wants blue, right? Was it your choice? Or was it the red?
Go for red.
Go for red. Okay, I'll take
red.
I'll
Yellow,
take yellow.
yesterday, actually. Yeah,
yellow.
Yeah, I mentioned yellow first. But it's okay, we're going to have to wait and see. Oh, this is going to be an unusual map as well. But at least everybody got their fingers warmed up. And we do have a very fun map to start off. It's going to be Will of Wonder, if I'm not mistaken. But when it comes to the players, hey, at least there's some fun before the real game starts.
I like how the design of this map actually is like the stage. Like that middle part is like the player stage. That is so good. Yeah, it's the venue. I wonder if we have like the team booths there. That'll be pretty cool.
It's actually the stage that we usually see just now. And I do want to see where the player is being seated as well. The other side, I assume. But if only the real stage, the real arena being propped into something like this, imagine the players physically playing it as well. That'd be good and fun, like a paintball fight,
Yeah, it's like in reality, you have to go up the stage, and in digitally, you have to go to the stage as well. But I don't know who wants to go to the middle. We can see that all the teams are just like picking the corner. Everyone's long range. Nobody's really pushing. Come on, guys, push it. You guys got a lot of firepower.
I love the fact they also put a disclaimer that is an independent player creation. Please report if there are any problems. We do know when it comes to this map. It's created just exclusively for the PMSL, and it's the same scale as the arena that's happened to be live on ground. But I do want to see how these players will actually try to, as long as they don't nade each other out, let their own teammate. Now that's Oh, that's quite a fast one coming up from. Are we starting already? Not yet, right?
Well, I mean, it looks like it's starting. I guess it's starting. I guess who wipes out everyone in this map, then they will be considered the winner.
Or is it based on the time? Is it already round 1? I guess it is.
It is.
But nobody's willing to actually leave their hiding spot yet.
Well, that's why, right? Like everyone's still at the corner. Everyone's just like, peeking, checking out each other. But come on, guys, push.
Nope. They're having fun. Just gonna hide here. Feels like a playground for them right now. Low, you've been waiting at the same angle for a long, long time. And I wish there's something like a jumping pad or something actually being put in here as well, so the players can't stay one place quietly. So you can see them actually start to move. Nobody willing to take the stage in the center.
That is a good idea. You put a jump pad, you force the move in, and then you just fight like CQC. That'd be pretty cool. So maybe we can tell the whoever the independent creator is like, okay, put a jump pad in, and it'll be nice.
Nobody's willing to move. Except for GK, who's crawling next to Tony K now. Right now, he's going to toss the nade. Oh, I think Tony K knows. Red Bull and Tony K seems to be in the same group. Yep, Red Bull. Or Tony K's like, nope. Yeah, you own your own, buddy.
Yeah, now it's all Tony K alone. Interesting that the Thai squad only left with Tony K. 1v1 with GK. Okay, let's go. He's very low. You know he'll hit him. Okay, straightforward elimination. That's good work. But now the rest of the Vietnamese team. Time to push. Tony K, it's only one person. Come on.
Yeah, don't let the team logo fool you guys. This is a fun match, by the way. It's a totally different team. It's just, it's a show match. Everybody's just having fun. It's a bit of a scramble, really. But when it comes to the stage, nobody's willing to take the spotlight. Yeah, Voxy come on top with Claw. Are they fighting against each other? I don't think they're fighting their own team, right? Are they fighting their own team?
Well, they shouldn't be. You can okay. They're divided by colors, right? So you have like the Malaysian squad, like all in dark brown. Okay, brown. Okay, here we go. This is the push that we're looking for. Fight in the middle. Come on, Techie. You can do it. You can do it. Behind, nice wrap around, and looks like it is a draw.
Who draw?
Or maybe we'll calculate the points.
Okay, this is gonna be round 2, I assume. It's gonna be 2 out of 5. While some teams were actually are they actually in the same team here? How many people in the same team? There's 4 different. Oh, so there's 4 different factions then.
Yeah, so divided by the regions, so it's 12v12 v12v12, and I guess they just fight until like only one region survives.
That's pretty cool. Now, coming up from Indonesian region, there's going to be blue side. Vietnam region is going to be the maroon or the dark red. On the side of Roy, they cannot afford to lose any men on the Vietnam region. So this is basically like a regional clash.
Yeah, regional clash in World of Wonders. In a map that you guys can play as well. The creation code is up there in case you want to ask your friends to come join, have a big party, and just play together. Yeah, this is a good opportunity to also showcase this map to all of you.
Oh.
Nope.
Foxy was actually aiming his own teammate.
He forgot. They're on the same team for now.
They got confused. Right now we're focusing on the Indonesian region versus still the Vietnam region. While the Thais versus the Malaysian region is going to be on the other end, and where we're looking at the brown color here. That's going to be, I assume it's going to be Malaysian region, this one. Ryan's playing alongside with the Malaysian region as well. Nate's cooked up. Zaxi, can he drop a big one to it at the Thais? Sorry, this is going to be the Vietnam region.
Yeah. Oh, it looks like Trexie got someone, okay, from the Thai region. We saw a little bit of push earlier on, but now it's starting to kind of chill a little bit more. But the Thai region, pretty sure they want to do better than before. It was only Tony K left before this. And now we see him push. Okay, let's go, Tony K. Let's go in front. One target. Let's go.
At least they got infinite bullet for this one. So they don't have to worry about trying to find this ammunition laying around. Tony K is one-man person. The whole region or not, it's going to be him against the entire other regions out there. It seems like the entire region's running low when it comes to manpower. Seems like the green losing, while the blue seems to be taking a lot of chaos in the center.
Yeah, get in the middle and then fight. Stay at the corner. Like, come on, everyone's just going to like, okay, be at their own corner, long range. No, we need a bit of push here. 2 more minutes left. We can't afford another draw. We don't want to see another draw.
I do want to know which teams draw just now. We didn't even get to mention, or we didn't get to see the result of it. Frankie, I don't know if you want to play hide and seek. I want to see if we have... Is GK playing? Because GK is very good at hide and seek, though.
Oh. But in this case, I guess you don't really want them to hide. Like, you just want them to, like, push, fight.
No, most of them are hiding.
Well, that's why we cannot add another GK, right? We need to add more people who will just run at somebody and fight. Come on, like Roy, come on, you can do it.
Kui Huang. Now, I wish, one thing that I'm going to give feedback here on live. I wish there's some sort of intervention or intercept at the arena here, where they suddenly have something that drop on them, even a red zone would be cool, or just a jumping pad, you know, just randomly force you to jump somewhere else on the other side of the map that make it the player feels a bit lost and caught unguarded or surprised.
Or like a big boss in the middle.
Like yeah, that's pretty cool.
Like it spawns at the stage and whoever takes down the big boss like gets a big buff or something. Or an instant win or something like that.
It's like if we can implement the Metro Royale zombies in here too, right? It would be pretty cool.
Oh yeah. Chase them and force them to move. Though there's a blue zone though, so...
Is it?
But that would take quite a while.
Is it actually work? The blue zone? Oh, yeah, actually, we do see it on the minimap.
But we see in actual at least. Okay, and this will force them to go all in the middle. Another draw?
Really?
But I think it was... Okay, but here you see 2 wins for Malaysian region.
Okay, so far Malaysia's leading. But for the show match, the other regions, I want to see a bit of Chua. We don't get to see him during the grand finals, though.
Hello, cameraman. Go Chua. I like how Chua is actually signed just to play the show match. Like they fire him, but then they thought that, oh, there's actually a show match. Okay, let's sign him back again the next week.
I see his name on the left side. Vampires and the rest of the entire region is going to be on a green color. The Indonesia will be on blue. But we do have the brown color. It's going to be none other than Malaysia. A lot of nades being dropped. I don't know where they actually secure those nades. Do they have infinite nades as well?
Oh, that's a good question. If they do, might as well just like make it rain. Make it rain. But I think to balance things out, shouldn't have infinite nades, right? If not, everyone would just rain. Like imagine 12 people just raining it down. It's like a meteor shower.
Speaking of meteor shower, it would be a great addition to this too. Suddenly there's a meteor shower just drop in the center of the arena. And the players will be so frustrated. They didn't manage to actually avoid that one. Voxy is trying to be a fox here. Here comes a nade towards the side of Vietnam. But hey, Frankie finished him off. GK is right in front of him as well. It's going to be quite confusing for our observers to, you know, to actually focus on who right now. It's a very small arena.
I had a sudden thought about the meteor shower thing, right? Like imagine a meteor shower when it happens, like it destroys objects and then it makes like the whole field lesser hiding spots, makes it more plain over time. So you are forced to show up and fight in front rather than like going around containers.
Yeah, whoever's actually, I think the best trigger will be if a player stays the same spot for more than 3 seconds, 5 seconds, and the meteor shower start to, you know, fall down right on top of the player's head.
Oh, so they have to keep moving. The basketball rule, like you cannot like bounce like 3 times, but yeah, this is like you cannot stay at a spot for like 3 seconds. You have to like keep moving.
That would be pretty fun to watch for the players too. Or they're running away from love or something. But at least on the side of VOIN, having a great time. He's taking those high grounds. Taking on the audience seat side. It's amazing. That is actually the same scale as the real arena.
Now we just need the audience there. So if they shoot the audience, it's penalty. Some form of penalty.
Yeah, that's kind of cool. We don't have the real audience. There's so many additions that we can actually add into it. Now, you guys can customize this too. Maybe you can customize into a castle or something. There's so many things. It's a sandbox, basically a world of wonder for you to actually try something out that's very new for you, something exciting that you can share with your own map as well. So I really love a world of wonder so much. There's unlimited amount of creativity you can actually put work into it.
Yeah, be creative, people. Like create your own map and share it out with your friends and enjoy it. But this time, who's going to enjoy the most? I think it's going to be the Thai region. They seem to have the most players, so probably they will win this.
I just want to see for once what happened if it did not ended up with a draw. Will still be a draw for end of this round. We still have 1 minute on the clock.
Yeah, I think whatever it is, it might show just draw, whatever it is, and then but if we were to look at the score, it's like okay, you can see which team actually won. Yeah. So we just got a confirmation. It will always show draw, so we have to like really look at who won. So far the Malaysian region won twice.
Come on, other regions, Thai, Indonesia, you guys can actually do, and Vietnam too. I mean, we have the lineup where we get to see Frankie. I think twice on that lineup as well, right? It's the same. I do want to see them as a 4 one day.
Yep, if he's not only signed after 1 week of being released just to play the show match, then that might happen. Okay, so the one that won this one, it looks like the Indonesian region won this one. So it's 1 for them, 2 for Malaysian region.
The Thais of Vietnam. Come on, you guys gotta win at least one time here. To make sure, this is where they got the trailers and supply. Okay, that makes sense, around the hologram area. So going to be unlimited supply. Everybody taking as much as they can. Imagine if you keep tossing those a flashbang now.
Oh, toss the flashbang? Ooh,
yeah.
Okay. That will be quite a visual hazard. So maybe that's why they're like, okay, let's keep that one. Let's keep that one. We still have the real match coming after this.
It's just going to be a warming up show match, just for the sake of fun. At least they are laughing. I know that Lamborghini is not playing, so he's definitely not laughing. It's just going to be benching out and waiting out and trying to analyze what's going to happen for the real match later on, which is going to be Team Secret right now under the radar. And a whole Vietnam region is all clubbed up together. Surprisingly, they're actually not pushing. They're just staying around the region area for the Vietnam so far.
Yeah, I guess they like, okay, we didn't win a single round. So let's try to win at least one round. Let everyone cancel each other and then we'll come in later. And that's how we're going to win. Hopefully that's not going to be the case though. We really want to see them push. But they might be pushed by Thailand. So that will be interesting. At least that will force them out of their comfort zone.
Of comfort zone. We do see the Thais actually winning this one. They have more numbers than the rest. If you see the colors here, it feels like the Indonesian region and the Thais actually head-to-head and neck-to-neck when it comes to their population, compared to Malaysia seems to having the least amount of it.
Then we might see a new winner this time. Maybe you might favor Thailand or maybe Indonesia. You can see the fans just going wild. I guess they have a good view as well. Or maybe they're counting the players like, oh, okay, we still have most of the players. This round could be ours.
There's a lot of people cheering for the region. It's going to be them united to cheer for the Indonesian teams as a group here. 2 more minutes on the clock. Well, we have barely Malaysian players. I think that's going to be the last few on the side of SEM9 players and CelcomDigi Alliance. But for FaZe Clan, they still have plenty. It's between the Indonesia region versus the Thais here.
Oh, let's not forget about Ka still representing Vietnam. He's playing super safe. Okay, we still have the Malaysian teams here, but we have about 2 more minutes. And I guess the zone will close soon, or at least slowly soon. And it will force everyone to go to the middle. So who has control of the middle might have that slight advantage. Let's see here. But oh, you can actually go all the way up there. So Zero has that one nade, but Adi, look, he won't stand there. The 3-second rule.
I do want to know, can you actually hike up and climb on the stage and then go up all these structures in the center there? If you can actually get that high ground, be quite a view from above, and you can just shoot everybody from above.
Only they can answer. Let's send the message out. Shopper, can you do that? Shopper, go up stage. Very, very high. Test for us. Test.
I doubt he actually understand you, even if he can hear you. But nice try there, Cloud. But I do want to see
That's the only thing I
between
can do.
Indonesian region and also the Thai. It's always the battle of between these two regions. Which one is stronger than the other? We get to see it now for this round.
But 1 minute left, and this time everyone's like a little bit more careful than before. Like everyone wants to maintain. I guess everyone just wants that, at least that one win. You know, you don't go out 0, just like any other competitive player will want. But they'll be forced to move forward. Now we see the blue zone coming.
It's not shown in the map, so we're gonna see physically on the player's cam here, or the screen directly, to see whether the blue zone will arrive or not. It's going to force a player to actually be in the center and fight amongst themselves to see which region will win this one. And so far, very few of the Malaysian players still remains to try to fight their life, but unfortunately more of them are running down by these guys. I assume this is going to be the entire region winning over this one. Yep. Oh, second for the Indonesian teams.
Okay, so now it's only the Vietnamese region left. And this is the last round. So hopefully everyone gets a piece. Okay, Vietnamese region, guys go. You guys can do it. You guys can do it for sure.
So it's going to be one more region that didn't score anything. This is going to be the last chance. Like you mentioned, the Vietnam region, they have to show and prove what they're made of.
Yeah, to show that flex. Yeah, you don't want to be that only team that's like, oh, we're the 0 team, you know. But because we are like 5 rounds, right? So there will definitely be a dedicated winner. And so far with the Malaysian region teams, they already won twice. Unless another team can draw it with the Malaysian region, then you will have, well, technically 2 winners. If the Vietnamese teams take this one, then Malaysia will be the one team that has 2 wins.
Yep. And so far, they do have the better number, because our 4 regions is 5 rounds. So only one team get to actually win another extra round here. And Malaysia already scored 1 and 1 each for the Thai region and the Indonesia region so far. And can the Vietnam region at least take away the last round here with 3 minutes, over 3 minutes on the clock? But we're looking at Vietnam region will be the maroon color.
Yeah, they're the team that is at the 0 now. But everyone's starting to play like since the last round, like safer, like more coordinated. And then we might see like it goes until like 1 minute and then the zone starts to close, everyone will go to the middle, and that's where we'll see the biggest brawl ever. So now we don't have a clear indication of who's actually leading, but every team on screen generally still has a lot of players.
Eyes on the maroon color. I just hope they don't go down. I want each region do actually have 1 victory for once. For Vikings, Unti having trouble. The last member for his team. That's everywhere. There's people every single corner. So these guys have to check every single corner in this arena.
Yeah, that's what happens if it's a 12v12, v12v12. Like everywhere you have somebody there. And that's why you're like, oh, a moving target, just shoot, because yeah, everyone's just everywhere at this point. But I do like PUBG's position. Look at this. Because everyone's so everywhere, like they can't really focus onto like, oh, somebody's behind us. And PUBG just got two just like that.
It's PUBG. At least we don't have hovercraft in this map. If we have hovercraft, oh my, PUBG will drive it and will actually run everybody down with it.
Yeah, Claw would love that. Yeah, especially Zaxi. He's playing though. I guess there's just too many people. Like even Linux is like, oh, you're moving. Okay, shoot. Oh, you're my teammate. Luckily, there's no friendly fire. Maybe we should turn that on for this move.
Oh, that would be pretty fun. I mean, we don't even have to turn on the friendly fire. Some of them just now almost needed each other out. Well, Slipperboy and Olio have something else in mind. I don't know what they're doing. I think they're just dancing. Just randomly shit on the side of Olio. But back to it, the region. So far, the Malaysia region seems to be trying once more. We don't see a lot of Vietnam players down there anymore.
Oh, okay. We still have Parajin though. Okay, the guy who backstabbed and brought 2 eliminations for the team. But now 1v1, no backstab against Canary. Okay, let's go. UMP. And a nice wraparound. Okay, so he will still survive for the team.
Is Parajin the last player for the Vietnam region here?
Well, we'll find out soon, I guess. Now that camera's focused onto the Indonesian and the Malaysian region. Okay, we see Red Bull there still with Team Thailand. Don't see anyone else from the Vietnamese region. So he's going to carry the flag to at least get this one win. With 35 more seconds, here we go. Everyone goes to the middle.
Yeah, why not? Let's go up the stage, guys. Lucky the host is not on top of it, but up here comes CelcomDigi Alliance going towards the stage, and they're slowly taking out all the players of the Indonesian region. And that's gonna be the last of the region, and Malaysia won 3 out of 5 rounds. And was it FaZe? Yeah, it was actually the ties.
So they won 2. Malaysia region won 2. Indonesia region won 1, and Vietnam unfortunately didn't win any. But yeah, I mean, it's all fun and games. Okay, it's also to showcase to all of you that if you're interested, you can key in the same code in the World of Wonders and you enjoy the map for yourself.
Yeah, or customize your own. I mean, based on your own creativity, and do something extraordinary, like we mentioned, meteor showers or jumping pads. If you actually look at the World of Wonder map just now, it looked exactly like the physical arena on our own ground arena just now. So hopefully all the players can relate how much work to actually pull off a stage like that. That's huge.
Yeah, and it's also like, well, some of you are there watching, probably you're not able to head to the actual arena to, check out the place for yourself. You can check out through the World of Wonders. So there's also another reason for you to explore the arena for yourself. So great work there by all our teams. And also thank you to PUBG Mobile for showcasing this amazing World of Wonders map for all of us. Now we're not done yet, don't you? We still have one more show match to go.
Yeah, I don't know what map will it be. It's going to be a 4v4. That's all we know. Who's playing? No idea. Which team and which, we don't know. Is it going to be a death match? We have no clue. So we're going to have to wait and see what kind of map they'll pull out this time and who will be playing. Will be the players that did not participate in the last map just now.
It would be nice to give someone else a chance as well. But since it's a 4v4, my gut feeling is that we're going to see a mix of regions. Like, okay, so it's 4v4. One from each region from one team, and the other is the same. Yeah.
Imagine that communication.
Go, no, go.
Makan bang.
Makan bang. Don't need so much nasi, yeah?
I would love to see Federales in there too, and maybe put in Lamborghini. Who else would we want to have a 4v4?
The ones that didn't play, right? The ones that played, we give chance. Who did we not see?
A Lamborghini, one of them.
Yep.
We did have Tony K.
Let's summon Stone. Like Stone, come play.
Is Stone even there? I think he's
doubt
probably
so.
there. I think he's probably there.
Maybe he's there cheering for the team. Who knows, right? Stone.
Did
Who else?
Frankie play? Yeah, Frankie played.
Oh yeah.
Who else?
I'm wondering as well.
So many names just
Let's
now.
get let's get like all the coaches to play, right? Like all.
Oh,
like,
they're pretty fun to watch.
Yeah, no players, just coaches and analysts and managers, just them.
And brand ambassadors too, maybe, perhaps.
Yeah, why not, right? I don't know if we have that many slots, but why not?
Yeah, well, we're waiting for a 4v4 show match. Don't forget, we're going to start very soon when it comes to our official Grand Finals Day 2 of the PMSL South Asia summer season. For today, it's going to be a crucial day, so you guys don't want to miss that, because tomorrow is going to be the Smash Rule Day. Today will be the Judgment Day. We get to know how much the benchmark for the match point.
Yes. In case you guys don't know yet how the Smash Rule works. Yep. Yeah. But it's going to be set by the number 1 team here today. End of the day, you add another 10 points. It will be the match point for tomorrow. Whichever team that meets the match point gets a chicken dinner in the next round. The day ends, irregardless of how many games have been played. But tomorrow we'll only play a maximum of 6 games, not 8 games like before. So it's either we'll go like a normal day or an early end day. We don't know.
At least the Smash Rule this time is slightly different from our usual Smash Rule. It's going to be 6 maps only, despite there's a Smash Rule implemented for our last day. And within that 6 map, it means there's very little room for the player to make errors, and also there's not many chances for them to actually try to prolong that to be eligible for the Smash Rule. And also, speaking of today, well, Salavine, I'm sorry, I'm gonna have to mention, Cloud didn't mention it, but I'm gonna mention it anyhow. Do you remember about your predictions when it comes to your prediction regarding the benchmark of the match point Smash Rule? For me, I still remember mine is 125. There's already addition at 10 points into it. But right now, the highest point we have Alter Ego at is 86 points. But we're waiting. Today, will it be the Cinderella story for the teams at the very bottom though?
Yeah, let's see that, right? Like, if that happens, and okay, if in a multiverse that all the teams like on page 1 suddenly don't perform, and then like page 2 teams all perform, will we get like 90? I don't know. With that has never happened in actual fact, right? So it's so hard to calculate. But come on, like Alter Ego, they're already pretty much there. If they can't score more than 90, I don't know what game they are playing.
But we've seen before that Alter Ego, some days they didn't score any points. So the thing is, I don't know if they will actually bring forward their momentum from yesterday, but we all hope for everybody. I think all of you guys, audience, yes, it's fun for us. It's not fun to be the players, but it's also kind of fun to see and more challenging for the players if all the players do have a very small gap. And so far the gap is quite widen up, with GLU standing at 16th place with only 19 points. We talked about teams that didn't get into the 30s last night, but we're having a bit of a problem today, including Roy and GLU. These are going to be the only 2 teams without that 30s. But when it comes to the gap, it's going to be around like what, 50 points in difference between the more than 50 from the first place to the last. It's going to be almost 70 points.
But you know what doesn't involve points? Is the upcoming events starting very, very soon on the 8th of July. It is Transformers More Than Meets the Eye. Yeah, you know how the theme song
Is it
goes,
More Than
right?
Meets the Eye?
Yeah, it's on screen.
No, I mean the real... No, not right.
It is.
Well, you write it well though.
It is more than... It is More Than Meets the Eye.
I mean the real song.
Yeah, it's more than meets the eye.
Really?
What have you heard all this while?
No, that's not.
Very
I don't even know there's a lyric to it. I'll be honest, I don't even know there's a lyric.
Transformers, Rojak, very nice.
Oh, that sounds nice too.
Transformers, Mikari, very nice.
All is nice, yeah?
Yep.
And don't forget, guys, other than Transformers, another transforming from a human being, not a robot. It's going to be the Attack on Titan character stats that's already available in the game. So make sure to dedicate your heart to victory. And for you to live, you have to fight your way. And this is going to be the best collaboration so far. I love it so much. Now, you guys can join Aaron, Jaeger, Levi, Mikasa, Ackerman, and Armin alongside the new Titan. There's the, I think they call it like Olympus Titan or something like that. It's like super fast. And also, there's also exclusive gear. So fight for your freedom, guys, and just get the Attack on Titan team characters. And it's set only until July 6th. So for me, I need to get my hands on and start to play and try to get this sets because I love the 3D version of this. So beautiful.
Yeah, make sure you get the baby Titan. You must. The baby Titan is a must.
Plushie.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind if it's an actual plushie, you know.
That'd be pretty cool, but it's ugly, but it's cute. I'm so sorry.
I mean, there's so many toys out there that's like that, but it becomes a collectible and it has value.
That's kind of true, especially with the PUBG Mobile tag at the background. But we are ready up for our show match in a 4v4, which we don't have a clue what's gonna happen and who's playing in what map and what mode. And we don't know.
Yeah, it's meant to be a surprise. So you all have to wait and see what sort of mix. I do think that we're going to see like a mixed region one. It's like you can't like just put the same region like 4v4. You'll be like, right? Make it fun. Like you put like different regions, or like you have a coach, analyst, manager, BA team going on. Right? It's a show match.
The casters.
All the casters, all the hosts, including
all the
casters,
and hosts.
all production.
Well, I played in one PMPL show match before. I kid you not. There was one scary scenario for me as a talent to play alongside with the pro players. I remember Man Parang. That time was still with Sam 9. He just shot everyone down, and it was scary to fight against these guys.
I wonder why do I have like a clear memory of it?
Because you're casting that game.
Yeah, I think I did, right? It was like you and like a few other followers. Like you form a team and then you play. Yeah, I remember like it was Erangel and like all 4 people are just crawling up in the open.
I think everyone was actually dropping on top of Pachinki, right? That's gonna be the only place we get to play that time because we don't have the smaller maps. It was back in like what, 3-4 years ago? I think it was 4 years ago, was it?
Thereabouts.
Yeah,
and then I remember like there was a lot of crawling action. It's like, yeah, technically moving. It's just very slow. Okay, it's just. I mean, it's justified by it being a survival game.
That's true. And it's scary. I kid you not. These guys can see everything. Not even a single pixel, they'll miss it. That's just how scary to fight against these guys. I'm trying to hide all my way in, but I couldn't do that. You don't want to fight against these guys. I promise you. I kid you not. It's scary. But we're waiting for the... What is the show? Where is the show match?
It's more than meets the eye.
Wow. Transformers.
Okay. At least that sounds about right. Yeah. Okay. We're gonna know who our teams are. They're not gonna split out like everyone like from different region. So we're gonna see a mix of 2 different teams at least.
So who are they fighting against? It's 4v4. So they let Trexie and Yuhai. Do you prefer Mika with Yuhai or Trexie with Yuhai?
I prefer Mika Yuhai or Trexie Yuhai. I would prefer Trexie to buy me dinner. I think that
I would love that too. Buy us dinner.
Trexie, if you're listening to this, you know, we haven't eaten yet today. because we start our show early.
Yeah.
But
Thanks.
yeah, but I'm sure Tony K can buy us a nice dinner. I mean, he's
Oh, Tony
full-time
K and Tony
PMWI
K.
dinner. Oh yeah.
Yeah, it's gonna be
I like how even the pictures are like next to each other.
Tony K and Tony K, Mela and Rebel. That's one strong openings for SM9 and CelcomDigi Alliance players here. Definitely a lot. I mean, most of the players they are putting into the 4v4 show match here. Most of them are coming out from the background of Entry Frag and one of the Terminator and always under the spotlight players. So when it comes to their skills, they're amazing.
I wish Mela would swap seats with Tony K. Then you get Tony K next to each other. Clearly, they have not really bonded yet. So Tony K, try harder, okay?
Oh, gears up. It's gonna be the fight of a pride. They all know, like, oh, dang, we're fighting against all these guys. There's gonna be either super fun, super exciting, or they get to prove themselves. There's a lot on the line here when it comes to this 4v4, but at least we're gonna use the Wall of Wonder, our live on-ground arena here, exactly like the stage that you guys witnessed during the interviews for the players camped. But it's gonna be the Malaysia versus the Thai region, because just now I think the 4v4 is from the previous Wall of Wonder show match, that best of 5 round. The best 2 teams get to advance in this one.
We're going to see first blood for sure. Oh, Tony K got the best of you high. Okay. But there's also like airdrops like on top of the containers. But if you go for the airdrop, then you kind of expose yourself. So I guess that's why nobody went for it. So this is like a typical 4v4 TDM. It's just using this map. So if you guys want to try it out, creation code is up there. 4v4. I'm sure you guys can gather enough friends to play.
I cannot unsee this. Somebody said that we're just saying what's happening in the game instead of analyzing the game. How to analyze this? You tell me how, buddy. This is the real arena on ground. We were talking about, we're hoping for meteors to actually shower on these guys. But right now, Tony K, you really want to go for an analytical view? Yeah, we can actually do that, right, Cloud?
Oh, wow. He needs to, like, circle around, get that one angle, just try to catch your opponent off guard. Yeah, that's what they need to do to win the next round.
Yeah. All they need to do is give themselves, just toss 10 flashbangs. Make sure both team blinded and just shoot whatever. That's the best case scenario.
Yeah,
I mean, how many can they carry for their utilities here?
I wonder how many do they have, or is it like, can they still get more, or is it just like one each, like what we see in Jimmy OP, and that's it? Like they can't loot utilities? I think it should be the case though, because if you can like have infinite utilities on this map, then nobody will move. Everyone will just toss.
Now, I do want to know, those airdrops will actually have stuff in it, or is just for a show?
It's a bait. You go for the airdrop, and then it's like, oh, nothing's in there. It's like, oh, okay. It's a trap. It's a bait.
Sorry, I'm drinking water. But so far, the blue team... Yeah, the blue team is actually winning, which is going to be the Malaysian side winning 1 round just now. But Tony K is down on the ground. It's going to be a ring around the rosy for most of the teams because they're just cutting across the corner and just try to check all the corners to be clear. It's going to be a 4v4 down to a 2v2 without a look using the UMP versus UMP between these two players. It's going to be 2v1 right now, but Red Bull managed to hold, but unfortunately it's not going to be enough.
Wow, great analysis there.
Yep.
I give a 10 out of 10. Just like how the Malaysian squad, 10 out of 10 now, 2 wins in a row. Yay.
Is it going to be a best of 5? There's going to be 15 rounds. 15 rounds?
Yeah. So let's go. Don't play passive. Let's just go. Let's just run at each other.
Imagine if they have the timer just for 1 minute. The moment they just open up the barrier, the time's done.
That's not a bad idea, Like, You open the barrier, like the blue starts to shrink immediately.
Oh yeah, that would be
fun.
so much fun. That would be so much challenging for the players too. There's something to push them forward. But we can see on the side of the Malaysian team, they have pride online here. Everything's at stake for them for this matchup. So they try to be extra careful. The same goes for the side of eArena and the Thai region players.
Yeah, we're getting so many ideas, right? If in the future, if you see all these ideas implemented, again, you know where it came from. Copyright. Chop.
Mela is actually not putting on his glasses when he's playing.
Do you prefer Mela with glasses or Mela with no glasses?
I do prefer him with glasses though.
Yeah, me too. But without glasses, he kind of looks like, I don't know, K-pop-ish. Maybe it's the hair or something.
Yeah, that's kind of true. I think it's the hair. Something to do with the hair. I would love him to actually have his hair short for once. We've never seen him with the short hair before.
Ooh. Like spiky hair?
Yeah, I love spiky hair, guys. They look
Oh.
so badass. You know?
Oh, Mr. Manager, you know what to do next?
He's bald. You're bald.
Yeah.
What a life I have.
But at least he can change his destiny, you know? He can still do something.
Yours, not possible.
I can't.
We have a
I
lot of hair
accepted
treatment
fate.
these days, buddy. You can try it out.
Gotta make more money first, you know?
Hey,
Maybe
the good
win
thing
a
about you,
PMWC.
you have so many options out there. Just buy a wig.
Yeah, that's the cheapest option, right? I'll just buy the spiky hair one.
And you don't even have to maintain it. That's the best. You just
I
change
know,
it every
right?
day. What colors you feel like? I'm gonna go purple. I feel like pink today. You can be, you know, you can pair up those wigs with your GLU jerseys.
Oh, yeah. Hint, hint, wink, wink to whoever from the management. You know, we don't mind some or a few of those, like different colors. Like Jimmy Opie doesn't mind if he can clutch this somehow, but he can't. Okay, it's fine, it's fine. Time to push people.
Yeah, 2-1 for now. Adik look coming out with the jump shot. I think they're just giving away their bodies freely. Adik look, spot it out. Oh, he's unstoppable for now. Just checking all the corners. So many containers in between. Adik, who else is actually standing? And that's going to be the last one. Another win for the Malaysian team. While the Thai teams, right now it's going to be a 3-1.
Oh, okay. I saw a 2-2. Oh, yeah, it is a 2-2. Okay. Yeah, it's clearly shown up there.
Okay.
2-2. Now round 5. Okay, open barrier. Zone close immediately. See, that's such a great idea.
Are we really playing 15 rounds in this one?
Well, we got to settle the score, right? He has started, so I guess we're going to go all 15. So like kind of, okay, one round is like 3 minutes. So it's like 15 rounds. Oh, my math is killing me. But they can go maximum up to like, wow, 45 minutes.
That's a long time.
Yeah.
It's basically one Miramar map.
I think it goes 15. It's like best of 15. So it's not like
It's a best
15.
of 5. It's a best of 5. It's a best of 5. This is the
okay.
last round. This is the last round. So this is
we
the
just
last
got
round between the Thai regions versus Malaysia regions. They will be winning this 4v4 show match.
Yep, thank you. We got a confirmation. So this is basically the determining round on who gets the flex.
Also, you make me remember about the rubber chicken.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yes. Yes. So for the benefit of our audience, right, there's this thing what we call the rubber chicken. Whoever scores the quote-unquote chicken dinner, oh, come on, Mela, it's just for fun, won't do well later. And I guess we found out who won. I don't know.
Team Thailand!
Should we be
It was a
happy for the
close
rubber
one.
chicken?
It was a close point.
I don't want to be... I'm not sure if you should be happy with the rubber chicken. Oh, you
They are
just
not.
won the rubber chicken.
Oh no, the curse on us. Whoever got the rubber chicken usually gonna be having a bad luck the entire day. So, well, at least it's not a winner chicken dinner. Does it consider as a rubber chicken? Back in the days, whoever win the show match who got the rubber chicken usually will not gonna score any chicken for the day.
But technically it wasn't a chicken dinner, so you kind of like, we didn't score the chicken dinner. Yeah, so you can still get away with that. Okay, I'll take that. But
I don't know about that.
If like Vampire, who was that? Vampire, FaZe Clan, eArena, if they don't do well, then you know where it came from.
And speaking of the Malaysia team, CelcomDigi Alliance, and as well as 7-9, now we can go into the serious business. We're done with the show match. I mean, no dispute there, because we do know how crazy it can get when it comes to the fraggers of the Thai region players, right? They are one formidable opponents and one formidable force. But when it comes to CelcomDigi Alliance, yesterday seems to be their rise here. So I don't know if they can bring forward. Singers for Alter Ego yesterday has been a great performance at the end of it. Can they actually bring the momentum, be consistent when it comes to day number 2?
That's always a scary thought, right? It's like, yes, but because like if you look at the entire season, it's like Alter Ego has like that up and down moment. It's like we don't know which version of Alter Ego would play today. That's the scary part.
Yeah, we want to start, guys, but we're gonna wait the players to get into the lobby first to finally officially start off our day 2 of Grand Finals PUBG Mobile Summer 2025. Which is going to be a question whether it's going to be a back-to-back trophy lifting for the side of the Xaviers. If you remember last season, they were the champions. And there's also the returning champions like Boom, Alter Ego is also in the lineup. And will it be Vampires always that on that world stage performs? Or will it be a different team entirely? Always been in the scene. Always in the Southeast Asia Grand Finals, but never get to lift the trophy because we have the Smash rule. I'm hoping for a new team, not really a new team, a new name to lift the trophy instead of the returning champions or defending champions.
And lift it by smashing it. Yeah, that would be pretty fun because I mean that's the whole point of like putting the Smash rule in like the Grand Finals, right? We want to see the Smash rule activated by a team that, you know, probably nobody predicted. Like, they came from behind, they just need a few more points, they reach match point, they smash it the next round. That's all good. That's all good. And that's like a huge comeback. And that's what the Smash will entail, right? The team to make some of the biggest comebacks. Let's get that one activated.
You know, since we have the time, might as well read a bit of comments. Casters should analyze the match and how teams rotate and play instead of what... I think I did that, no? I think I actually did that quite plenty of times. But yeah, we try to emphasize and try to specifically say more, but don't be angry if I'm a bit boring if just going for analytical view after this. But we try to entertain all you guys as much as we can and try to meet up to your expectation, and we try to improvise as well. Thank you so much for the feedback, guys. But yeah, sorry. Also, Cloud, yesterday we also have a couple of questions regarding your favorite players that we didn't actually answer all of them just yet. For this season, any particular name seems to standing out for you?
I thought, so favorite player or favorite plays?
Favorite player, like one only across all regions, Southeast Asia.
Oh, okay. I remember I gave my answer. To me, it was Sata. Like, hands down. Overall. Like, that would be the first name on my mind.
But why Sata?
Because he's cute, he likes anime, you know, that. Well, I mean, if you want to look at like achievements, he's like all-round achievement. Like, okay, you move into like different teams. Okay, even like back then, like GDGIDS, he was performing. That's why he got taken into BTR. And then within BTR, you have like multiple change of lineups since his inclusion in BTR itself, and still able to perform. And then you move into the national team, gold medalist, also able to perform. Like, this guy is absolute all-rounder, if you ask me. So that's where I would put Sata up there. FMVP as well last season.
But you know what? We're finally going to head over to the host for the interview to start our day grand finals.
Thank you, casters, and welcome back on the stage with me, Donna Vizca, and we're gonna have an interview session with the winner of the World of Wonder, a very special show match to start the second day. I'm Donna Vizca once again, joined by Tony K, and also Pooh to help me with the translation. Hi guys, how are you doing? Tony K, Tony, how you guys doing? Good?
Yeah.
Okay, Tony?
Good.
Okay, good for them too. So, Tony, congratulations on winning the World of Wonder mode. With this victory for Thailand, do you think Thailand is the strongest country in Southeast Asia and ready to take the trophy in Indonesia again?
ก็ก่อนอื่นขอแสดงความยินดีที่ชนะรายการ World of Wonder หรือ WOW นะครับคิดว่าตอนนี้ไทยเนี่ยเป็นภูมิภาคที่แข็งแกร่งที่สุดใน Southeast Asia หรือเปล่าแล้วก็พร้อมหรือยังที่จะถือถ้วยในอินโดนีเซียอีกครั้งหนึ่ง
ก็ผมมองว่าแข็งแกร่งที่สุดในซีครับแค่ตอนนี้มันเพิ่งวันแรกครับส่วนวันสุดท้ายเดี๋ยวก็น่าจะเป็นไทยนี่แหละครับที่ได้แชมป์
I would say yes, definitely. We are the strongest region in Southeast Asia, and yesterday was just the first day, and we will see the result on the last day of Grand Finals.
Oh, oke. Katanya Thailand terkuat nih guys. Gimana guys? Setuju nggak? Setuju? Oke deh kalau kayak gitu ya. So the second question is, what are your personal thoughts on the mode, the World of Wonder? Do you find it fun or does it help you with the training and all?
ก็คิดยังไงบ้างครับกับโหมด World of Wonder หรือ WOW คิดว่ามันสนุกไหมหรือว่ามันช่วยเราได้ฝึกฝนการเล่นมากขึ้นไหมครับ
ก็ช่วยได้เยอะเลยครับวอร์มก่อนแข่งเรื่องสกิลเพย์ในการยิงก็ได้แล้วก็วอร์มระบบทีมก็ได้ครับช่วยได้หลายอย่างเลยครับ
Yes, definitely it helps us a lot. You can practice your skill play like shooting skill or other team strategy as well. So it helps a lot.
Nah gitu teman-teman semuanya, ternyata pemain-pemain jago ya, Tony K, Rosemary, suka banget mainin World of Wonder ini. Jadi kalau misalnya kalian pengen sejago mereka, cobain mainin gitu ya. Okay, so Tony K, what do you feel playing with Tony K? Do you wish to play with them again together in the future maybe?
ก็สำหรับโทนี่นะครับรู้สึกยังไงบ้างที่ได้เล่นกับเทอร์นี่เคอยากเล่นด้วยกันอีกในอนาคตไหมครับ
ก็ดุดิครับอยากมาไหมล่ะ
Kind of aggressive and you want to join us?
Oh, oke. Lucu kali ya kalau misalnya Marga Kurniawan ini bersatu ya. Mungkin di tim apa gitu nanti untuk di in the future gitu. So, thank you Tony. We move on to Tony K now. So, Tony K, what do you feel playing with Tony K anyway? Do you wish to play him?
รู้สึกยังไงบ้างครับเทอร์นี่สำหรับการได้เล่นกับโทนี่เคอยากเล่นด้วยกันอีกในอนาคตไหมครับ
ก็รู้สึกสนุกดีครับก็ดีครับถ้าอนาคตได้เล่นด้วยกันก็ดีครับ
I would say yes, it's really fun and I feel great and in the future if we got a chance to play together I will take it.
Ya iyalah ya, siapa sih yang nggak mau main sama si abang jago ini, si Tony K ini. But anyway, Tony K, we're gonna have a smash rule being applied in the grand final for the very first time. Is it giving you guys a little bit of pressure for your team?
ก็รู้สึกกดดันมากไหมครับที่ต้องมาเล่นกับฟอร์แมตแบบใหม่ก็คือ smash rule ในวันสุดท้าย
ก็ถ้าทำมาตรฐานได้ดีก็ไม่กดดันครับก็เล่นปกติครับ
If we can perform our consistency performance I would say not really pressure that much.
Oke. Nggak ada tekanan katanya ya untuk tim-tim Thailand di sini untuk bisa main nanti di Smash Rules. So anyway, Tony and Turney, do you have any words you want to say to all of your supporters out there?
ก็สำหรับทั้งโทนี่แล้วก็เทอร์นี่นะครับมีอะไรอยากจะบอกแฟนคลับที่ทั้งมาเชียร์ที่นี่หรือว่าซัพพอร์ตอยู่ทางออนไลน์บ้างครับ
ก็ฝากเชียร์ทีมไทยด้วยครับทุกทีมเลยก็ให้กำลังใจกันเยอะๆครับขอบคุณครับ
Please cheering us, support us, all of the Thai team. We're waiting for you.
How about you, Tony?
ก็ฝากเชียร์พวกผมกันด้วยนะครับก็พวกผมจะทำให้เต็มที่ครับแล้วก็วันสุดท้ายถ้าพวกผมได้ชูถ้วยรบกวนทุกคนรออยู่ดูเพราะเราผมชูถ้วยด้วยนะครับ
So please sending us love and we will try our best. Please support us. And one more thing, if the last day we get to hold the trophy, please don't leave so soon.
Oke. Jadi kalau misalnya mereka nanti juara lagi ya di Indonesia, Ya jangan kemana-mana terlebih dahulu ya teman-teman semuanya untuk bisa menyaksikan juara untuk tim Vampire. Kalau misalnya nanti di hari yang terakhir mereka bisa nge-smash match point-nya. So now it is time to shift gears because the real grind continues. If day one was a warm-up, today is where things really start to unfold. Jadi teman-teman semua di sini udah pada siap belum untuk bisa menyaksikan hari yang kedua? Siap? They are ready and I believe now it is the time for me to toss it back to the casters because day 2 of the 2025 PMSL Southeast Asia Summer Grand Finals starts now. Thank you so much.
But the one question that we didn't know is that Tony K goes to Vampire or Tony K goes to eArena. We'll leave that open for now because right now in their respective teams, they will be eyeing the 200,000 Moolah prize pool on the line.
Now this is only the start because all of these guys are eyeing out for a bigger stake later, which is going to be the EWC Sports, which offers way more moolah later on. But we're talking about one step at a time. Today is the 21st of June 2025, where the second day of the grand final starts now. And today will be that crazy day because Match Rule will be implemented in the last day. Today, we get to know how much the match point will be. It's definitely going to be over 100, but how much the gap between them and the rest of the teams down there.
Yeah, we'll be setting the bar, right? And these teams will be setting the bar. And of course, in case for whatever reason you just joined us for the grand finals, these are the qualified teams and their respective starting points. Vampire Esports had the most starting points at the very beginning of yesterday, but they have been overtaken by Alter Ego, who only had 6 starting points. Number 1 right now, 2 chicken dinners yesterday, ahead at 86 points.
Yeah, but not just that. Also, eye out for CelcomDigi Alliance and BTL having the least amount of head start points compared to all the other teams. Vampire, despite starting off with 21 points, if you look at the progress, they are in sort of a reachable score. But the thing is, the growth they shown during the grand final isn't so much compared to what Alter Ego has to offer. But the teams on the second page, unfortunately, teams like FaZe Clan, VOIN, TALON, they do have the double digit as their head start points, cannot keep up yet in yesterday's performance.
Yeah, and at least for Team Secret, they scored a chicken dinner yesterday. They need a major comeback since they only have like 5 hit start points. But they're now knocking on the door of page number 1. A bit of recap of the teams that performed well yesterday. Obviously, Alter Ego with the... yeah, nice action there moment. I'm sure, well, to be fair to him, he can't dance in the middle of the game, so he can do that.
It's Mormon. Well, Mormon doing Mormon things, but yesterday you have to remember Sakura played so well. I'm sorry, Alter Ego, eArena, Alter Ego, both having EA and AE. That's the only difference. The sequence of the alphabet.
Oh no!
But
I can't see it now.
Sakura did so well yesterday. He brought up a whole different ball game for eArena and showed up. On the side of Alter Ego, Rosemary, the last few matches, especially the last few wrangles they had, and follow up to his Mirama, we can see the whole team just let him loose. I hope they actually do the same here today because we haven't seen this prime of Rosemary for almost entire year. Last year we didn't see him at all.
Well, this time, at least in day 1, he was the daily MVP. He scored 2 MVPs, which is obviously whenever they got the chicken dinner, he's crowned the MVP. Now for today's matches, of course, it's not only Rosemary, but everyone else that will need to go through. It's going to be the standard 6 matches, starting with Sanhok, 3 Wranglers, and we'll end the day with 2 Miramas before we determine what will be the actual match point for tomorrow.
Yep, just to recap, who actually got himself first chicken dinner when it comes to Sunhawk, it was Claw Slayers, and still in the top 4 teams up there. And Claw did so well when it comes to the Super Weekend. We remembered how Redface just bring an A game towards the entirety of the Super Weekend. But Claw Slayers seems to be slightly on the roller coaster mode as well. Sometimes they're up there, sometimes they're down there, so we don't see them consistent enough in this grand finals. But when it comes to the game number 4, 5 and so forth, especially the last game of Erangel yesterday, they did pretty well themselves. But what they are fighting for so hard this time, Cloud, what at stake here?
Ooh, is the top 3 special precious spot to Esports World Cup, where they will play PMWC against some of the best teams in the world at one of the best stages in the world, with one of the biggest prize pool in the world as well. An event that no team wants to let go of. Everyone wants to be at least a top 3. Only top 3. Not divided by region just like the previous season. This time, it is whoever who is the top 3, PMSL Southeast Asia, will move on to PMWC.
Yep, especially with Smash Rule. Even if you're not top 3 at first, you can just overtake at the last minute. But we need to thank none other than our sponsor TECNO with PUBG 7 series, the devices the players are actually using here right now. If you happen to be around the arena live on ground, you can also check out their booth. It's going to be there for you to try out all the devices that are available, especially the TECNO PUBG 7 series with the 5G Ultra. That's going to be your ultimate battle device to be used in the game, especially for games like PUBG Mobile. And so far, we've seen a lot of best plays for the players using this device.
Yes, and this device is also available for you all to try on ground as well. But for our teams to focus, well, I started from the bottom, so I went for GLU, Roy, and VOIN based on the bottom 3 because I want to see a Cinderella story. I want to see the bottom teams rise up to the occasion and close that gap before tomorrow.
I agree with that, but I have a feeling that we get to see when it comes to the first few matches, especially Claw. I did mention about them as securing yesterday's Sunhawk, but for the teams at the bottom, I assume they always have a bit of later warm-up. It feels like they have to sink in the reality that they're actually playing at the stage where they need to push all out. It took them quite a bit of time. Maybe after the first Erangel, they start to warm up. So for me, it's always going to be the teams that are always ready to go, and the names are going to be Claw, Vampire, and CelcomDigi Alliance for the first match of the day, because these are the teams that's always ready. That's the difference between a great legendary team and a good team that we can see them slowly building up.
So that makes me wonder, right? Why is Alter Ego not in your teams to focus?
Because I have a feeling they're gonna perform in Erangel more than Sunhawk, because we don't see them too often. Yes, sometimes they actually do have better spot like yesterday. But at the same time, I'll be honest about this. I don't want Alter Ego to be catch up too early, because I want to see a smaller point gap, so we get to see a more dramatic Smash Rule for tomorrow.
Yeah, we want the point gap to be as close as possible. Make it like super close, like maybe after first game tomorrow, whatever the point is, like 5 teams, and to choose 8 teams. Wow, that's a lot. After one game can meet match point, that will be insane. That will be like, if that happens, that's like half the lobby can smash it in game 2. That is crazy. We have not got that sort of number yet. Ever since like the Smash Rule has been implemented. But if that number happens, it's a new record.
Yeah, I definitely want that to happen. Hence why I didn't put Alter Ego up way too early now, because I want these teams to catch up. And the closest way to actually go for it is going for the middle pack first. And I feel like the middle pack do have what it takes to actually overtake that number 1 spot. It's all the matter of timing, rotation, and regarding their direction of the navigation in throughout the map, based on which map it is. But when it comes to Sunhawk, it's really heavily dependent onto its circle. And so far, we haven't got any kind of circle in Sunhawk too much. Even yesterday, we ended up right on top of Harteen.
Yeah, so we got that circle yesterday. Day 1 was a 3-island circle as well. So, and it somewhat ended up around the Camp Alpha Island towards the end, but it started off with 3 islands. So when you have 3 islands, obviously it's very, very challenging. Whenever it's a Tartin, Camp Alpha Island Circle, it's super challenging. It does favor Alter Ego, but they were not able to make the best out of it by scoring the chicken dinner. But that's fine. I mean, they made up for it, 2 chicken dinners after that, so that's okay for Alter Ego. But for the other teams, it will be super duper challenging. And so far in the grand finals, we have seen a lot of crazy circles. It's as if like in the grand finals, there's like this setting to like, okay, this is grand final circle. Boop, put it in, and it just goes wild.
That's kind of true. When it comes to circle, the second stage is going to be the most crucial one for the IGL to call the shots where to go next. It's also depending on the flight path here, because if the flight path is a bit too far and the circle is just stretching away from the flight path, it's pretty much not going to be the same rotation, despite they want to drop themselves early in that particular spot. They always fancy as their spot to go for the initial drop. But when it comes to, I want to, since some of you guys requesting so much about analytical view, now I want to say the most inconsistent teams right now, I get to say, because they have some good rounds, but they have a lot of bad ones. There's going to be Team Secret, but they are still in the middle pack. And so far, they have been getting a lot of placement, like 12 placement, 16 placement, with not much of elimination numbers up there. But they did score themselves in Miramar once for the chicken dinner, and also got himself 10 eliminations. And it seems like Team Secret do have more preference into Miramar, or maybe they're just a bit later when it comes to warming up. But these are the teams that if they want to push their numbers up, they have to really start to go all out first game. We talked about this yesterday, Cloud. A team's at the bottom. If they don't do something about it today, it's going to be a lot of catching up to do.
Well, I'm glad that Team Secret did something about it. After they scored that chicken dinner, like the following round, it's like, okay, they're not bad. Like they seem to have found their rhythm. They seem to have found like their mojo. So, and then the day ends. By that time, it was like what? The Miramar matches, the last 2 games. And then today, we're going to restart again. Carrying it over to today, it's going to be a thing for them. And because it's a team game, it's not only about one player able to carry it forward. The entire team has to function all together. So that will be the challenge for a team like Team Secret to carry the momentum over. And with, at least from what we have seen after that chicken dinner, they might be one of the dark horses.
The one that's really in the dark, I have to give it, it's going to be GLU. And so far, they are the most, how do I say it in a good way, most struggling team right now that barely actually have a good round at all compared to all the other teams. Hence, that's why they are at number 16, because if you look at the numbers coming up from the side of GLU, not just they have the best placement, it's going to be 9th place and 4 eliminations. Most of the others are 5th place. I mean, that's going to be their best. But also, when it comes to the eliminations, it's never more than 4 eliminations only. So I kind of wonder, where did the group stage LU went? Because we saw them actually aggressively gunning people down in the second week during the group stage. But right now, it feels like they totally tamed down. It feels like, is it too overwhelming for them, their grand finals pressure at this stage?
Well, it's a different environment, right? If you kind of think about it, like, firstly, like during the group stages, there's like no crowd. Now you have the crowd there. Secondly, it's like a different stage as well. So it's also a different playing environment by itself. And then you have the ultimate probability factor here, which is you put together the best 16 teams for the entire season in the lobby. At least in group stages, you're like, okay, you kind of shuffle around. Maybe some teams, they don't do really well in general. Some teams, they do well. So you have like kind of like the balance. But if you like put like the best 16 teams here, perhaps that kind of affected their gameplay as well.
And that is true. And not just that. And speaking of which, there are teams that maybe they're used to finding those teams during the group stage. If you see the difference of performance between the grand finals and the league stage, you have to remember there's 8 more teams that did not qualify for the grand finals here. And these teams, maybe they used to pick on those eliminated teams before. And now they feel like there's no more victims that they can easily take down at this stage, because every single player to be up to the grand final stage, it's not an easy feat because they have to fight 1v1. We've seen so many times Roy loved to do that, going for initial early skirmish with 1v1, but never actually success in their attempt before due to the individual skills of each individual players. But each team in this top 16 is definitely a high standard as well. So on the side of GLU, we do know they are quite a veteran player to themselves, but I feel like there's something they're still working on it, brewing it up. But I assume today we might actually have a slower tempo when it comes to stage 1 until stage 4, because stage 4 is where the great migration happens. The circle just shrinks way, even like how I say, the radius size is going to be just way too small. So like, they will have to collide for that great migration. But since we had it yesterday, the entire day, so each team's kind of respect the territory of all the other teams that's dropped by near them and not trying to get into early conflict and try to avoid all those unnecessary fights as much as possible, because we see it happen too many times right now. Whenever whoever starts the fight first, you're always going to be a third party showing up, maybe even more than that.
Yeah, and third partying is a great strategy, right? Like, your opponent is just done, they're still like recovering, they're licking their wounds, they're like repositioning themselves, healing up and all that, and then you come in, bam, even though it's like maybe like 2 players left or 3 players left, you don't get all 4 points, but that's fine, right? You still win the fight, you still collect those points, and then you move on. And the best value for me, besides that, is that when a third party happens, it's normally at a position that teams want to take. So if you win a third party, which gives you naturally the advantage, you also have the advantage of being in the position that you want, whatever terrain it is or whatever compound it is. To me, that's the biggest value. So third party is definitely a thing. But because it's PUBG Mobile, so you have 16 teams, so it's not a 1v1 team or 1v3 team, something like that. It's like 16 teams. So the potential of, like, if you're thinking about doing a third party, you do it, another team can potentially come. So before executing a third party, the best is scout, gather information, know who else is around you before doing the third party. That will be the absolute best.
Yeah, but hence we expect there's not many teams that try to initiate fights unless necessary, depending on where they stand around the circle and where they actually have to go to adapt themselves towards the circle. And speaking of not having too much information, I think I do see Vikings actually do a lot of work in putting into getting those infos before they actually try to move. Roy's always the one that did not have enough information when they start to move, hence that's why they always get gunned down early on and being eliminated early. So you can see the difference here. But at the same time, speaking of the waiting game, sometimes you're being forced into the fight anyhow, and that's where it will be tested by for the IGL, whether they can be composed the entire day to actually call out the shots if needed, because one single mistake, there's no room for error here when it comes to day number 2. We do know for a fact the team at the very bottom, like the 16th place up to the 10th place, it's a lot of catching up to do. But at least on the side of Alter Ego yesterday, right, they catch up so much to the first place, and on the gap between the 5th and 6th place is also being shrunk down to only 12 points, because yesterday we almost started with, before we ended the day, it was like almost 20-ish points of a gap between the 5th and 6th place, and that's the biggest gap of the overall rankings for yesterday.
Well, yeah, as much as we also want to see if the bottom team's like, able to close that gap, make it not that big in preparation for tomorrow to catch. But in reality, somebody's going to miss out, right? Somebody's going to lose out. It's a competition at the end of the day. And by that time we might see the numbers it's not realistic for like maybe the number 16, 15 team to catch number 1 to smash it. unless some superhuman power turns up on day number 3. But for the most part, that's not the case. But of course, I wouldn't say like no, but maybe like 99%, you know, that doesn't happen. So it becomes difficult for whoever who's at the very bottom, because the points will naturally go at the top. That will be the gap there. And then you want to catch up, you know, 6 games only. It's not like you have extra 2 games, like 8 games to catch. It's so difficult. So it has to be like today. If it's like left for tomorrow and you're number 16 and you hope to smash it, it's very, very hard.
So it's all down to the bottom teams here today, whether they can make a shot for Alter Ego. Can they stop the progress of Alter Ego from gaining more points? But you know what? I'm actually with our team today. Even my bottle is actually red color, just for the sake of you, Cloud. How I go out of my way just to make sure you're happy about this.
Okay, I'll pull off whatever red I have here. Okay, so let's see here. I do have red.
Make
packet.
it fast.
Okay. Yeah.
Oh, we want money.
Okay. Yeah,
we need the money.
For Ong. I just need it filled up. Okay, let's check out what the players are filled up right now.
Now, speaking of red color, I still haven't got my questions answered. Why is always the bad guy in movies going to be something red, right? Decepticons are red, their eyes. That's why we're wearing red today. But so far, red always been auspicious. I mean, when you give money, you give it in red envelope. And also when it comes to, you know, the teams that are winning so far, a lot of them are coming out from a red logo, including Claw, like yesterday, the chicken in it in Sunhawk.
Yeah, that's one. I'm also thinking about a Decepticon that is red. It's like Starscream is red-ish, I guess. His shoulders are red. That's why. Oh, Optimus Prime is red. Okay, that's a good guy. There's balance in the force.
Yeah, he got a bit of blue in there too. Mormon shaking it vigorously when it comes to shaking the hands of the camera crew. So Cloud, I tell you guys his age. He's just turned 17.
Yeah, that's why I like Transformers. Wait, do 17 love Transformers like me?
Yeah, they're crazy for it. What do you mean?
Okay, nice.
I mean, I was crazy for Transformers when I was 17. I'm still 17.
Yep. And that's why we can't wait for the Transformers collaboration happening on the 8th of July.
They're already up. They know what's at stake here for today for the players. Everyone's not even a smile. Except for Mormon. Mormon is like, I assure you, he does this all smile and wave when the game has not started yet. But when it's in the game, it's going to be all serious for him. And today we got the yellow Dragon Ranger with us, Exos.
Exos is back. Okay, come on. It's like, how do I do this? Oh, like that? Oh, okay. Okay, that's kind of awkward. You guys got to rehearse that, people. Exos tries to be the moment, but, you know, not yet. But anyway, BTR. Okay, BTR also is another team that we want to see, like, what sort of lineup are they going to put? Are they still going to retain Snape in the lineup, or are they going to feature Foxy or Riot? We'll find that out in Sanhok.
Final starting off our grand finals, day 2. First map of the day, back to Sunhawk we go. Heavily dependent on the circle. Will it be another Camel for Hearts in sort of a circle, or will it be a totally Tree Island circle, which is not easy as well. We're starting off from Camp Bravo down towards the side of Sami. So I assume the teams coming up from just love to drop into Sami or Nakam will be happy about this flight path because it's not too far off. But it's a small map anyways. We want to see if there's any hot drops coming up. Eyes out, watching out towards the side of Roy, but Roy is dropping around Kampong this time. So I assume it's going to be always eArena fighting against Roy as the first few skirmishes.
Though yesterday we didn't see that early fight, but this time we're going to see one. Yep, like what you mentioned, it's Roy versus GLU. Okay, one player eliminated, and that is from Roy. So we're gonna see first blood very, very early. Let's go. It's not over yet though. The fight will continue on.
Taking the houses just on the outskirts of Langkawi. This is going to be a straight house. So if GLU can actually secure the front and the back house, it's going to be easy for them to corner down the rest of Roy. But on the side of Exos, he's playing first. I mean, we saw a bit of swap from GLU yesterday, but this sort of circle, high chance, we still might ended up right on top of Bootcamp, which Vikings taking over there for now. But it's going to be also a good news for the Xaviers who's taking Paradise Resort, so they can freely know their whereabouts. They're pretty good when it comes to this sort of rotation.
Yeah, if it goes there, then it's going to be the fortress of the Xavier. But if it does scam and somehow still goes to Camp Alpha Island, that'll be crazy. But Hui Guang, I make a crazy move here behind the door, all alone. Okay, everyone's making the moves here. Nobody wants to stay too long in this fight as Car will go down to the hands of Stickley. Noel comes in to finish up the job. Car eliminated, and looks like GLU squad so far so good. KF went down on his knees, but at the end of the day, it's them winning against Roy.
It's a 3v4, by the way, because last time I saw, Roy had one player around Kampong. That was, I think it was Juke. There's some cheers coming up from the Indonesian crowd. Yeah, Juke is a bit far. He was dropping himself on top of Kampong compared to all the other teammates of Roy just now. They're dropping nearby the houses on the outskirts of Kampong and Langkawi, which Juke was a bit too far to reach out. So at least they have one member still running and try to survive as long as they can. But Talon seems to be on the run as well. This is going to be around slightly towards the center. That's going to be just on the outskirts of Painan. Now, Rosemary is actually going where he used to be. Yesterday, this happened before, Cloud. You remember where Rosemary actually get those high grounds. And then he ended up as, I think it was Rosemary and Alva for the last two players. Was it Moana or Alva? And then he was forced to jump down because, you know, the circle and the Blizzard just couldn't make him to get out of the place on time.
Yeah, it's very situational, right? But it's also like what caught it off guard. It's like, I remember the Claw players, like, firstly, they were caught at the corner, like they don't have much space to move, but they took the bold move of just taking the vehicle and just zoom into the circle. Out in the open, Rosemary tried to spray, but not able to get anyone. Instead, they got a roadkill on the way in, and then Rosemary is like, "Oh, okay, should I still stay in this position or not?" But he will have a similar question now that VOIN Donkey has arrived.
So high chance they actually did revise regarding Alter Ego's positions. They want to find Rosemary. He's on a tree by himself. No way! What a kickoff! When it comes to Alter Ego starting off their day two in game number one here, Rosemary, despite he's having a very similar height spot, just like he did yesterday, that was a 3v1.
With an M4, not a DBS. DBS was just used as a finisher. But with an M4, wow, he sprayed 3 players. That was insane. That was insane. I can absolutely understand the crowd's excitement there. Okay, can he get a 4th one here? Potato, IGL, last one, but okay. You can let this one go and can still be happy with the 3 eliminations. But we're going to have a small replay on how GLU won against Roy. And okay, Hexlas being very excited.
VOIN Donkey, I think they revised regarding Alter Ego's position yesterday and tried to go there. They thought Alter Ego wasn't there yet, but they were wrong. Rosemary was super fast when it comes to getting those spots and looting phase. But unfortunately, it's going to be Yummy, the belated birthday boy. He got his birthday 2 days or yesterday. And then it seems like he's been knocked down from afar. I assume Boom are taking those shots from across the other side of the bridge, which can be on North Bridge. And since there's no follow-up, I assume any time now, possibly even Alva, it seems to be nearer to us, Rosemary, they will pick him up. So they're starting reset as a 4 again.
Yeah, they should be fine. I don't expect any other team because it's Hatin that VOIN Donkey drops. No other team in that island. So the fact that they've eliminated most of VOIN Donkey, so they have the entire Camp Alpha Island for themselves. Not like it's the most valuable island based on the circle, but you have that space. You can take your time. There's still a little bit of circle in the Camp Alpha Island, so they can just move towards the right side and still be in the circle. So they can truly take their time. I don't see any other resistance or any other team passing by.
Yep, that's true. The moment they finished off VOIN Donkey, except for Potato, of course, that leaves the whole Camp Alpha Island vacant for Alter Ego to take all of it. And that's a lot of good loot on that island as well, especially just on the outskirts and also on top of Camp Alpha, just so they can have a bit more time. But I do hear shots coming up for BTR. Federal is actually... Now, I don't want to talk about what's on the screen, so I'm going to say something that's outside. BTR, they might actually be in the center. It's going to be on the outskirts of Bootcamp. They will have to pass across the teams like TALON, even eArena. That seems to be very nearby. And don't forget about Bootcamp as well, because high chance we might end up right on top of Bootcamp with sort of circle. And Vikings, last time we saw they were still in Bootcamp area, but we might have a new contender that will split Bootcamp into two sides later on.
But I want to point out that we had a question of like, which lineup will BTR go for, at least for game one? So they're going to retain Snape in the lineup. But BTR, they lost Snape early somehow. It was caught off screen. And they'll be playing with only two players now, Federalis and also Razy, I believe. Well, looks like it might still be between Bootcamp or Paradise Resort, and most players seems to be around the area of Paradise Resort, which is interesting, closer to the middle. But BTR, they're now in trouble. Only Razy now against TALON.
And they do have elevations on the side of TALON. They can finish things off easily. And then this will break apart BTR formation here. eArena, on the other hand, they're coming up from the outskirts, from the flank angle, but they have to deal with CelcomDigi Alliance at the same time. I expect these Avians will march in fast too, because when it comes to heading into stage 2 and 3, that's where they start to move out of Paradise Resort. And with this sort of circle, high chance we might end up right at the south of Paradise Resort. There's a small junction there, and that's going to be the usual spot everybody wants to go for.
And there's another reason why they don't stay inside Paradise Resort, because you don't get enough information. So you rather go out, be at a high ground or better spot in general, which is outside of the urban area of Paradise Resort. You get more information. You kind of have an idea of where all the other teams rotate. So you know how to play the game a little bit better with information, of course. So don't expect these able to stay there unless if it goes like stage 4, maybe. If it's truly going to be Paradise Resort, then it's a different conversation.
It's the same. It's the same thing for Bootcamp. You cannot be inside of the Bootcamp and gaining information. That's why even Vikings are going out of their way to get into the spot where they have a bit more elevations to gain any sort of information regarding the rotations of all the other teams. But BTR cooking up the day. They heard the footsteps of TALON coming in. Razy open up the shotgun a bit too late, and that's going to be the last member of BTR. And BTR also, we have to talk about these teams. We haven't seen them perform as well as they did during the Super Weekend.
Yeah, after their first chicken dinner yesterday in game number 2, after that it's like they went a bit cold. We didn't get to see the best of BTR. And with the fact that they are the first team to be eliminated here, even before Roy, even before VOIN Donkey, where they only have one player, it's 0 points for BTR. Team Secret, Vikings, FaZe Clan, all these teams can catch BTR, and that's obviously not good news.
Everybody trying to fight for their house just at the junction between a Bootcamp and Paradise Resort. That's going to be south of Paradise Resort. And so far, eArena is close towards their side, but CelcomDigi Alliance, everybody are moving towards that direction. Hence the collision between these teams, but heavy casualty on side of eArena as well if they don't manage to reset all the players up. As CelcomDigi Alliance, they try to flee and try to push at the same time. They're going for the push all out, knowing for a fact there's 2 of them already knocked down here. It's going to be 2v2. Look, managed to get on one. He's going on a ring around the rosy around this rock. But those final shots managed to secure, but it's not out of the woods yet for CelcomDigi Alliance. Another contender is coming up. High chance it's going to be eArena. Or even across the Paradise Resort.
From afar, and Niti actually got one, but because there's that rock, so they will be clear from the shots of DAY2. Lucky enough, because Olio, he was like at 50% health at some point. Just managed to heal up, and now he'll pick up Ade Look. And we're going to see the next phase of the circle.
Oh, no way.
Wow! Interesting. This is a tough one here, not only because there's a river in between, but because like all those teams around the area of Bootcamp, Paradise Resort, everyone will be moving.
Even Alter Ego, they thought it's going to be just on the outskirts of Paradise Resort or Bootcamp just now. Made a U-turn instantly. I saw Crypto made a U-turn with his vehicle just now going back up the north, knowing that, hey, we should not leave Decam Alpha Small Island yet because it's still a part of it in there. They can actually go from the north bridge, but it will be guarded heavily by Boom. Last time we saw as a bit of long shots coming out towards Rosemary by Boom before. That was yummy. And that's no follow-up, means they're not moving forward. But speaking of the teams around the south of Paradise Resort, now they're moving into Bootcamp. Bootcamp will be super crowded right now.
Wow, CelcomDigi Alliance doing it for the second time, at least from what we catch on screen. They did this kind of move once in Miramar. Now they're doing it again in Sanhok, just zooming past all the other teams, try to get as middle as possible into the circle, and they picked that small island on the outside. Interesting spot. If the circle actually ends in this island, which is possible by the way, then CelcomDigi Alliance will have a good advantage. If only they have a full team, it would have been a lot better. But the fact that it's only two, they have to make do with whatever they have. But because it's a small island, around them is like a lot of open space, obviously the river, they should be able to defend this one.
And not just that, the small island seems to be like a sweet spot, but not so much when it comes to defensive side. Yes, you have those rocks, but at the same time, you have to work around the rocks, which means you have lesser space to take cover if there's multiple angles guarded towards you. And the worst case scenario for that small island is a bit of a concave, a bit of a ditch, lower ground compared to around surrounding the coastline of the main peninsula, the bigger island that is have a higher elevated grounds. So it's going to be a tough challenge for CelcomDigi Alliance if they can actually manage to pull it through for a long time, because this is just stage 3. We're not talking about stage 4 yet. Stage 4 gonna hit soon, and this is gonna be the last member of Roy still trying to survive.
Yes, that's Juke. 13 first aids for Juke. So he should be able to last rather long within the blue, for now that is. But on the elimination feed earlier, we saw a few fights. That's probably long range because no further follow-up from there. TALON playing without Yoru. One of the best players in the lineup, if you ask me. And losing him is losing one huge firepower in Yoru. And TALON, of course, one of those teams that's still able to close the gap with the double one team. It's not that far. Hopefully, they'll be able to make the best out of this. But with the circle shift, there is still a chance that the circle will go to the small island.
This is a sweet spot for Boom. If the island, the island seems to be a really good place to be at, but to defend, not so much for me, my personal view. But where Boom is actually at, they have good compounds, they have a lot of walls, they have so many structures to barricade. All they need to do is just to make sure to see the entry point coming out, the teams coming out from the south, the teams coming out from the east. They don't really have to focus too much on the left side because it's easy to shoot anybody swimming, but they have to focus on the bridge. Will be crossed by Alter Ego, which they are trying to do it right now.
Oh, so it looks like Juke didn't last as long as we thought. Eliminated. But now the fight to get into the circle is going to be Vampire Esports and Sem9, as Vampire Esports defending their warehouse. So far so good against Sem9. Sees Mika on the right side. It's going to be Mela. And Mika is still pretty low. 40% health. Make that only 1% now. One more simple nade onto him. The splash damage will be enough to knock down Mika.
It was incredible what Mela actually did from the back, and another nade by Tony K, and it might finish off Firen in an instant. This forced Traxi to go the other side of the warehouse to flee. Just now, if it's not because of Mela keep pressuring on Sem9, they might breach towards where Mela stands just now, but because of him bombarding non-stop, it forced them to take the main entrance straight up front. But FaZe Clan coming up towards GLU, two of them down, bit of trade-off here between the two teams. Stickley coming up from the back, but also being covered fire by Gooey from the sides. This is not great for both teams because we might have Team Secret joining in very soon.
Oh, and here comes the third party. Welcome Team Secret to the fight as Chopper is only at 1 HP left. Frankie will be gunned down behind, eliminated immediately. But before that, Chopper, he managed to heal up. Now with the DBS. Very clutchable weapon, but he's going up against 3 DBS from Team Secret, and Team Secret will make quick work out of him. Now Team Secret looking for Noel.
Out of Perez resort and straight to the perfect fight. That was Team Secret. Well-timed rotation. GLU on the other end on the run. Well, we have Vampires caught Claw in the process at stage 4. Yeah, we talked about the big collision what happened here and exactly what it is. Break tried to knock down on Zuxi, who's pretty much low, but it's going to be Tony K. Never mind. Krypton, Team Secret, while we go looking at the kill feed going crazy as well. Vikings are actually winning against Vampires here.
And Tony K now already at 5 eliminations. Looking pretty good for the Vampires. But for Team Secret now, on the outside of the circle, as now the zone shifts, no longer on that small little island. So Olio, he has to leave that one. Instead, the Xavier now has the middle of the circle. But the bigger challenge right now is for the teams on the outside. On screen, Team Secret has to take care of the final player of GLU. That's Noel.
And no one can actually do this. A big swing would be more than enough, but they're resetting themselves for Team Secret. They have to move simultaneously for Team Secret to finish off GLU last member. That's going to be Noel. If they're willing to give away body one by one, Noel still can actually clutch that one out.
And he does have a little bit of elevation against them. So that's a good thing, obviously. Okay, and he does have a DBS. Very clutchable weapon, but yeah, let's forget about the DBS. If you have a nade on top of your head, that's it. You're gone.
These Avias is going to be one of the most wanted compound, and Vikings want to aim for it, but Levi ready up with the DBS. He heard those audio cues, but Paragin follow up with the knockdowns and finish off the players of the Viking. And in an instant, they're down to only one last player. Tens, while they're rotating very fast, Viking did not get any information regarding this compound position of the teams. Tens, how to deal with the entire crew of these Xaviers trying to take him down at the same time. The nades will slowly kill him off.
Yeah, it's a matter of now landing a good nade across, right? And they're having a hunch that, okay, their nade did kind of connect, I believe so. So they're just trying one more, 2 more. That's it. Okay, that is a good simultaneous nade there. No time for Tins to heal up at all. And the Xavier will pick up that 1 point as they continue to defend their compound now against the incoming Olio.
And they have to be extra careful. Last time we saw Team Secret is nearby, just behind them. But the fight has to be resumed on this side as well. Boom and Alter Ego. Boom crossing the northern bridge just now, where Alter Ego managed to get out from this small island. Now they're trying to pass through Vampires and Boom at the same time. Alter Ego, they kind of stuck themselves with that one particular player down there. I think that's going to be Rosemary to go against the entirety of Boom by himself.
Opening up the space by himself. Okay, let's see if you'll be able to get anything out of that. But now the bigger question is for Onsens is also on how he's going to get out of this, because at least Rosemary, maybe Boom doesn't know that he's there, but they clearly know that Onsens is here.
I think they know. Yummy knows, possibly. Do they have any throwables on the side of Boom? Because if they do this, it will be the perfect time for them to actually do that. You can see the nades being already cooked up by these guys. They spot out Onsens, but the rock make it so difficult for them to toss within these angles. It's either them jump down or just take the fight head on. And Krypton, also, here comes Team Secret. I just mentioned about them, and they already arrived at the rim of the circle, where Alter Ego split himself into 1-2-1 formation. 1 towards the east side, 1 towards the west, and 2 at the center. But they didn't spot out Rosemary.
Boom Esports actually did Rosemary a favor, taking out Onsens. Now Rosemary has that space to swim in, dock himself, and move on with life. But speaking about moving on, Boom Esports moved on with life now to the compound where Alter Ego is at. And they have breached Alter Ego. They need Rosemary now, but Moana is there to knock down Zero, buying time for Rosemary to come to join them.
And Boom will try to play the corners of those walls. It will give them some slight barricade, but the Merle will try to flush them out, forcing them out by Alter Ego. Alva now cook another nade toss towards Yummy. It actually chipped down to 20% of HP. They managed to reset on Zero. He has to climb over to make sure he got himself inside of the compound, inside of those walls. If they keep lurking around the walls here, they will slowly died barbecued by the hands of Boom. But for the side of DJs, we're not done yet. They're having good compounds, great buildings, and have a lot of information regarding the smokes being popped by Rosemary.
Oh, and here comes the infiltration by Boom Esports. Alpha just on the outside of the building. Now no circle at that compound, by the way. Boom Esports, they found Alpha. Alpha taken out. And at this moment, Alter Ego will lose Moana. So it's only Rosemary left who survived earlier on. Let's see how far he can go now.
For Boom, they have to get out and cross the street here. But they have to deal with Alter Ego at the same time. It's not going to be easy with Blue Zone coming in as well. Yummy knocked down too from afar. It's going to be Team Secret being the third party across the other side of a street. Far range, long range shot, almost 100 meters apart. But Boom will force to rotate slightly down south towards the circle. While Team Secret, they're not safe either. It's all about the circle, ended up in no man's land. Everybody's touching the rim of it.
And Team Secret, they're out of smoke, so they have to charge in. It's only Trunks-in left. Trunks-in, oh, he cannot move behind. There's a Molly still active. Okay, buy a little bit more time, but splash damage is enough by Paragen to finish off Trunks-in. Team Secret, number 4, 9 eliminations. Not that bad for Team Secret, but here comes Boom Esports. But it's also not only Boom Esports. Now it's Boom Esports and DZavier. Okay, 3v2 for the chicken dinner.
Boom. They got the center. But for the side of these Xaviers, they have to fan out. They have to approach this fight, but it's quite an open space. There's trees in between that can take covers. But Yummy spotted out an exit to Asparagen and deny him from going out at all. They try to force these Xaviers into the blue, but the nades will try to open up. If they connect somehow, it's go time for these Xaviers. Yes, numbers, they have it, but when it comes to the circle, it's going to be dominated by Boom. They managed to get on one. It's going to be a 2v2. Paragen spotted out, but Boom bet. What a spray by Paragen. It's down to mano.
Lamborghini versus Yummy, and Yummy in position to take down the OG player Lamborghini for Boom Esports to claim the first chicken dinner today. 1v1 between these two amazing players, and at the other day, it is Yummy that's the top for Boom Esports.
What an end just now. Boom despises the 2v3, but they move instantly. The moment the circle shifts towards no man's land, the no vault back is an open space. They have to be in the middle with slightly curvature of the ground itself. If they don't get that fast, it's going to be DZaviers getting that chicken. But nonetheless, Boom, despite they have been cornered down just now by DZaviers early on, they still managed to maintain their consistency of being alive as a trio and managed to secure this chicken away.
And with that, Boom Esports, they will edge closer to the top. But Alter Ego, they lasted quite long as well. So it's interesting to see what amount of points did they manage to collect later. Let's not forget about Team Secret as well. They managed to bring the momentum forward from yesterday. So there's another team that we need to check on. For Boom Esports, 7 elimination points for them in this round. So it's going to be 17 points for Boom Esports with Yummy bringing in the pain, bringing in the damage. 949 to be exact, with 5 eliminations by him. This is Yummy at his best, ladies and gentlemen. While doing all that, managed to tank out 325 damage. So he basically did everything. He did the damage, he tanked out damage as well, and he brought in the eliminations. How many throwables used? That's okay. That's for very, very situational, dependent on his trusty M4, the El Clasico M4. And Yummy is back. He was performing since yesterday. And today, game 1, still able to perform. Who knows? Boom Esports could be that other team that can clinch at least the match point, or the one that sets the match point. Still very early because we have 5 more games to go today after this. But this is Boom Esports with the momentum that they want to start the day off. Let's check out the best moments of Boom Esports.
Pombis was actually crucial with his angle just now to make sure he actually secures those 2 knockdowns towards the 2 players of the Xaviers. But nonetheless, Alter Ego, they managed to have a comeback in this grand finals. We cannot forget the clutch of 1v3 versus VOIN Donkey and Alter Ego on those high grounds by Rosemary himself. But I agree with you regarding Team Secret. They're pushing the numbers up. Yesterday wasn't so consistent when it comes to only the last few games. They managed to rise up. But having this setting a tone for themselves quite early this time will make a change here.
Oh yeah, that is those are some of the storylines that we would love to see, right, as well. And I would love to see more of Team Secret moving forward too. Slowly, they're rising up. They're still keeping the momentum. But this guy is not slowing down. Yummy Boom Esports. Clearly the MVP. 5 eliminations, 949 damage with a 325 damage received, and of course a maximum survival time of 22 minutes and 20 seconds. Yummy brought in the pain, brought in majority of the eliminations to Boom Esports with the 5 eliminations out of 7.
Yep, the master of DBS and shotguns, especially close range quarters combat, is really good at it too. I do expect him to actually perform in a map of Sunhawk. But for them to actually finish this strong, Boom will actually push their numbers up. But here comes the rank points that we'll be waiting for when it comes to this match. 17 points on the side of Boom with 7 eliminations and 9 on the side of Team Secret. It's still a fair value on the side of Team Secret. But I do have until top 5. Vampires also score a double digit this time. Do we have plenty of teams that ended up with a 0?
There is a possibility there. BTR pretty sure to be one of them. I wonder who else will join the fray. GLU also 7 points, which is not bad since they're on page 1. Gives them a little bit of light here. Since the last time we checked, they were at number 16. But we have 4 teams with 0. 7-9, VOIN Donkey, Roy, and to everyone's surprise, I'm sure, BTR.
BTR after yesterday's performance, suddenly a sharp drop over their progress here with day number 2. I just hope they will bounce back because they are one of the teams that's not really safe at the middle pack either. But when it comes to the overall rankings, this actually leads for Alter Ego even further with their points, with their elimination just now, and the 98 points open up such a big gap between them and the Xaviers. There's going to be a 23 points of gap between the first and second. Who can catch up closely? It's going to be the Xaviers, but not so far for eArena with 71 points and 70 points for Vampires. Team Secret, welcome to the first page with 52 points right now. 8 plays, still the first place, still quite a gap.
Oh yeah, still. But 5 more games to go today. Who knows what might happen? The bigger gap here is still Alter Ego and the Xaviers, still maintaining that 23-point gap, which is rather significant there. That's about 1 game's worth. And on page 2, Roy pushed down to number 16 with the fact that GLU, they did okay this round. So now they're at number 16 with 20 points in hand, while GLU 26 points at number 15, they slightly rise up. BTR with a 0-point round pushed to second page now at number 10. 41 points. So they have to buckle up with the remaining 5 games because BTR, one of those teams that carry a lot of expectation with the fans.
Yep, especially with the addition of Federales, and we have such a great weekend and this will be weekend and week number 2 performance. For them to drop the ball at the most critical moment right now, they really have to wake up. But it's going to be the most favorite map afterwards. It's going to be a wrangle. This is what we get to see, especially with Alter Ego and Fire today. Will they actually stretch the gap even further? Because right now we see Alter Ego is playing as individuals with very unique strategies, very daring indeed, going for 1-2-1 split apart quite far. We're talking about so far that they are not within the sight distance that can actually be backed up by their own teammates. But what you guys need to call for teammates is going to be the Transformers collaboration coming, which is going to be the version 3.9 update. So you can choose your side, whether you want to be the Autobots, Decepticons, or you can you be both?
Well, we can only find out after the new version update, which is 3.9 that will happen on 8th of July. So stay tuned. You could be both. You could be one of them. We don't know yet. Or maybe you're just a human and you have to deal with them. Who knows? But what we do know that is available right now as an event inside of PUBG Mobile is the Attack on Titans. But time is running out. Today we're at the 21st of June. But this event will end on 6th of July. So make sure you log into the game. Join Aaron, Jaeger, Levi, Mikasa, Ackerman, and Armin Arlet. Hopefully I didn't butcher the names there. And join them in the fight against the Titans.
Yep. 2 weeks left for you guys to actually get the exclusive gears. Also alongside the new Titan sets for you guys to be used in the game. I love the 3D version of it. I hope they actually make merchandise for PUBG Mobile fans as well. When it comes to, every single season we have a new collaboration. If only we have merchandise for each of the collaboration, it would be pretty cool, no?
Yeah, maybe. Hopefully we get an actual merchandise. That would be pretty nice. I wouldn't mind a Transformer PUBG Mobile merchandise. That would be super awesome.
Oh,
yeah.
Imagine if it's a sweater.
Sweater. I'm imagining so many things. I'm imagining clothing wear, sweaters. I'm imagining like displays.
Figurines?
Figurine. Like, what if it's Optimus Prime with an M4, and then you have Shockwave with a DBS. Oh, that'd be so cool.
I used to have the Optimus Prime that can actually unfold it into robots, like literally make it a truck and be the itself, like physically, not just a truck. It would be cool to have that with an airdrop too, just to see that it's actually a PUBG Mobile collaboration. But you guys should try it out yourself and do tell us. Also, don't forget to tag us as well if you make any content for the collaboration. It's either the Transformers collaborations is coming up in the future for the update version 3.9 or even the Attack on Titan. Now, we're back to business when it comes to game number 2 here, which is going to be our first wrangle of the day. Boom was closed. BTR by Vitality for me. Team Secret, who is also closed. But Sem9. Now, I do want to talk about your choice here. Sem9, FaZe Clan. Vikings, you do see them a bit of rise, but FaZe Clan and Sem9.
Okay.
I'm waiting for your thoughts regarding this. Yeah, you accordingly. But what are your thoughts regarding these two teams right now?
Well, I frankly just went from behind. Like, whoever was at number 16, I just went 16, 15, 14. Because we talk about we want the behind teams to perform like what Team Secret is doing now, right? So that's why I put in them. So that's the first thought process. The second thought process, now with the current situation in the game that is running, especially after game 1, it just baffles me, right? It just baffles me, a team like on paper, like Sem9, who has that, this is like some of the best players in the region assembled together. They have everything. They have a handsome boss, perfect, but still not able to perform. And I know that a lot of fans in the community is calling out for Trexy is not really doing the business, remove him and all that. But Trexy is not removable now because he's the IGL. So you need to keep the brains in the game.
That's the idea, like whoever's not performing, just replace it. I think that idea is not great. The best example should be looked up to is going to be these Avies. They have the most consistent lineup, hardly shift or swap any of the players unless needed. And it's something that everybody can learn from. It's not about getting new players and make it better. Sometimes it's about the chemistry. They have to work about it, or their communications too.
That's where the cliche word of trust the process comes in. Yeah, but of course, trusting the process is one thing. Working towards the process is another thing. So there needs to be as long as you're working to it, you can trust the process. But if you're not working to it, then, well. But what we're sure, Irango.
Starting off our wrangle, this is where things getting electrified for the players because it will be a rowdy and a lot of teams at the bottom, especially the teams that's gonna be in the second page, who's already at the second page, will try to fight for their points. Now keep an eye out for Roy as per usual. They love those initial fight, but this time we're gonna have the flight path from North Jogopol down towards SMB. Will be a Starburst circle. I wouldn't mind a Kamishki Starburst circle.
Oh yeah, absolutely right. We haven't got like that all the way north. So some of the circles that we got yesterday is military base circle. We got that. We got a Medusa intersection side called a circle. So that's one. But we had a lot of circles that is somewhere around the Ferry Pier area. And I could clearly remember that it happened at least twice. And then Claw was like, okay, did the same thing, didn't work out. But when it happened like the third time, then they kind of readapted to it. So that's great for Claw. I'm sure they're not a fan of Ferry Pier Circle by now. So that's not a circle that they're hoping for. Will we be hoping for it? Military base, of course, still the best.
And that's going to be a great time for Claw if that's going to be SMB circle. Back to Ferry Pier. And it still comprises of almost 50% of water. Now, we might actually have another Primos Ferry Pier or even south of Quarry Circle. Another team that I feel like really good at adjusting themselves with this circle, particularly this pattern of circle. Don't forget about Team Secret. Last time they had themselves in the top 5, top 6 with the first Ferry Pier / Primos circle. And then we move up slightly, Ferry Pier and Quarry circle. They were also one of top teams that managed to survive slightly longer than the rest.
Yeah, so they would definitely like this kind of circle. But we did talk about the team that doesn't like this circle. It's Claw. They truly dread this circle based on how we've seen in the past, in yesterday's games, when we got a lot of this kind of circle. But I'm sure they will readapt again. Now, they start from Novo. This time, they might want to consider doing something different. Maybe not taking the left bridge. Maybe just take the right bridge and come in. It's okay to come in later as well. Let all teams on the right just move forward. But speaking of moving forward, Altego moved forward to TALON passing by.
Oh, they are passing by TALON. TALON got himself that compound. They were just trying to loot up and trying to find those 4 wheels early on. They will try to pull over across the other side of the street here. That gives a lot of information towards TALON. If they're ready, they can actually try to chase down Alter Ego if they want to commit to this fight. But there's only 2 players of Alter Ego. The other 2, we don't see them nearby.
Yeah, so I guess they were still at the looting phase. So that's why even they saw TALON is like, okay, we're not ready anyway. We don't have the people. We don't have the loot yet. So let's just all move on. If TALON gets a knock, then that's a bonus. But the fact that they didn't get the knock, so they moved on as well. Because earlier when it was on screen, it looked like they weren't well looted as well. So they didn't really pursue. Didn't really want to take that risk. And they would rather like, okay, let's loot, get our stuff, and focus on to getting the circle. Because we have seen this circle again and again. And they don't want to maybe make the mistakes like how they did before this with a similar circle.
Yeah, because they can actually just rotate a bit further for TALON if they want to avoid early conflict. Since we have that kind of flight path and this pattern of circle, there's not many teams dropping around Quarry area, Ferry Pier, Primos even. Vampires didn't even drop there early on. So it means that a lot of teams are coming towards one direction. That's going to be from the right, which are going to be the east towards the west. So for TALON, if they want to rotate upwards, it's quite vacant. It's doable for them to avoid those conflicts. And there'll be plenty of thinning of crowd when it comes to Kafil or even Ruins or even Roshawk in this case.
And with this circle, let's also remember that a lot of teams will want to take the high ground. We saw that even before this, but that's quite a clear checkpoint for a lot of teams because you always want that high ground advantage. Now, that one team that I realized that if this circle, they don't go for the high ground. They go for the house below the Quarry high ground, which is BTR. Now, did it truly work out for them? I guess it was kind of okay. But the fact that they are in like 10th place, 41 points, maybe they want to consider to do something different this time. So something that we'll observe later, what kind of strategy for BTR. Will they remain the same? They want to try to go for consistency, or they want to test themselves and be a bit more adventurous, try to take the high ground instead.
Speaking of high ground adventurers, Xavier's already adventured out early, leaving Pachinki quite early on. They want to play center of the circle, and they might bump into a lot of teams. A lot of teams trying to rush themselves into the center as soon as they can, including Team Secret, who always get into North Jogopol, already cross those bridges, might cut across Ruins now. And Ruins, we might see the teams coming up from Rozhok start to rotate into Ruins too. I don't know, will they collide or not anytime soon? Depends on the timing here. That's why they try to swiftly rotate as soon as possible to avoid the timing of a collision between all the other teams dropping outside of the circle for now. But eArena, they're already inside. They got these warehouses nearby quarry, and they got the high ground like you mentioned. We talked about the bunkers around the quarry, slightly on the outskirts of quarry area. It's also a good spot that we've seen a lot of teams want to take.
And speaking about the high ground that we talked about earlier, so now we have BTR on screen. Well, it's still stage 1. So they can kind of like slowly move in and just scout for information. And they're still retaining Snake, by the way. And they are playing this open formation, like a one everywhere formation, because they want to get as much information as possible. And that's absolutely okay. Once they get the information, maybe in stage 2 or maybe stage 3, that's where we'll truly see if they'll stick with the same strategy of taking the house below quarry, or they would just try to fight for the high ground from any team that could be there.
Boom, on the other hand, just missed Team Secret slightly later. It's a very fortunate time for both teams. But BTR, you know, the moment you leave those warehouses, it's going to be an open field around this Gotka field area. And it's going to be CelcomDigi Alliance coming in from the south as well. There's going to be a lot of collision in stage 2 later on. Hopefully, it doesn't shift all the way down to Primos. If it does, then there's going to be a lot of work for these teams.
Oh, Vampire would love that if it goes to Primos. The regular drop spot with this sort of flight path.
But they didn't drop there just now. They're dropping way far.
Where was it?
It was slightly towards the Zaki area. And they went Zaki all the way. And it's coming...
Oh, yeah, because
they didn't drop
the
Primos.
flight path start from the top. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I guess that if they... Well, at this point, if it does go to Primos, well, since it's also one of their alternate drop spot, then if it goes there, they would be a little bit more familiar than the other teams.
I agree. It's like a back of their hand. So they know the entry point for each team, so where to look out for, where the hiding spots will be the best for them. But the Vikings, I'm surprised that Roy haven't actually initiated any fight this time. And look at the circle, their heart shift all the way towards the left. Instead of going to Primos, it's going to be towards the land with, there's no name to call it, the left side. I usually going to say the south of hospital, but look at the crowd. Thinning towards the edge of the right side circle. This is going to be a massive collision here.
This is where teams want to try to aim for the beach side, because there's only a few houses there, and everywhere else it's like a lot of flat land, it's open, and if you're able to lock in those few houses by the beach side, that will be perfect for those teams. So that's why we can see all these teams like, okay, circle shift, jump into our vehicles, let's try to move towards that area. Now, some teams might come in a little bit later, so they have to be extra careful. Like, okay, we might not get that spot at all, but those teams who have the first-hand mover, taking, like, there's like, what, 3 houses at least? If you can lock that in for your own team, that is a great spot.
One spot I really love about around the shoreline is the other side of the street nearby those open field where slightly elevated grounds, because yeah, coastline is great if you can get those houses, but downside's an open space and a bit of flat plain there, unless there's a bit of the ledges where you can actually hide it out next to the street, but at the same time those low grounds not going to give you too much information, but it's all down for the third stage. If the third stage pull back towards those high grounds right on the north of Quarry, there's still going to be a lot of hardship for the teams to migrate themselves into. At least around the trench side of the Gatka field, we have the Vikings taking it slow and steady this time, but the one just nearby is going to be Talon watching out for them.
CelcomDigi Alliance, they're aiming for that. Okay, they made that south rotation in. Step by step, they see it's kind of clear. They're aiming for that. But on the minimap, there's another team. Okay, it happened to be Sem9. But it's only Tuxedo scouting the area, just making sure that that's clear. They clearly have an idea that they want to go there as well.
A lot of team already tried to get those coastline houses, which means it will be occupied in an instant here, in only a couple of seconds. But stage 3 gonna hit soon. The teams are taking it slow and steady. Alter Ego and FaZe Clan actually make a later entrance into the circle. And Alter Ego coming up from the north. Last time we saw them, while FaZe Clan also coming up from the north. But we talked about houses before, and they're still inside of a circle, slightly at the edge of it. Gatka Field, are they taking the fight? Are they committing to it?
Not for now, since they have locked in the circle. But there's a chance if the circle shifts away, then maybe. But we're already starting to see like Talon sending 2 players out to scout for their next pit stop. Yeah, and true enough, not in the circle, sending 2 players out to find their next pit stop. Great work for them. But they might find resistance with BTR that's just in front and potentially might take the high ground around the edge of the circle to try to block teams from coming in.
At least Sem9 pretty safe. They have to focus on one direction. This coming on right side by Alter Ego. They try to guard over the northern side, denying the entrance of FaZe Clan around this field. And Alter Ego, this is bold and daring coming up from Krypton. All the way, just jump and try to shoot anybody down in the middle of an open field. Krypton, on the other hand, still try to see if there's anybody else from behind. At least Alva can be revived. I don't think FaZe Clan want to commit to this. They want to get into the circle and try to keep them instead. With a split of Alter Ego right now into 2-2, make it so difficult for them to reach to each other out. And this actually can be taken as advantage for FaZe Clan. But the main objective is getting into the side of the circle safely first. They will not commit to those knockdowns yet.
Yeah, you don't want to take that fight in that open area. So you already have 2 players scouted. As a marker, you go in, you take the compound. Now it's all about defending in case Alter Ego gets ambitious. But Alter Ego also don't want to go because the route there is so open, you could be gunned down on the way. But they also have company here in the name of the Vikings coming up to the high ground where Rosemary is at. They need backup soon.
Oh, they can deal this with themselves. We're looking at one knockdown by Rosemary. He want to drop another nade to his players of Viking. They're clustered up together, and this is going to be the best scenario for that nade to head. They managed to get on one more Moana as they give cover fire from the other side of the map here. With Rosemary down to 50% of HP, Superman will be the biggest trouble for Alter Ego. Rosemary needs to find him fast and need to reset himself swiftly.
And here comes the other 2 players of Alter Ego on the way. They got Superman. And guess who it came from? It's Rosemary. Now rushing into the remaining members of the Vikings. 1 more to go within the smoke. And Alter Ego will eliminate the Vikings. The first team to bow out. No points this round.
They're not out of the woods. Yes, Vampire reach out here. They meet. They actually were inside more deeper in the circle, but they went out of their way to be a third party since they know for a fact, hey, the fight is already finished. There's no point for us to just commit to this fight anymore. They go back to their initial spot before, unless if they want to commit another different angle to go approach Alter Ego. But next we have Boom, who are losing their members towards the hands of Talon.
And here comes the fight. They're playing without Zero. Talon, 1 player down. And that one other player looks like he will leave. That's going to be Axel. He's heading towards where Vampire is at, but he made a turn and he will focus on getting into the middle circle. The fact that the circle has shifted again in the middle. Some of our highlight teams, we have D Xavier, we have Claw, and we have them on screen right now. Also Team Secret.
So many uneven terrain and kind of a deep valleys for them to actually take covers for the teams that want to third party themselves. That's going to be Team Secret fighting against Claw. DAY2 shooting Claw from behind as well, pretty much being sandwiched here. Blind spray coming up from Zeros. Is spotted out the silhouette, but it's a bit late. Rap phase with the DBS. Take advantage of the miss spray from Zeros just now. But Team Secret, they're down to 3 players here. Well, DAY2 is being eliminated early. This gives so much opportunity for the other teams to catch up. But Secret, will they commit? They were going to regroup at the back line because another team just arrived.
Say hello to eArena. And the chase is happening on the Team Secret. Okay. Really want to see that fight. Okay, eArena, Sakura here against GK 1v1. Sakura with a nade in hand. GK shows up, jump shot from GK, not able to connect it at all to Sakura, but Sakura with SFK right now will try to win this one fight. Jumping around, he will get a knock onto GK. GK will go out. Now it's Frankie against eArena.
With the DBS, the nade's going to come and being tossed multiple times for Frankie. They're not going to take the risk to go for a CQC here. They're just going to make sure that Frankie get eliminated as clean as possible. TECNO managed to finish him with a grenade elimination just now. Team Secret, unfortunately, despite they having quite a better run than yesterday, but being cut short of their journey. Next, CelcomDigi Alliance. This is going to be the team that's still outside of the circle, trying to find an entry in without being harmed. But we can see shots coming up from Sem9 already.
Oh, this fight might be inevitable between Sem9 and also CelcomDigi Alliance. It's still around the area, and Sem9, they want to get creative. They send out 2 players to scout, gather information, while CelcomDigi Alliance deciding on what to do by the edge of the circle. The blue is closing though, so they can't spend too much time on the outside. While Olio is the one player from CelcomDigi Alliance furthest away, playing that support role, trying to shoo away the players of Sem9 from the left so they can focus all in the front towards Sem9.
We can see no Traxine nades coming in. They know exactly. But CelcomDigi Alliance repositioned slightly towards the south, but there's another issue. That's going to be GLU players coming up from the south as well. So they have to pick the fight for the side of Sem9 CelcomDigi Alliance. While we're looking at Alter Ego versus Vampire, this is going to be a fun one to watch. They still have Rosemary. They have still 4 players with 4 eliminations in the back already. This is going to be quite a flat plane if they want to go for the elevated rounds. But Alva see an opening. He straight go away, greeted Vampires with a warning shot. But they have that one building to take covers for Vampires. They will not leave just yet. But Alter Ego, I feel like they want to commit to this fight.
Yeah, it's going to be potentially worthwhile for them to take this fight. So they're gathering as much information as possible, at the same time looking for an advantage. If they can knock down one player from Vampire Esports, they might go in for it. But also, let's see where the circle goes. Okay. Now with Vampire, with the circle, with the compound, Outer Ego, they're highly considering this one.
Can cut across straight or take a longer rotation, but with times on the clock, stage 5 hits that blue zone will hurt, so they will cut across straight towards Vampires. The inevitable fight between those two have to put on pause as we shift down to south side fight. Yummy spotted out BTR, who rushed towards eArena compound, greeted warmly. It's going to be a Boom taking as third party if they were to stay here.
Sata down. Razy, the final active player for BTR. Nade set across. Ooh, it almost connected. And eArena. Okay, still sending nades into the building. Sata is being healed up. Sata should be back up very, very soon, unless the nade can connect. The answer is no for now. Sata is back. And now Razy needs to buy a little bit more time. Lucky for them that eArena is not really pushing. So BTR will reset as a duo for now.
We do have CelcomDigi Alliance also fighting against Sem9. A mini screen. They are rushing towards that double-story house, trying to go and flush them out. But we do have FaZe Clan marching in as well. Want to be a third-person observer, or will they actually go ahead into the circle? Now, FaZe Clan, I feel like they're really objective-oriented right now, avoiding all these conflicts early on. Well, Sem9, you talked about their fight here, finally getting into a fight in this compound. Adik, look, it's all about those throwables. Do they have enough for CelcomDigi Alliance to flush the rest of Sem9 out?
Yeah, it's only Yuhai and Trexie now for Sem9. Trexie on the ground floor. Yuhai on the other side. But this smoke is really not helping them. And it doesn't help that the fact that the blue will be on top of Sem9 really soon. CelcomDigi Alliance, they want the points for themselves as they try to get Yuhai. Yuhai gets away to safety. Trexie is left behind the building. Trexie only 10% of health with a micro Uzi. He will fall to the hands of the blue. Now it's a matter of whether CelcomDigi Alliance is able to pick up that point, and looks like they will break that door. Not yet. Trexie tries to deny himself.
Yuhai managed to flee, but the moment he flees, they actually run into VOIN Donkey, but back towards eArena versus BTR. Seems like eArena won themselves just now, but they're not out of the woods as GLU is happen to be nearby. Now it's going to be the open field crossfire between CelcomDigi Alliance and FaZe Clan, who were trying to avoid those fights early on, and finally they're committing to it with only 10 teams remaining. Right now they start to take some actions, and they pulled over Gui. We can see actually scouting over Jimmy's side, but with barely any structures to take covers. Jimmy, not even a haystack, slowly closing the distance, trying to find an opening to fight against FaZe Clan. But we have a third party as well. There's so many teams on this mini map here right now, Claire. I think it's going to be 6 or 5 teams here.
Yeah, that means that when the circle closes to stage number 6, it's going to be havoc. 5 more seconds and we'll find out how far will the circle shift away from these teams. While we monitor what's happening here on the south. Again, eArena, but this time, circle not on eArena's compound, and they have GLU to deal with before they can move.
And good news for Roy as well. VOIN Donkey and Roy. Roy, the teams that loved those early skirmishes, avoided every conflict possible. Seems to be lasting long enough still as a 4. No action's been taken yet from them. GLU, and it's going to be against eArena still. They're trying to gatekeep eArena and denying their mobility towards the entry towards the circle. But Moment tried to find an off angle towards inside of this trench of street, but he couldn't find a good possible angle to fire yet. The moment he actually can jump out from the vehicle, GLU hop back into the vehicle. And that's also Claw Red Face waiting at the other end at the valley. Now, eArena did not see that one coming. They might get this surprise attack.
But below Sakura, there's Noel. Hoping for Noel to show himself up, but okay, Sakura is not in a hurry. Instead, he might want to focus on to get into the circle instead. CelcomDigi Alliance right now with Jimmy OP down. Multiple fights happening elsewhere, including Alter Ego and Vampire Esports. This is the time for Alter Ego to try to shut Vampire Esports out, but Vampire Esports, they will not go down without a fight. Here comes Moana from the side, spraying into the smoke, but not able to get anyone from that angle yet. Now Alter Ego, 2 players. They need to save Rosemary, while GLU and eArena are still in this fight.
Alva was a bit far to help just now, but back to eArena, GLU, and the massive fight that's happening across this mini-map. They just pray and pray it will somehow connect. Sakura almost completely been knocked down. eArena in trouble, only moments left, but a nade by Hexas managed to chip down one moment. He managed to fire back down to KF. KF, those makes the shots almost connect. Moment down to 1 HP. 1 HP. He managed to reset in the last minute.
Ooh, and the vehicle was blown up earlier, so it cannot be blown up for the second time. And Moment is back up, 80% of health, but from the side, Moment receives damage. And Moment is still somehow in the game. What does it take to take out Moment?
Nobody, I guess. Tony K need to be revived as well, but he will not be saved by any of the eArena players because there's only Moment left.
Again.
He cannot even pick out. Straight away being shot down straight in the side of KF. Moment barely got any covers and this blown up buggy. He needs to make a move. He doesn't have smokes to deploy anymore. Oh, he's going back to the buggy. It is so difficult for Moment to cut across. There's a lot of structures for KF to take covers. And GLU managed to finish off the rest of remaining members of eArena, still bleeds out. KF down to 71 reserve, and here comes the spray. Oh, Moment 1 HP again, finally knocked down.
Oh, after all that effort, finally they got Moment. eArena bows out. But the fact that Alter Ego is still in the game, so they would still retain their number 1 spot. It's a matter of who else will be able to score that chicken dinner. We have a total of 7 teams here. In the middle is going to be VOIN Donkey. Stage 7 is going to be upon us in about 5 more seconds. How far will the circle go? And looks like the circle will go down south. VOIN Donkey still in the middle.
Still cannot unseen that 1 HP moment so many times. But it's an open field for CelcomDigi Alliance, but at least they got some elevations, if it's any consolation. But that's going to be the last member of Claw that hiding himself around the valley of the street just now. Red Face finally got finished off by Boom. GLU scouting for information against the team across the other side. They're the one that's slightly isolated from the rest. It's a heated up fight on the northern side. I think Roy spotted out the last member of Alter Ego. That's going to be Alpha.
And VOIN Donkey now is about playing the defensive game. Sure, a lot of teams will be looking at that spot now. They do have this compound. It's very valuable. It could potentially be valuable even in stage number 8. Let's not forget about CelcomDigi Alliance. They're actually edging closer and closer towards VOIN Donkey. But the most difficult question right now is, how will Alva survive this one? Roy is playing the patience game, waiting for Alva to show himself.
Oh, the blue will burn him alive, whether he wants to deny the points. He just walked out of the sniper town, wait for Hui Kwang to shoot him down. But his AUG for Hui Kwang, this is not going to be lasting them long enough for this long range. Yep, the moment he just jumped out, it's going to be the end. But for Hui Kwang, he needs to find those bullets. He needs to find those death boxes laying around. They've been guarding a lot of people. Roy, starting as a 4 before, now down to 2 players as well. No teams remaining here. Still have a full-man squad.
Well, now they need to figure that one out because it's going to be focused by VOIN Donkey and also Boom Esports. Here comes Boom Esports. They see the opportunity to collect those elimination points. They will try to run down Roy with Juke all alone here. Huikon will be taken out within the smoke. And Yummy showing himself up together with his other teammates. Bombay is going to enter through the other side of the building. And they will try to sandwich his opponent. Okay, that's Juke. One last hit and it's Bombay showing up. And it's going to be Roy eliminated by Boom Esports.
Very predictable movement by Juke, just now giving so much opportunity for Pombit to secure the elimination. We're down to 14 with only 2 teams have a duo. That's going to be VOIN Donkey and GLU. But at least for the side of CelcomDigi Alliance, due to those elevations, they hardly can see VOIN Donkey from where they are crawling on. But the nades are firing towards Boom first due to the smokes popped out, giving away their positions there. Leon's is just too close. If Yummy is not being careful about this, it's going to be super difficult for Boom.
And it's interesting, the fact that teams don't really know that CelcomDigi Alliance is there. Like, they're just focused between each other. It's going to be Boom Esports and VOIN Donkey. Okay, this nade onto Potato will not land. But Oleo makes his move as well. Okay, they're trying to find that angle. If they can steal away eliminations from afar. Here comes a nade by Leons from the top. Deals damage. Boom Esports still all in focus on the VOIN Donkey. But they have to be extra careful with the fact that CelcomDigi Alliance is up there. They probably have a 2 now. And here comes Leons from the top together with Adelu knocking down Boom Esports.
Oh, and steal away the points from afar as well. They can do whatever they need and they want to. CelcomDigi Alliance, high chance they will secure this chicken dinner. Those elevation of crowns make it so much space for CelcomDigi Alliance to open up their strategy and their formation here. Now that's left is flushing out Pombit from that very small house. The nades being tossed. It will connect right at the corner. And GLU versus CelcomDigi Alliance, the last 2 remaining teams, they are cutting across the swamp area. But there's so many structures, so many vegetations in between, make it so difficult for CelcomDigi Alliance to drop any bullets within their sights.
It's 3v2 now. Stage number 9. No circle. Zone will close entirely. This is going to be the final moment. If GLU can score this chicken dinner, it will definitely uplift them from number 16. CelcomDigi Alliance, they want the points for themselves. They want to chase the match point. They want to get as close as possible before tomorrow. Both teams have their own objective here to secure this chicken dinner. 3v2, CelcomDigi Alliance with a man advantage. But Hexas gets Oleo, making it a 2v2.
Oh, it's pivotal for Oleo to stay alive. This might go blunder for the side of CelcomDigi Alliance. And Hexas getting on. Another one, leaving only last player of CelcomDigi Alliance, GLUBLUG, to take all the responsibility to finish off this game. 2v1, very wide swing for him to go against. KF got that rock to take covers, while Adik look to swim across that swarm. It's going to be tough. The nade dropping on the other end by Hexas as well. He got it well covered. Oh boy, this is going to be tough. One rock to take cover on the side of Adik Luke in two different angles. The nade, will it connect? But he almost got shot down entirely for Hexas. Here comes the nade dropping down. Adik Luke down to 50% of HP. Still not somehow managed to secure, but Hexas in trouble. Ooh, close.
Oh, splash damage by Hexas, 1 HP. Now Adik Luke, how much space does he have? He doesn't have much space now. KF will take that first shot against Adik Luke. Adik Luke dancing around. But at the end of the day, 2 crosshairs onto Adik Luke. And GLU squad will claim this chicken dinner for the home crowd.
Despite they have those elevations and numbers, it was a 2v3 for GLU to win that one. It wasn't easy at all. But the moment they lost Olio knockdown, Olio was the pivotal player to push towards the side of Hexas just now. If he managed to knock down on Hexas, that is going to be a CelcomDigi Alliance chicken. It was a bit of missed timing, I would say, the moment they try to push in. In their final blow, we can actually rewatch the highlight. But for the teams, GLU, they're coming a bit later. They take the advantage of those high elevated grounds just now. Olio, he was the one that actually need to shut down a Hexas. Hexas playing such a great role in that.
Well, they truly needed this chicken dinner. And you mentioned about Hexas. He came in with the most eliminations for the team. Exactly 9 eliminations in total for GLU squad. So that's 19 points. And Hexas with the most damage as well. Clearly, he's going to be the MVP for this round. Other than that, gotta give it to KF as well. 4 eliminations brought into the team. The former EVOS player giving his team 4 elimination points. Noel and Sticklin both contributed as well, especially Sticklin. Look at the amount of damage that he tanked out for the team. And that reveals their opponents, allowing Hexas and KF to secure the elimination points. This is GLU squad, a team from behind, from page number 2, number 16, not giving up with the home fans buff. They score this chicken dinner for the fans that is there at the venue to give them absolute support. This is something that we want to see from teams on page number 2. Hopefully it becomes an inspiration, because the more teams on page number 2 close the gap with the top, the more exciting it will get for tomorrow. So Alter Ego and all the other teams, they have to watch their back as well, because they could show up here in the highlights.
I'm gonna break the game down just now for you guys. What happened between CelcomDigi Alliance and GLU. Despite having more men for CelcomDigi Alliance, you can see they actually used up all that 26 smokes against VOIN Donkey and to clear up Boom as the last member Pombit at the corner just now. And hence, I have to say, Hexas actually put himself in a very good position to see through Leons and Olio just now in a straight line of sight with no smokes for them to advance to Hexas. Hence, Hexas can freely shoot these two players down. Seems to be pivotal cover fire for Adik Luke, who rushed himself forward where Pombit was eliminated early on. So in this case, I have to say, GLU, the real man, the real MVP for their team, it's going to be Hexas.
Yeah, clearly our MVP this round, the Yellow Ranger Hexas with 5 eliminations and 701 damage, and also tanked out 437 damage, 15% headshot. That's pretty much on the high side for a player with an MVP. And Hexas, he has been like subbed in and out, but the fact that they scored the chicken dinner, he is the MVP. He's sealing the deal for himself to remain in the lineup for the remaining matches. Now, GLU squad, of course, they need to collect a lot of points for them to be in contention for at least the top 3. 19 points for GLU squad. We also have CelcomDigi Alliance with 14, Boom Esports with 13, and VOIN Donkey with 10. So that's the double-digit club. While Alter Ego is still not bad with 9.
But with the first page having so much eliminations, yeah, down to the 8 plays where Claw have only 4 for the total scores and 3 eliminations, I assume there will be plenty of teams on the second page, another zeros for them. And 8 eliminations is going to be 8 to, I'm probably going to put the average of 6 and 7. Average elimination for the top 8 teams, yeah. This is going to change so much with GLU. Like you mentioned, they need the points so bad. And they will actually change the second page rankings afterwards. Sam9, on the other hand, BTI and Vikings scored with a 0. Despite we saw them in action around the south side of the circle, we saw they were fighting their way to get into it. And they're being blocked by so many teams from the inside.
Yeah, and even the Xavier, they lost a bit of steam this round. Only 1 point. Team Secret as well. 1 point after a good Sandhawk match. But Alter Ego, because of their decent round, they still have that gap. The fact that the Xavier, only 1 point, they got pushed down by eArena. And look at the total gap now. 29 points between eArena and Alter Ego. AE, EA. Yeah, you just invert the names there. Yeah, now I can't unsee it. Thanks, Drew.
You're welcome. GLU shoot all the way up to 9th place. God, that's a huge leap of faith.
And they only had like what, 4 head start points, and not knocking on the door to page 1. I mean, that's really nice of GLU, paying it back to the fans that come to the venue to support them. Amazing stuff. But can't say the same, unfortunately, for like the Vikings, FaZe Clan, and Sam9. These teams went down. TALON and BTR as well, sliding down the charts. Sam9, they are only 2 points away from number 16. Roy is down there with 28 points. One more game before the extended breakthrough. And those teams on page 2 will need to step up the game now, just like GLU.
Oh, but for FaZe Clan, just now they have plenty of opportunity, Cloud, but they're not willing to commit to it because their main objective was getting into the circle safely. We saw them 2 times. First one against TALON, they managed to knock down from afar, but didn't follow up with that. And the second fight also, they kind of trying to get away despite they had the upper hand and advantage before. Now, we do know FaZe Clan firepower-wise, hands down, they're also one of the best up there. But them to run away from fight seems like not being themselves. It just shows when it comes to the result here today. And for Alter Ego, no chicken, they don't need it anymore. All they need to do is just maintain gaining points for every single map. And they actually deliver that. Last time we saw them in the 90s, now they're breaking 100 over.
So confirm, double, triple confirm that's no longer 90 points. Okay, just putting it out there. Just putting it out there, right? Yeah. And
feel bad for Salavina.
Well, I mean, yeah. But you know what? Now it's the objective for Alter Ego is to create as big of a gap as possible. So if they create that big gap, like now they have like a 29-point gap, that's equivalent to like 1 game, 1.5 games, something like that, right? So that's like whatever happens tomorrow, assuming that they get the match point after Sanhao, they will still have that 1 game gap of, if they don't smash it, they still have that 1 game gap that, well, another team will need to catch in terms of match points.
Yeah, they have more wiggle room to make mistake for the start of few rounds or first few maps before being catch up like eArena, these Xaviers. Now, one scary team we haven't mentioned enough, yes, Mormon, the zombie that's refused to die with 1 HP multiple times just now. The only teams on the top 3 without any chicken. When it comes to elimination, they are not the most up there. You still have to give it to Alter Ego. Last time we saw them at 59 eliminations, and basically the most out of all the top 16 teams. But they balance it well on the side of the arena when it comes to rank points and also their elimination. They're at 45. So it means that they never drop their rankings below 10th place. It's always right above than the others. And they did not score any chicken yet. Imagine if they scored a chicken with high kill volume as well. That's pretty much can topple down, even close the gap, shrinking even to 1 or 2 points with Alter Ego.
Yeah, 29 points now is equivalent to like chicken dinner and 19 eliminations. That's freaking insane. But of course, you still have the bodies. You have enough bodies and you can do it. Whether it's actually done or not, that's a separate question. But yeah, you still got to give it to eArena, right? No chicken dinner, no problem for them to keep up the pace. Can you imagine, like, if they do that in 1 round, that will be crazy. But of course, that's also taking the calculation that Alter Ego doesn't get any points. Then it's like, okay, maintain that 29-point gap. But even if they don't overtake Alter Ego, right? If they are able to keep Alter Ego like in a single digit, it's still not too bad for them to reach match point by tomorrow.
But also it means Alter Ego have to watch their backs. A lot of team will try to focus to take them down, to make sure the gap will not getting stretched even further, because right now they are the #1 priority for all the teams out there to take out, because they don't want to make the gap. TALON, okay, we both have TALON. VIKINGS, yeah, FaZe Clan, well, we talked about it. Secret and BTR. I think FaZe Clan, TALON and BTR feels like they are in the same spot here.
Yep, not the same spot as, well, BTR, they have 2 zeros in a row today. So they're in disaster mode right now. Plus, it's the brand name of BTR. So there's naturally a lot more expectation for a team like BTR, right? 2 rounds in a row, 0. They have to press the emergency button now. So I wonder if BTR is going to make a substitution. Maybe they're going to rest Snape. Whatever it is, BTR needs to make some form of a change.
I'm hoping for Snape and Ryan combo. We haven't seen that lineup yet. I'm still waiting for it, and this is the best time for them to pull that out to see if it's actually working or not, because we've seen Snape high fragger player. Same goes for Ryan. What if you put this too and go around a mock, like how you let loose Rosemary, how you let loose like U-High, or U-High, even U-High, we don't see them too often these days.
I guess we don't see because 7-9 they didn't really perform, though he did play though. But yeah, I mean, it caused for concern, right, for those teams that naturally had the expectation. Let's see if they can actually rise up here before the break.
One more wrangle to go. It's going to be lesser and lesser games for the team to close the gap between the #1 spot, Alter Ego. But Alter Ego, the challenge will be, can they stay alive? There will be a lot of teams that want to take them down. But at least a fly pop this time more towards this southern side. Coming out from Nova Norway, going up towards the outskirts of Korea and Salvo Hospital. if the circle actually pushed north, probably going to be the first northern circle in the grand final.
Yeah. I do hope to see that one as well. Have we got a circle? No, not yet. Not yet. But that one golden circle, I know that you've been looking forward to is the Zaki circle.
Never gonna happen.
Yeah, we'll just call it out every time, until a miracle happens. Yeah. But but one thing I noticed now about the change of drop. So Void Donkey normally goes to military base. It's kind of common for them. But the Vikings is outside of Novo.
Well, I'm waiting for the circle to pop. I'm looking for the northern circle, really, to this point. But we have first contact made.
Okay.
Gonna be Zaki still in there. I will not let my hopes go down yet. But FaZe Clan and Alter Ego fighting on the outskirts of Miltapa. We just talked about Alter Ego cannot afford to go down early. They'll be giving so much space for eArena, D Xaviers, Vampires, Boom, down to CelcomDigi Alliance. Whoever's in the 70s will wish Alter Ego to go down early this time.
So this is where we will kind of talk about like whose fault is it? Okay, so Alter Ego, their regular drop spot is around the Povka. FaZe Clan, their regular drop spot is around Milta Power. So it's Alter Ego landed onto FaZe Clan's area. So FaZe Clan, they're like, okay, you come to our house. We know this area. We're very familiar with it. And we're ready for it. And with that, they gained the 2 points out of Alter Ego.
If we're going to play the blaming pointing finger, I blame the flight path just now. It's down south. They were planning to just drop themselves around Milta to go and grab themselves vehicles to go to where Lipovka is. Probably that's the main plan. But with FaZe Clan dropping there as well early as possible due to the flight path, I mean, there's going to be FaZe Clan trying to finish them off. And they know this place like a back of their hand. They know exactly which houses to loot, which place got the most best ARs, and they're already gunning them down for it.
Yeah, and I guess the logic of like when you say about the flight path, right, it's like, okay, they must be thinking like, surely they will go there and grab vehicles. So we ready for them, and now we're getting the 2 points. And now Red Bull and the other members of FaZe Clan rushing in. Okay, Red Bull gets knocked by Alva. Okay, we need to follow up. Alva buying a little bit more time for himself. Actually, Dewey got knocked as well. Okay, it's 2v2 now.
Moana and Alva. They will try to revive their teammate. At the same time, Chopper got knocked down while buying time. Moana down to only 70 reserve. Oh, Alva going with a shotgun. Yeah, spotted. Oh, wait, he did spot him out. DBS. Okay. Oh, Knori. Oh, FaZe Clan. They got the upper hand, but being outplayed. Is this outplayed by Alva? If Alva can finish it off, it's a big win by Alter Ego here. 1 versus 1.
Okay. 1v1. Canary's not really healing up. Okay, he probably has a few bandages. And Alva now reloads. Okay. Big 1v1 here. Alva versus Canary. Okay, come on, guys. This is going to be an insane 1v1 if Alva can actually do it. He does have the SLK, but he's going up against the DBS. Ooh, who's going to make the first move now? Alva trying to pull him out. Okay, he sees Canary behind the wall. Just behind the wall, and it's Canary! DBS jump shot. FaZe Clan wins it, but at what cost? But here comes the Vikings.
Oh, the Vikings coming up from Nova Robnoye. Leon cross the bridge and straight towards the last member of FaZe Clan. Give this man a time to breathe. With 2 bullets left in that DBS. 2 more shots. Whoever opens that door, he has to hope he can manage to knock on 2 down. If there's only 1 player, that DBS can only go against that one. You see what? It's coming out, Canary. He tried his best. At least FaZe Clan scores a 4.
Yeah, at least they got the 4. Alter Ego gets the 2. But yeah, since Alter Ego only 2 points, so this opens up the opportunity not to overtake them yet. Quite far-fetched. but at least to close the gap for teams like eArena, Xavier, Vampire, Boom. There's actually so many at the 70 bracket if you think about it, like 2 to 6. All of them at the 70s.
I'm hoping Team Secret and Claw can reach up to the 80s after this map as well, because it's going to be the first page to get into the match point tomorrow. If they manage to close the gap, of course. But due to the flight path just now, Claire, even VOIN Donkey will be sad the fact that they're not dropping on the northern side because of the flight path down south. They force themselves to drop in SMB. But this is no surprise for us to see Roy. Why is he alone down there just now that one single player been taken out?
I guess he was doing the scouting work and he got caught. Just like maybe Moment now at the top of this Gatka Mountain where Xavier loves to go anyway. Trying to be the king of the Gatka Mountain, and eArena's on the other side. So it would probably be a split here. And you can do that. You can house two teams at this stage. Unless if it's like later stages, then obviously you can't. But now if they want to call it a truce, you take the left, I take the right, that's okay.
Everybody try to fight for Gatka Mountains, knowing in fact it's going to be a good farming spot based on this circle. But BTR, there's going to be teams on the northern side already. But the Federalis now finally get to see him in action. Is it going to be a bridge fight between these two teams here? It's quite tricky for them to just extend their fight here in case, because there might be a lot of teams nearby already with their migration.
Oh, by the way, Ryan is playing, so Snape is taking a break this round. Let's see if that will change the fate of BTR from 2-0 rounds in a row. And here comes Ryan. They should be able to score this one. Okay, it's BTR surrounding Hui Kwang, and Hui Kwang goes down. And that's going to be Ryan locking the point in. 1 point for BTR. They kickstart their day finally.
Roy be splitting and defamation far apart and slowly be taken down by other players. But where are these shots coming from? It's across the other side of the bridge. I assume that's probably going to be like Team Secret or even TALON, perhaps. Either or. Yep, probably Team Secret. They did manage to go up to North Jogopol, even though the flight path just now was way down south. So their migration, and they managed to secure a lot of vehicles. I assume that's why the rotation is super fast. But these Avis, GLU, this is going on.
Okay, the moment they arrive, they take on KF. And Hexas together with KF though. But he cannot pick his teammate up because these Xavier, they're rushing in. Nate goes down to the hands of Noel. And on the outside, Lamborghini is playing that support role. Paragin down on his knees as well. And look at the circle. It's split between the north and the south. But we'll check back on the teams later on within the circle. Now it's going to be the Xavier needing to win this fight. But here comes BTR.
Rushing in with the DBS Federal straight on the ground. Levi! What a clutch! No way! Those DBS play. What a great hideout. He waited them around the garage area. Flip and turn the table around. Lamborghini next. Can you do another CQC against BTR? Last member standing. Almost got shot down. What a play! What a play!
But they have to reset quick. Here comes Team Secret. Xavier without Paragin at this moment. They need to defend it against the 4 players of Team Secret. One nade launch onto the second floor. They got Levi's on the other side. At the moment Team Secret arrives, Team Xavier out.
Team Secret has been impeccable with their timing of rotation 2 times in a row here today. The last map, they did the same, cleaning up all the maps by all the other teams as the cleanup crew. But Levi just now, that was a big DBS moment. We're not done. Back to the Gatka Mountains. Vampire. Last time we saw the Xaviers try to lurk around here. But now it's going to be Vampires taking a fight against a VOIN Donkey.
For the King of the Hill. So far, VOIN Donkey locking it in. Oh, Razak Pan Onsens. Okay. Yeah, we don't always get to see a pan elimination, so that's a bit of a flex there. But VOIN Donkey now, King of the Hill. Okay, it's still a decent spot since it's in the circle, but there's a chance that they need to move away from the hilltop later on. But South Jogopol, here comes Sam9 and the Inform eArena.
A lot of high quality plays here today. Massive clutches. eArena and as well as M9, I think it might be a truce for now. It's huge enough for North Chocobo to divide it into two sides for them to share. On side of Claw, back to its rotation for the teams is coming in a bit later. I'm not sure if there's any other teams coming up from the northern side other than what we just witnessed, like Team Secret. It seems to be the calm before another storm hits. It's just stage 2, Cloud. We're already left with 11 teams.
Yeah, this round is hard, fast, and insane. Alter Ego, D-Xavier, GLU, BTR, FaZe Clan, 5 teams out. That is crazy. Well, but that means that we have a little bit more room to breathe with this round until the next encounter, which potentially could be VOIN Donkey and welcome CelcomDigi Alliance on the other side. Well, it also depends on what sort of circle we're going to get. Oh, still a 50-50 split.
It's so vacant on the northern side here. Nobody is there. Team Secret, if only they rotate to his side. But who would have thought this circle would be this crazy? Boom will take every opportunity they can get to as the northern side. It's so empty. It's as clear as day. They will not have any contenders there. And not surprised if Boom managed to last to the top 4. Unless Talon that we saw just now can actually give them a bit of competition.
Yeah. And if Talon can do that, yeah, that will be another statement from a team from page number 2. So, of course, that will make the race really interesting. Claw, gonna take a safe approach. I guess it's because of like the 50-50 sort of circle, right? It's like, okay, go either way. Let's not overcommit to get that one spot just for us to not get the circle later. And then we potentially might lose our players at all in. Same formula probably goes for Vampire, coming in slowly into North Chocobo. But eArena, Sam9, that was the South Chocobo fight earlier.
Oh, yeah. This river will be a golden river after this. But Cloud, with the flight path coming up from south, right? There'll be not plenty of team on the north. But what if all the teams having the same idea, they all want to go north because they feel like it's going to be super vacant there since the flight path was favoring the south before. So not many people already get up there other than Boom, of course. Because we don't see anything from Vikings. We don't see how they rotate in yet. And Team Secret, well, they left Chocobo. I think right now they decided whether we should go back to its north side or we just going to stay here. For now, they're pretty safe. They have themselves compound barricade and managed to spot out Roy across the other side of the street. That's a very small sniper tower.
Well, to answer your point earlier, as what Attack of Titans would say, the only way to live is to fight.
Fight.
Then fight! That's what they would do.
Exactly the point of a battle royale in the first place too. But for Xerus, it's a lot of bullet wasted. He wants to go in to finish off Car, but at the same time, he's not sure if there's any other teams watching. It's quite an open space if he tried to get out of his way to reach out to the fallen members of Roy.
One player down though. So if Juki wants to save Car, then he needs to take that risk of Team Secret gunning him down. So not sure if he's willing to take that risk or not. He still has some time to kind of decide that. But if he wants to take a safer route, is to create that smoke bridge between himself and Car and try to make a run for it. But looks like that's not going to be the case now. He might want to let that one go. But VOIN Donkey might not let CelcomDigi Alliance go.
Both teams want to be out from this gut mountains. I don't think it will be in any circle for the next one. It's going to be that bridge between the north and south of Chocobo. This should be Team Secret's favorite circle, no? But they're way far from the rest. Look at the bridge. Sam9 eArena. That's bound to happen anytime now.
What the circle? What the circle? We still have 50, we still have this split, this insane split. But Sam9, they take the route less travel, which is to be at the river itself. And so far, they're still okay. VOIN Donkey will move into the container area south of Chocobo, but we have an AWM. Wow. We don't always get to see an AWM knock onto Zeta. But that's naturally a long-range knock, and Zeta should be back up. No problem.
Boom. It was vacant on the north before, but now seems to be quite a popular space for eArena. We're looking at a lot of different teams stopped across that bridge, including Sam9 and Boom in trouble. We haven't seen... I don't know where the Vikings at. I'm trying to spot Vikings. It's been a while.
They're playing super duper safe this time. Understandable, because you're on PH2, you want to kind of find your mojo. Well, Claw, they're finding a mojo also. But now they will have a point of proof here against Sem9 if their mojo is back with Red Face. Short toss nade on the Firen, damage him down to 60%. And with Red Face not in a good position, he moves away, especially from that counter nade.
Yep, almost clip him. Red Face, toss and run. The hovercraft will not last long. What a name, my friend. That's a weird angle as well. It's not an easy toss at all. What a calculation. But Red Face, he might get those points stolen away by teams on the other side. Oh boy. Sem9. It's not an easy angle for them to work around as well. Tourniquet toss one, hoping somehow it will connect. eArena, they start to flee. On the side of Claw, there's some space for Zuxi to revive Red Face, but back towards the south, Jokopol. It's back towards the maze of containers. Will CelcomDigi Alliance, Vaxi, at Mini 14 with that high view. That's remarkable, but it's not going to be easy to finish them off. It's a bit of a puzzle.
I love Vaxi's position up there. That will stop CelcomDigi Alliance from moving forward. If they show themselves in an open area, then Vaxi will be ready. But back to Sem9 versus Claw. Here is Mika. Firen on the other side, knocked. Now they're just exchanging nades. Let's see who's able to land that three-pointer. Red Face closing the gap with Mika. Okay, he's trying something sneaky here. Mika, 50% of health, jumps into the water. Okay, this is the best time for Red Face to get up to shore and try to gun them down.
I don't think they can get up to shore easily. Don't forget about eArena waiting at the compound. That's one of the best plays they can actually wait it out while they can play third party later on. And there's also Team Secret watching with the blue zone closing on the south Jokopol side. CelcomDigi Alliance only have 2 players, make it 3. They managed to reset, but VOIN decided, you know what, we have to force them and push in. And the nade's being tossed around the containers. One seems to be connected. Firen drowning himself, but still back towards VOIN. Vaxi is so pivotal at this point. He needs to make sure he can knock down a couple of players of CelcomDigi Alliance from them advancing towards the rest of his teammates.
Oh, and at the same time, the circle shifted, but it's still around the container area, so CelcomDigi Alliance has a little bit more room to breathe. But the one that's really annoying for CelcomDigi Alliance is Vaxi on top. Okay, few more layers of containers, and they might be forced to show themselves towards Vaxi. Anyway, long range nade by Vaxi, that's a little bit too ambitious, but it's okay. It's an attempt, that's fine. As CelcomDigi Alliance, they navigate around the containers still.
So hard for Vaxi to toss Nate from above like that, with so many structures in between. But Vaxi has to make sure CelcomDigi Alliance to not able to advance. Got a clear shot, but he's running out of bullet. There's Sem9 coming up from behind as well. So he cannot overpick himself. He's trying to make sure all 360 degrees being covered, but boom, it forced them to push. Now we get to see the Vikings. They're outside of a circle on the northern side as well. Wounty on the ground. It's going to be Bombet. Next, it's going to be the shotgun of between Vikings and Boom players around these grounds. But they managed to score on 1-to-1 trade. Almost got another. He managed to score, but the Blues will burn them all alive.
Oh, you got to get away from the blue. But TALON is not going to make it any easier for Vikings. While Misery is still on the lower ground. Now Vikings, they shift their attention towards TALON. Yoru with his own nade. Short toss will not land onto anyone. Wounty will go down to the blue. Now it's only Superman left. He needs to pull off a superhuman performance here against the 2 players of TALON.
Oh, Misery's waiting on the other end too. Superman won against the world. Against the whole crew of TALON, waiting to slash him off. Superman down to 4 bullets with that DPS. He tried to make it close to combat, couldn't make it happen. Here comes Brig. Brig is running away. He couldn't do much against the blue zone, but boom, it's not done yet. Misery, the last man standing against TALON, who's trying to save his mate first while Slipperman bleeds out, but stolen away by Boom. TALON didn't think about those eliminations here. Did know this blue zone will hurt, and the last of Boom will bow down. But Achul! Last minute bullet.
I thought he would have at least denied himself away, but Achul, that last minute bullet, And that becomes an extra point for TALON. Vikings out number 9 for elimination points. And what's happening with Pepeng on the other side? Oh, Pepeng not in a good position. Oh, and GK will take him out. That is the end of Pepeng. Claw, 3 players left.
For TALON, they tried to get an entry in, but look at the colors around the bridge area. eArena still not willing to give away the compound yet. It has been a while when we're looking at CelcomDigi Alliance and VOIN Donkey for the South Jogopol fight. It happened to be putting up a draw for now. Stalemate for the South Jogopol, but Claw. It's been a while Redface got himself stuck here around the bridge area. TALON, now the circle's shrink even further, Cloud. It's going to be the bridge fight here.
Someone just turn up the difficulty level of this circle, right? You still have that river there, but Sam9 is there, still with Claw. Okay. Try to fight for dominance around the bridge area. But CelcomDigi Alliance, last seen at the container area. Now they don't have the circle at all. They have to move forward against VOIN Donkey. Underneath the bridge, it is still Redface here. Mika down. And it's going to be Wobo eliminated by Yuhai.
Yuhai been keeping tabs towards Claw. Oh, Mika will be revived.
Okay.
That blind. Flashbang. But TALON's coming up from behind. Firen have to shift his focus. They spotted out Redface by coincidence. What a great coincidence then. They managed to finish off the rest of members of Claw, but the moment they picked out once more to see TALON straight away shoot them straight in the head. You're going for a swim to fish out any information, but they have not figured out about eArena at the back yet. eArena, do they sit this one quietly? This circle shifted away from them. I think they want to be part of this too.
Oh, they tried to get, Yuhai's trying to get Yoru in the water. At least he's behind that structure, so he's fine. On the elimination field, Leon's got needed down. Okay, not back up yet. Okay, eliminated by Zeta. Zeta takes out Olio. Ooh, looks like VOIN Donkey is able to block out CelcomDigi Alliance. But on the bridge fight here, we have Yuhai right in front of Achul. Achul shows himself, jumps into the water. This is an opportunity for Yuhai to take out Achul. One last bullet needed. Switches to S12K, and that is enough to knock down Achul.
I think Achul was trying to leap from one rock to the other. He got slipped down instead. But TALON managed to actually redeem for his fallen teammate just now. This is a very tricky river to play with. I'm waiting eArena to show up on top of that bridge. It might actually do so. It's going to be a festival for eArena if they butt into this business. But for the rest of the team, being under the bridge is going to be the best case scenario for Sam9 for now. And they heard those gunshots nearby. eArena taking some actions and matter into their hands. But we'll go back to South Jogopol, Cloud. It has been going for the longest between these two teams.
Oh, and here we go. This one has to end soon. While we look at CelcomDigi Alliance, they really don't want to go out at this stage. They're putting in the fight. Team Secret spotted by Jimmy OP on the other side. Tries to stop them at their tracks, but for Team Secret, they're fine for now. CelcomDigi Alliance, they have to put full in focus onto VOIN Donkey. Look takes a bit of damage, 50% of health, down. 30 seconds before the zone could be on top of CelcomDigi Alliance. So the fight between them and VOIN Donkey is inevitable.
Nate flying to his shrub, seems like perfect angle. It will explode! It slides down! Oh! 20% HP chip down. But finally, CelcomDigi Alliance is a wrap for the South Jogopol fight. And here comes another. Oh, man. It's going to be tough for Straps. At least that hovercraft give him so much cover, so.
And circle shifts again. Looks like it's going to be again the bridge here. Sam9 trying to hold on as long as possible. But eArena and TALON's not going to make it easy for them. Team Secret, they have to leave that cop out as well. Same goes for VOIN Donkey. Right now, the toughest one is definitely going to be Team Secret as they need to not only cross the road, but they also have to get into the circle. And there's a lot of open space in front of them. Hopefully, they're prepared with their smokes. They will need it now.
eArena finally on the move, while Sam9 still try to swim their way up. But right now, we're looking at also Team Secret. It's not inside of a circle yet, so I'm waiting for them to rotate in. It's going to be a big collision here. They're still not willing to leave. eArena, they heard those gunshots way too long and just wait things out. But here comes them cleaning up the res of Sam9. There's 3 points towards eArena here.
Okay, and here comes a nade by TECNO. Finishing off Mika. And here comes the rush of Team Secret. Team Secret coming in onto eArena. Another nade was lobbed across on the other side. Trunks will be able to always crowd against eArena. Zerus is still there though. Let's see if Zerus can come up with a clutch against TECNO. But Zeta wants TECNO for himself.
Yep, helping Zerus indirectly in the terms. Joker gonna toss a big one to Zerus. It might actually clip somehow and knock straight on his knees. Here comes the push coming out from Joker. One more nade to finish off Zerus to make sure nobody from Team Secret too close towards their distance. But Arena, they need to deal with Zeta from the back. Like, keep an eye out to work in last play. But at the same time, this needs Secret.
Not at all. Not at all. We only 2 players could be rather difficult. But Zeta, and player of VOIN Donkey, only difficult. And you can do nothing. This happens to angle. Guru for talent. This is the tip. Instead of stage number think of. So at the first place, possible add up the programs that will replenish all his utilities, including his armor as well. That will be crucial as we approach stage number 8. Circle, majority of it goes up to the land, and that's where Team Secret will be at.
If Yuri to swim up, yeah, didn't know where Yuri is. Sakura got his crosshair right on top of him just now, but the blue zone will finish off the player also. But at the same time, Team Secret is an open space, but got a couple of big barricade. I think Joker want to keep an eye tight to his Zeta, but at the same time they need to push Team Secret. Rich will separate them, and while Zeta camouflage himself within the moment. I think it's the moment from Joker. He's giving mission that moment you watch this one player. We don't know where he's at. Difficult to find him out. Right now, moment to find that last player, but couldn't get information of this.
Whatever it is, eArena now, they have 9 eliminations. Doing so far so good, but if they can make it 10, of course that will be great for them. Zeta looking at eArena. And eArena is not really paying attention to Zeta. He's one with nature now. He's probably just right at the edge of the circle. Now he's holding his breath, hoping for nobody to notice where he's at. And eArena is going to put more focus on the Team Secret for now. Team Secret also trying to hold on. Look at how this terrain is. None of them have a good clear shot to anyone yet. This might hold on to stage number 9, but Zeta found out by moment. That is the end of VOIN Donkey.
Now eArena want to push since they got the snake from behind deal with. It's going to be them 4v2. They know for a fact there's only 2 teams left, GK and Frankie. If they can score at least one or more, a couple of points from elimination, then it's going to be consolation. But eArena, they want to finish off flawlessly. Nate's flying, they'll be saving their reserve for this. And none seems to be connected so far. They managed to barricade themselves with that vehicle and 1 rock for Team Secret. There's a lot of nades flying over. I assume there's going to be another trying to run them over with a hovercraft. And GK spotted out by Joker, straight being shot down. And closing up, he whiffed it just now with an UMP. But the nade will not miss by TECNO. A flawless, clean chicken dinner. eArena. They will take that gap and shrink it further.
Well, now we can't call them the team with no chicken dinner, no problem. The moment dance! The moment dance! That's what we want to see. That's what we want to see. But now we can't call them the team with no chicken dinner, no problem. They have finally scored their long-awaited chicken dinner. And this will surely close the gap between them and also Alter Ego in the chase to be that leading team to set the match point.
We want to know how much the gap between these teams. eArena, they managed to secure double-digit elimination by end of this round. And Team Secret have been consistently trying to play those placement points up here. But on the side of Mormon, he shut down that snake Zeta. That's the only biggest cause of problem for eArena to push against Team Secret. And I think that plays a big impact towards their chicken as well.
Oh yeah. taking out Zeta was important, right? Imagine if they didn't spot Zeta and they just focus on the team secret, then Zeta can shoot them from behind. So you don't want that to happen. Great work by eArena. They managed Zeta first, and then it's just straight in focus on the remaining two members of Team Secret. Look at the amount of eliminations that they had. They score an amount of 12 eliminations, 22 points in total. Not able to overtake Alter Ego yet, but that's fine. They closed the gap with Alter Ego, and Alter Ego only scored 2 points this round as they became the first team to be eliminated. So this is a significant improvement here by eArena to minimize that gap. Let's check out the best moments here by eArena.
What a circle today. eArena catching up to Alter Ego on top. There's still a gap, but it's less than 10 now. We might have a high and hot contender when it comes to the match point set today. But we'll finally get to see the better version of VOIN Donkey this time, as well as Sam9, as they are one of top teams. And Team Secret, after their rising up yesterday, seems like the momentum kept on going for them, consistently trying to be in the top 5 and top 6 teams.
Yes, and they are in pursuit of Alter Ego. This time, TECNO, welcome back to the MVP chart. 6 eliminations, 550 damage for TECNO, and only 38 damage received, so that's very, very low. And they're still able to gain this chicken dinner that they have been long awaiting for. So now the gap between them and also Alter Ego is probably only 1 digit. So this makes the race really, really tight for the team to set the match point.
It's going to be super exciting. I'm waiting for these Xaviers to rise up as well. But for now, eArena 22 points, Team Secret with 13 points. I think thanks to Sam9 that contributed so many points for eArena, they managed to clean up the crew who's swimming early on as well. VOIN Donkey, despite we saw them taking the fight longest from Gakka Mountain to South Jogopol against CelcomDigi Alliance, thanks to Zeta that actually lasted so long for the team.
Yeah, Zeta held on to that one, so gotta give it to him, right? Like, because of him, they scored like 5 rank points from that. So, on page 2, Roy, GLU, 0 points. Okay. We're back to like GLU 0 points, but yeah, hopefully they can catch up again because we have like 3 more games to go. BTR, slight improvement this round with 3 points, but not enough to boost them up to page 1. Still, Alter Ego at the top.
9 points Oh, Alter Ego, they have to maintain here. They have to keep their gap healthy. They cannot afford to be eliminated early once more. If that's going to be the case, these Avis, Vampires, all these guys will start to catch up. Well, eArena also joined in the triple digit club up here. We're looking at not much of a difference when it comes to the overall rankings in the first page. Everyone stays put and nobody swap any of their ranking position. I do want to see the GLUBLUG drop with that 0-point performance. They are going really hot in the last one and really cool in this one.
FaZe Clan went cold this one. Dropped to number 15. A bit of a rise for 7-9 to number 14, but they share the same amount of points as FaZe Clan with 38 points. BTR continues to drop to number 12 right now, 44 points. So a lot more improvement needed by these teams on page number 2. And also looking at you, Roy, don't want to be hashtag number 16.
I'm really hoping for the second page team to start to gun down the teams at the very top as well, so we can see it a bit stagnant and not moving too much when it comes to the gap between the teams. But yeah, the difference is that a lot of teams at the first page, they are searching and hunting people down, with teams on second page, they're focusing to it to be in the safe zone and trying to run away from those conflicts. And that's where we get to see the unfolding of the stretch gap between these teams. But at the same time, you know, I have nothing against Alter Ego, but I wish it's going to be the same scenario where they got eliminated early. Same goes for eArena. Just to see tomorrow's match point can have more eligible teams when it comes to the second map.
Yeah, we want to see like the gap to be like close, right? So it will be super competitive by tomorrow. Let as many teams as possible to be that close. So it'll be fun. It'll be fun. More teams after game 1 to reach match point, even better. It will make the Smash Sunday, not only Smash Sunday, Smash Championship to be exciting. But before we return back to our exciting games, we'll be taking a short break, people. So do not go anywhere. We'll see you guys after this break for 3 more games.
ทุกทีมก็คงหวังแชมป์เหมือนกันครับแต่รอบนี้พวกเราต้องเป็นแชมป์ก็ต้องนั่งดูสไตล์การเล่นของแต่ละทีมครับในรอบเก็บคะแนนครับแล้วก็เอามาปรับใช้ในรอบไฟนอลครับ
Target aku kali ini, aku optimis kita bisa top 3 dan bisa bersaing di papan atas. Sekarang kita lagi pede-pedenya sama diri kita sendiri dan cara kita bermain as a team. Karena kita mungkin udah lama ya nggak ngerasain juara, jadi PMSL kali ini mungkin jadi pembalasan buat tim Indonesia, buat ngebuktiin lah Indonesiain dulu tuh kayak gimana.
ก็สำหรับทีมผมนะครับถ้าได้เข้าไปเล่นในรอบไฟนอลแล้วผมจะทำแผนแล้วก็เตรียมตัวสำหรับรอบไฟนอลให้ดีที่สุดครับพวกผมพร้อมแล้วครับสำหรับรอบไฟนอลผมจะเก็บเกี่ยวประสบการณ์ให้ดีที่สุดครับ
Trong vòng chung kết trở ngại lớn nhất của chúng tôi chính là bản thân chúng tôi. Nếu mà chúng tôi ổn định được tất cả mọi thứ thì mọi kết quả đều nằm trong tay của chúng tôi.
ก็คิดว่าเป็น AE ครับ เพราะว่าเขาเสริมไลน์อัพมาใหม่2คนเป็นตัวยิงครับ แล้วก็อาจจะทำให้เราได้แชมป์ยากขึ้น แต่ก็ไม่เกินความสามารถของผมครับ ก็ให้ 9.5 ครับ เพราะตอนนี้พวกเราก็ค่อนข้างที่จะพร้อมครับ
Untuk aku pribadi, aku mau ngasih ucapan kepada 3 negara yang lain. Lebih ke, ya kalian kesini buat liburan aja deh. Ujung-ujungnya juga pialanya pasti bakal di Indonesia lagi.
Mục tiêu mùa giải lần này của tụi em là cố gắng vào final của giải. Mục tiêu tặng giải lần này Goi Esports cố gắng vượt qua vòng lức để tiến đến vòng final. Mục tiêu của tụi em lần này trong final sẽ cố gắng đạt được thành tích cao hơn mùa giải lần trước, đó là top 3.
Kalau kita orang lepas grand final, persediaan kita orang macam biasa juga before ni. Kita orang akan buat team talk, kita orang akan tengok game sama-sama, perbaiki mistake kita tengok mistake kita kat mana semua, biar game tu perfect.
Tahun sekarang kita lolos ke PMSL, kita mau buktiin aja karena kita komunitas, mau buktiin ke tim-tim partnership.
Yang pastinya kita main aja sih, kita nggak ada beban dan kita juga nggak ada target yang harus dicapai, jadi kita no pressure dan gue yakin kita bisa main dengan baik.
Target yang jelas pasti kita mau kembaliin piala itu ke Indonesia, apalagi ini main di tuan rumah juga, main di kandang sendiri, jadi kita dari tim Donki pengen ngambil piala itu lagi.
Kalau untuk rating sih mungkin 9/10 sih, karena ya dari preparation mungkin lebih siap dari yang PMSL kemarin lah. Jadi ya 9/10 dari preparationnya udah mateng. Mungkin ada beberapa kendala sih kemarin, kayak ada yang sakit. Jadi yang kita harapin dari preparation kita bisa ngasih yang terbaik sih di PMSL.
Khi mình vừa ghép với nhau chơi được lâu nên là vẫn đang trong quá trình hoàn thiện đồ chơi.
Đội của em bây giờ thì còn rất là trẻ và sung sức và mình sẽ cố gắng hoàn thiện team nhanh nhất có thể để tiếp cận tới BIGETRON mùa này.
Target saya di tournament kali ini of course champion, sebab kalau kita datang sini just untuk isi slot then it's gonna be a mistake lah, sebab kita orang punya preparation pun since last 5 months is hard and we are ready to compete lah di PMSL dekat Jakarta.
Buat halangan nggak ada sih, karena kita yakin buat di finalnya kita bakal lebih baik lagi. Buat 3 negara lainnya nggak usah terlalu try hard, karena ujung-ujungnya Indonesia yang bakal menang.
right, welcome back to 2025 PMSL Southeast Asia Summer Grand Final with me, Darius Drew. And right now, joining on stage, we have Sticky Lee from GLUBLUG or Glue Squad, accompanied by Jangs as well. And Sticky Lee, how are you?
Ya, apa kabar?
Alhamdulillah baik.
Yeah, I'm good. I'm good, thank you.
Okay, Sticky Lee, so you have been with Glue since the very beginning of 2022. And now you're finally in PMSL, and for the first time, you even taking winner-winner chicken dinner at the grand final. So how do you feel about it?
Oke, Sticky, kamu itu dari awal tahun 2022 udah bareng Glue dan sekarang bermain di PMSL juga dan mendapatkan WWCD di grand final kali ini. Perasaan kamu gimana?
Perasaan ya alhamdulillah seneng. Debut pertama juga kan di PMSL, apalagi di grand final ya udah pasti seneng sih.
Yeah, of course I felt very happy. It's because of this is our first time playing in PMSL and in the grand final as well. So yeah.
She's very happy, of course. Yeah, this is a very interesting team as well. And in a match 2, we see that you guys managed to clutch the win, 2 versus 3 against CDAL, right? So, what do you think was the most important factor winning the fight? And do you have anything you want to say maybe to Chedal?
Jadi di game kedua itu kamu GLUBLUG berhasil nge-clutch lah 2 lawan 3 sama Sidal. Dan menurut kamu sendiri apakah faktor utama yang membuatkan kalian itu bisa ngeratain mereka, dan sedikit kata-kata buat Sidal?
Ya mungkin tadi kita ya main lebih tenang, sama ngejaga komunikasinya juga santai, jadi ke merekanya juga tetap main lebih relax lah.
Okay, so basically in that match particularly, basically we are really calm, and then we are not rushing, plus we are not feel any pressure, and the communication also was very smooth, so that's how we managed to clutch 2 versus 3 with CDL. But then words to CDL, I just want to wish you all the best.
All the best for CDAL, of course. And in the intro video, you guys said that you want to prove that the community team also can perform like a top tier team. So, anything you want to add right now according that?
Oke, jadi di video intro itu kamu ada bilang yang tim komunitas juga bisa bersaing bersama tim-tim papan atas lah di PMSL. Sekarang ada nggak yang mau ditambahin?
Still thinking something maybe?
Ya kita dari tim komunitas ya semoga kita juga bisa bersaing di sini, bisa nunjukin lah performa kita di PMSL.
Yeah, I think the things that I want to add on basically, yes, I want to remind again that a team from community actually can perform in PMSL, especially in grand final, and I hope that we can be consistent for today and for tomorrow as well.
Okay, we hope the best as well for you guys. And over the years, we saw that what's the biggest changes in Glue that made you guys able to compete at the highest level PMSL right now?
Oke, jadi selama Glue ditubuhkan itu pasti ada beberapa banyak perubahan lah, ataupun yang dikorbanin. Apa perubahan yang paling besar yang dilakukan oleh Glue sampai membuatkan kalian ini akhirnya bisa lolos ke PMSL? Apa yang dikorbanin oleh Glue selama 3 tahun inilah yang membuatkan kalian itu sebenarnya bisa sampai ke titik ini?
Ya perjalanan kita itu menuju ke PMSL panjang lah, cukup panjang selama 3 tahun. Kita juga udah berapa kali ganti roster, dan alhamdulillah lah kita bisa lolos ke PMSL.
Yeah, I mean a lot of factors that we sacrifice. We has been changing a lot of rosters, and then it's been a long journey. Coming from PMNC team, coming from a community team into PMSL as well. And yeah, I just really proud of my team that we actually at a grand final PMSL.
Wow, of course, it's a very long journey, and you guys proved that you guys able to compete in PMSL as well. So now, do you have any words maybe you want to say to your fans, maybe in home or maybe to the Blue Squad that able to attend the PMSL on the stage?
Oke, jadi sedikit kata-kata buat fans Glue yang berada di rumah ataupun yang datang di venue.
Ya buat teman-teman Glue Squad, terima kasih untuk waktunya bisa datang jauh-jauh dari Bandung ngedukung kita. Dukung kita terus dan doanya semoga kita bisa ngebuktiin lah kita tidak ngecewain kalian.
Yeah, first of all, I just want to thanks to the people that coming all the way from Bandung to Jakarta. Thank you for the support. I mean, I just hope that we don't make you feel unsatisfied or devastated because of our performance. I just hope that you guys can keep praying for us so that we can prove to the world that community team can compete in PMSL.
Okay, we wish you all the best then. Good luck, and once again, please give a round of applause for Stigi Lee. Good. All right, guys, so we're gonna have to start our next match. So, casters, we're gonna give it back to you.
Wow, I mean, GLU definitely get a big clutch early on today, and I think their performance, it seems to be hot and cold, but at least they got some improvement compared to yesterday's performance.
Well, they definitely perform in the fashion department. We got a good clear look on the cape. The cape, not only the front, but the cape. I wish they actually sell it though. So I had a spy at the venue who told me that they don't sell this jersey at the venue.
No.
So please, Glue, if you're listening to this, you got one more day to put it on the shelf.
Everybody will want to put their hands on that jersey, what they're wearing right now. And speaking of which, Cloud, there are fans coming all the way from Bandung to Jakarta. If you guys don't know how far it is, it's 147 kilometers from the venue. I know, right? It's so far. If you convert it to miles, it's 91 miles.
Wow, that's commitment for you, ladies and gentlemen. Gotta give it to the fans out there. Salute. Yeah, but commitment by AE and EA. Number 1, number 2 right now. eArena. Yeah. Yeah, now I just can't unsee it, right? But they are really catching up with Alter Ego.
Well, with the last map just now, it was bombastic. I have to say, it was an explosive run coming up from eArena. And we get to see the moment dance live on cam as well, the moment they scored that chicken too. But when it comes to the points and the stats, it's still more to its side of Alter Ego. That's obvious right now. But we don't know what this last Erangel has to offer. Now, there's going to be a lot on the line here, Cloud. Every team will want to push this last Erangel. Tomorrow, it will be Smasher. We don't know how many Erangels they get to play, how many maps we get to play tomorrow. It's all out for the teams, especially the ones in the second page and the middle packs.
Yes, and it might be determined, might be determined by eArena and Alter Ego on what the match point will be, what the bar will be. But we have 3 more games to go today, and we'll be back onto business. But before we get onto that, of course, there's business to be done on the 8th of July, which is the PUBG Mobile X Transformers More Than Meets the Eye. Yes, and this is a collaboration that I'm truly looking forward to. Whether you can be the Autobots or the Decepticons, we don't know yet. So stay tuned for version 3.9 that will be updated on the July 8th. That will be the collaboration that you don't want to miss.
Yeah, I agree. I do wonder. I want to watch the latest Transformers, which was the animal ones, where they had the gorilla Transformers and all.
Oh, Beast Wars.
But yeah, it's pretty cool as well. But the same concept with, the Cybertronian attack, basically. But also, don't forget, there's also another collaboration, Attack on Titan fans. I love the 3D rendered version. It's so cool. It looks so smooth. And it just looks like the real anime character, but in a better version when it comes to this version. And so do you guys dedicate your hearts The Scout have arrived on the battleground and the Titans are here as well. So you have to fight against the Titan. Join Aaron Yeager, Levi, Mikasa Ackerman, and Armin Islet alongside new Titan set and exclusive gear. It's time to fight for your freedom. To live is to fight. So make sure you guys get the Attack on Titan team characters and the Titan stats until only the 6th of July. You have only 2 more weeks to go. And I love, designs and the engineering with the blade that actually can pull off and it's like a razor blade that can actually be cut off halfway. And it's pretty cool. There's like a layered blade. I like how detailed it is when it comes to even engineering of their gears when it comes to the anime.
Lots more reason for you to watch Attack of Titan, people. And somebody should superimpose like Xavier's Levi into the character Levi, since they share the same name. I don't know. Yeah,
He needs
maybe
to have the same haircut.
Oh, so they do. Okay, so if anyone does that content of superimposing his face onto the Attack of Titan Levi, don't forget to tag us. I really want to see that.
Speaking of Levi, don't forget about his amazing play clutch 1v3 just now that pretty much scores a lot for the Xavier despite he didn't have any rank points in the last map. Now, we talked about the teams that want to shrink the gap even further. A lot of the 3rd until the 6th place in the 70s. I wish the top 2 teams will just sit this one quietly in this wrangle and not score any more points. Just let the others start to catch up. It would be fun to watch, guys. Not fun to be the players. It's fun for us.
Yeah, because now, number 1, number 2, they're up there. Okay, they are more than 100 points. And then you have number 3 with a gap. So, come on. Share the points, we want to see a very close tight one in the grand finals. Obviously, for those teams, they don't want. They just want to go all the way, create a super gap, and end the day as early as possible tomorrow. But of course, for us as viewers, as casters, we want to see it as tight, super tight. But that also means that page number 2 teams will need to put in the performance, just like how Team Secret did before this.
Right now, Roy is actually the very bottom of the top 16 teams. And Roy, there's so much to talk about Roy, to be honest. Love to fight, worst timing. That's all I can say in TLDR.
Yeah, they're truly living by the Attack of Titan theme, right? The only way to live is to fight, so they fight. But unfortunately, after they fight, they don't live. So, yeah, King Roy, come on. We want to see the best of King Roy, okay? Don't be at number 16. Let's go. Push yourselves up.
And not just Roy though, we did mention about Sam9, BTR, FaZe Clan, even the Vikings. I mean, the Vikings, actually, we get to see a better version of them compared to yesterday. They're slowly building up the momentum, but FaZe Clan, even BTR, I'm hoping to see, that crazy BTR that we've seen in week 2.
Yeah, I don't know at this point, right? Like, what's wrong with BTR? It's like, you have pretty much the same lineup, S-tier lineup, and in week 2 you can just bang everybody, and then when it comes to this week, then the grand finals, then you kind of lose the mojo. It almost feels like the PTR of the first super weekend, the week 1 super weekend, where they were at number 16. They obviously didn't do well, and it kind of feels like they are returning back to that. So at this point, I don't know. This is one of those good moments for us to get a representative of BTR to really tell us what's happening behind the scenes.
Usually we get to see Federella's going out of the way, just like how Rosemary been playing for yesterday and today's game early on. He went out of the way, just do his own thing, scout for information, take any bullets that he can actually try to get those points for. But this time feels like they're holding back. Or is it really just the circle? It's just garbage for them, but it's fun for us. So far, we've got Northern Circle at least once, and I'm happy we actually get to see Zaki in play for the first stage, at least for once. But when it comes to Circle, Grand Final Circle is a no joke.
Yep. Majority of the circles have been crazy, the Grand Finals, right? It's almost like somebody just push the grand final circle button and it just goes insane, which we love, not gonna lie, right? Some teams do like it, some teams took advantage of it, and that's how eArena, despite the tough circle, they still get the chicken dinner, still able to perform. You give them whatever circle, they have been very, very consistent still. We cannot deny that fact there, right? But is it hurting teams like BTR? Well, at the end of the day, if you want to be the champion, if you want to be the best, you got to beat any situation, right?
Yeah, adaptability will be one of the biggest focal point for the teams that actually have to hop into the world stage later on. Even though we talked about, there's 3 teams that couldn't perform. Adaptability is what they have. If they can adapt towards this grand final, that's one step closer towards EWC stage. Now, speaking of other teams as well, don't forget about Vampires. I do know you guys in the audience are hoping Vampires, what is going on? What is going on for Vampires? They're not getting any points. Hey, there's one more day tomorrow. At least, I don't know if it's going to be a whole day or not. We're going to wait and see, but we have to wait for the match point by end of today, because there might be a chance that Vampire, they did it before, they can smash it again in the grand finals.
Yeah, maybe, because their points are not that bad. So they happen to be in my teams to focus, okay? So Vampire, this is your time, okay? This is your time. So for you, you have Sem9, VOIN, and Roy. Okay, you want to tell us a little bit about your teams to focus?
To be honest, I'm following the sequence as well, but I start with middle pack instead. So we won't actually clash when it comes to our team to focus. But it's always a lot to focus on these teams. At least we get to see VOIN Donkey. Finally, they start to rise in the last game. We get to see them in the top 4 teams. Sem9, on the other hand, is a team. Sem9, BTR, FaZe. This is going to be the team that seems to be very shaky, but these are legacy names teams.
I know, right? I get scared, when it's like, Sem9, yes, on paper, they should do a lot more better than their current scenario, but the fact is they don't, so I'm scared for Sem9. And at this point, at this very moment, if we compare Sem9 and also their last season's performance, it's actually worse. So, and they didn't change their lineup. It's still pretty much the same lineup, but it went down, so why?
I feel like they hit a wall here. I feel they want to do something a bit extraordinary, try to push themselves the boundaries by doing a different tactical and approach into certain scenario, but it did not work out. One of the biggest reason I give you, it's going to be that circle. The circle, it's unusual. We always focus on, the normal circle would be Gatka circle, Medusa intersection, pretty much in the general kind of Rose Hawk still-ish, in the between, more to a centralizing the map circle. So when the circle just hot shift, especially stage 2 onwards, so unpredictable, and more towards those bridges, even in north or south, how to implement what you've been practiced all this while?
Well, again, it comes down to adaptability, right? Like you obviously cannot control the circle. You don't know what circle you're going to get. So you have to be super adaptable. You have to be flexible and just overcome whatever situation it is. Because that's what's happening with the top teams. Sem9, yeah. Okay. So there's a call from the community that I noticed, right? That they're calling for Kenny to play. Maybe it's a change that it's required by Sem9 at this moment.
Speaking of swapping players here, BTR did that with Ryan. Did it change too much? A little bit, maybe. A little bit. We can see a bit of more action. Couple of points in here and there, but it did not come as a whole, impactful change for the entire crew. What they need right now, I think probably the biggest enemy for them is going to be themselves. Overthinking, too much pressure, just keep on focusing on too much. I need to catch up to this. And sometimes I feel like when they have nothing to lose, when we reach to the stage at the end of this tournament, that we get to see their best version because they feel there's no more pressure. And they should be playing that since the start, no?
maybe like what you've suggested before this, right? Maybe it's worthwhile to see if it works. Maybe resting Federalis and then you put in Ryan and...
Serious about resting Federalis?
I mean, if you kind of think about it, they're at the point of like, if they don't do something, then we don't know, right? Yeah. I'm in the opinion that Federalis can still be rested. I'm in the opinion that Satar can still be rested. But of course, Razy, you can't because he's the IGL. So you still can rest Federalis because it's like swapping out a firepower person for another firepower person, which is, I'm in the opinion that's okay.
Satar to replace Snape, maybe. But for Sem9, do we call back Kenny who would get replaced then?
Tough call, right? Maybe bring back the Kenny Depp combo instead of like right now it's the Mika UI combo.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, maybe that's what they needed. I mean, we seen Mika UI combo work well, but maybe that's what they're lacking when it comes to the other two players of Sem9. And we get to see also for, I think it's Alter Ego that seems to be a different approach when it comes to the grand finals. You see they're taking a bit of a bold move with the strategy. We split themselves far apart, like 1-2-1 or 1-1-1-1 formation all the way, like you are your own person, just try to survive as long as possible. Maybe that's what they need as well, because moving as a team right now for the teams like FaZe Clan, BTR, even Sem9 did not work so well. Well, looking at last match damage, UI still managed to dish out quite a number out there.
So Yuhai stays and Mika swap with someone. I don't know. It kind of sounds like that, right? Kind of sounds like that. But we did talk about like, oh, okay, maybe BTR time to like, refresh the lineup a little bit. But they're going to retain the same lineup as before. Ryan is going to continue to play with the regular trio. So they're sticking to their guns. They're trusting the process, in other words. VOIN Donkey, they continue to trust the process. I mean, they're not a team that makes many changes. Zeta, who brought them the third place finish, is still in the game or is still going to play this round. But maybe things might change later in Miramar, because maybe like Vampire might bring in Nuzi in Miramar later.
That's a possibility too. They have plenty of players on the side of VP or Vampire Esports. Like even Ventoris is still there. They can swap Onzens, they can swap Nuzi. But Mela, I feel like they should not sub him yet. But on the side of FaZe Clan as well, I want to see Makaris back, And today we've seen a lot of Canary plays, but it didn't bring so much on the side of FaZe Clan.
Yeah, and while you mentioned about that, we're zooming onto FaZe Clan with the superstar on the cheek. Okay, giving a half high five as they prepare themselves to get in. And of course, for Alter Ego, this is their moment to keep that gap away from eArena. Let's go! Final Erangel today.
Last wrangle before we head into a different map entirely, which is going to be Miramar. Here comes one last shot, one last round for the teams that want to push their numbers up when it comes to eliminations. Because when it compares to Miramar, players do prefer this map over Miramar when it comes to get those points just for elimination. Plenty of teams ended up with 0 with their rank points, but multiple double digits when it comes to this map.
Well, a team that did not end in the 0, but they got eliminated early is Alter Ego. They went up against FaZe Clan before this, but this time the flight path is going to be very different from Novo up to Severny. So Alter Ego can jump straight into Lipovka instead of like jumping somewhere in between, having to tussle with FaZe Clan. They'll be safe away from FaZe Clan this time. Vampire, they will probably be heading towards Primos. But we also have a change of drop spot for VOIN Donkey. Even though like the flight path starts at the south, but they choose not to be in mid database. So it's open for Vampire.
Vampires. Are they dropping SMB? They're not going to Primos. But nonetheless, we're gonna have later on surprised, but I expect this left side circle. And I want to point it out just now. There's a high chance we might end up with Gatka field. That's going to be the usual spot. So it's going to be rowdy if that's going to be the case, Cloud. Because Gatka, everyone's very comfortable with this sort of circle. Everybody knows how to rotate in as well.
Return to normality for once. We'll give that one to the players, right? If not, it's always like another one of these circles. Here we go again. All right, we give this one since it's the last Erangel before we move on to Miramar anyway. So looking at the very beginning, no early clash.
Sakura?
But we also have a swap. Sakura. Maybe he's feeling a bit of a tense. So NC2 comes in on his behalf.
But Sakura is playing so well today. Hexas? Why are all the good players that performed so well being swapped out right now? He actually clutched out for the Erangel map early on for the team. He even got himself an MVP, but I don't know, it's something else that they're cooking up in your minds for the coaching staff, I assume, and boom, Octa is in.
Okay, so 0 replaced by Octa. This is another swap, so we got at least 3 changes now. But yeah, the whole Hexa swap, that's a bit unusual.
Oh, you got it.
Talk about this one. Okay, we got it right.
Kenny is not playing, but we get to see a different lineup. We get to see a different one. I hope this actually changed. You know what? We really want to root for the bottom teams because we want the gap to shrink even further. Team Secret, I don't think they have any swaps here, and they're doing okay today. Totally fine. All they need to do is just maintain consistency. Just try to get more elimination points in the process.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the gap, right? Since you mentioned about that, like number 2 and number 3, the gap is 17 points, and then it's close enough 3 onwards, right? But number 1 and number 2 is only like 9 points gap. So, well, in other words, we were saying about like, okay, Alter Ego, eArena, okay, stop getting it. So you pass it on to 3 onwards.
But the gap is also widened from 8th to 9th place. That's 13 points. No, it's still a healthy gap. It's not over 20. At least for now. But we don't know if by end of Miramar something big gonna happen, because Circle gonna go crazy in Miramar as well. At least it's been kind of last Erangel just to give a breather for the players for another round of craziness.
Yeah, so that means teams are pace 2. Okay, time to put in the pace here. I'm still surprised that GLU is like, okay, they left out Hexas for this round. But yeah, like what you said, they're probably cooking something. So at the end of the day, it's all about the results. If the results is what they expect this round, then cool. If not, then maybe Hexas coming back. But let's hear it from the coach,
Teman-teman
RDK.
semuanya, aku udah bersama coach dari Alter Ego, ada coach RDK. Halo coach, apa kabar?
Baik.
Oke, kita bakalan punya beberapa pertanyaan simple ya, a few simple questions. So, the first one is, tim mana sih yang sebenarnya Alter Ego tuh demen banget kalau misalnya dikalahin sama Alter Ego?
Lebih tepatnya FaZe sih. Karena karena drop kita bersebelahan dan sering bersinggungan lah dari rotasi, dari apapun, sering bersinggungan dengan tim FaZe.
Oh, okay. So basically the team that Alter Ego secretly enjoy beating just a little bit more than the rest is actually FaZe Clan, because they have a drop zone like quiet nearby to each other, and they quite often meet in the rotation. So, coach, next. Kalau misalnya dilihat dari tim yang lain ya, ada nggak sih tim yang kayaknya kok banyak banget bacotnya tuh gede banget, tapi nggak sesuai sama hasilnya?
BIGETRON. Ya kalian tahu season sebelumnya kita dikejar-kejar, kita bisa kejar lu balik bro.
Oh, okay. So basically what Coach RDK said about the team that talks the biggest game but can back it up is actually BIGETRON. Okay, a very simple answer, just BIGETRON. So, Coach, kalau misalnya ngelihat adanya tim yang lain ya, maksud aku adalah player yang lain di tim yang lain gitu. Kok kayaknya ini tim atau player ini tuh agak sia-sia gitu di tim ini, terus kayak mendingan masuk Alter Ego aja deh gitu. Kira-kira siapa tuh?
Razy mungkin ya.
Crazy?
Iya, Razy.
Oh, Razy.
Dari BIGETRON.
Oh, okay. So, I asked about which player do you think is wasted on another team and is better to join your team? Razy from BIGETRON.
Yes.
Okay. So, finally, Coach, can you share to us what did you do to your players that they are performing so good in Grand Finals right now? Apa sih yang Coach lakuin ke player-player dari tim Alter Ego ini kok bisa perform very good di Grand Final ini?
Mungkin lebih ke ini ya, kalian tahu sendiri kan Alter Ego nggak lolos Super Weekend. Yang kedua kan, anak-anak tuh kayak kehilangan jati diri aja. Mungkin di Grand Final ini strategi sebenarnya nggak terlalu banyak guys. Mereka itu tim Alter Ego ini udah jago lah bisa dibilang. Jadi dari kita coaching staff dan di balik layar itu nge-support, motivasi, ngebuka inilah mata mereka kalau sebenarnya mereka ini udah jago. Dan nggak pantas, yang harusnya nggak pantas lah mereka nggak lolos Super Weekend 2.
Oh, okay, so basically what Coach RDK said is because they didn't qualify on the Super Weekend the second Super Weekend, right? Yeah, the second Super Weekend, there weren't really that much thing that the coaching staff do to the players, just give them motivation because they or the players really need to understand, really need to realize how strong they are as a individual player, right? Okay, terima kasih Coach RDK. Good luck untuk Alter Ego. Thank you so much.
Thank you guys. Jangan lupa dukung terus.
That's a brief interview coming up from Donna, the host, Donna Visca, and RDK, the coach of Alter Ego. And just now we also witnessed Xavier's play has been taken out by Sam9 while doing scouting work. And now against CelcomDigi Alliance, these Xaviers, they're losing men faster than your ex-girlfriend asking for meals, Cloud.
I'm trying to think, is it fast or slow?
It's fast, two players.
It's fast. Yeah, it's fast. Wow, you know my ex-girlfriend. Not bad.
Yeah.
But yeah, one interesting thing that he mentioned that when he was asked like, oh, which player do you think is wasted in another team? He said, oh, Razy. That's like a hint that, oh, he wants to sign Razy. Interesting. Let's see if that drama will happen in the transfer window. Pretty sure BTR won't want to let go of Razy. But eArena won't want to let go of this point. Moment has that chance to secure it. But Yummy! Oh no. Falls to Moana.
Alter Ego. They're on the hunt right now. Trying to find their praise. Here comes another one. Vikings just arrived. Claw. At the same time, they're both having the idea. Wanted to take this compound and happen to be colliding at the same time. And it's going to be the clash of the hovercraft. Having even the same mindset, Zuxi and Superman. This is just too much coincidence for this two team. But Boo Boo managed to take down Dims. Oh, Zuxi, that hovercraft, you cannot use it indoors, but we tried to actually park it from the outside, I guess.
Well, Claw and the hovercrafts are inseparable. And they have the man advantage now against the Vikings. Oh, Zuxi going all the way behind. Now he has the information. Oh, he's stopping them from actually escaping with the hovercraft. So now the Vikings locked in with Claw.
Zuxi still not willing to get out from the hovercraft. And same goes for Superman. But Boo Boo laying low now on his knees. Knocked down by Breaks. Another nade to finish it off. But a bit of an overtoss. Pepeng coming in with a shotgun. But the nades flying over to a side of Claw. This might actually them also taking the damage, but they managed to secure one more knockdown on Break. Here comes Pepeng, but nade knocked down on Pepeng and Woonti at the same time. It eats their own members and referees instantly go for the revival.
But Zuxi now 1v1 with Superman. Oh, wait a second. Red face is back up again. Okay. So Superman all alone. Needs to clutch this one against Claw. With rest okay, but welcome Team Secret, third party again, but Superman, he gets his target, finish off Zuxi immediately.
Team Secret 3 times in a row, they got themselves perfect timing to go towards the team, but Superman is a Superman, but against Team Secret, is it still superbly enough for him to hold this ground by himself? Team Secret, I have to say, impeccable timing to get into somebody else's business and clean up the job. Well done. 3 times in today's Wrangle, Team Secret just got himself at a perfect scenario.
Whoa, again, they did this before and they do it again and they know how to collect those points. Now, Circle shifts away from Team Secret. Time to move to their next mission, but they might bump into Alter Ego as they happen to rotate in the same direction. So that's a potential fight there that we're going to observe later on. While speaking about Alter Ego, okay, here we have them on screen. Boom Esports. Okay, we kind of missed a little bit of the action, but now they only have 2 players. Alter Ego, let's go. CelcomDigi Alliance.
Nope, they're hunting people down. We saw they taken out a couple of players from these areas before, but Alter Ego. Rosemary going in charging, but he got knocked down instead by Jimmy. And Krypton following up behind. Cover fire immensely helping on side of Rosemary. The nades will be charged to the side. Krypton got chipped down, but the rest of Alter Ego now regroup himself to go and try to find the last member of CelcomDigi Alliance. GLU is waiting at the behind side. Just waiting for the third party as Leons will be knocked down as well. And here comes the last member of Adik Luke. CelcomDigi Alliance coming in a bit later. But 3 players of Alter Ego might get knocked down as well. GLU, will they play third party here?
Oh, they're monitoring the situation at this point. Look at all the fans. Everyone's at the edge of their seat right now. It's going to be CelcomDigi Alliance still here with Adik Luke, the final player. And Alpha, he has to come in. He has to come in, but he needs that space. The fact that GLU is there is not really helping the situation. And Alpha spotted out by Xbox. Alter Ego eliminated early.
This might be harsh coming out from me, but Alpha is always a bit too far to see and help the rest of Alter Ego. The same goes for the last map and the map before. I don't know what's going on. Maybe he was doing some scouting work behind that caught him a bit later from the rest of the team. But it's not done deal yet. GLU, they want to go against CelcomDigi Alliance. And thanks to GLU, CelcomDigi Alliance don't have to deal with Alva. But they're still caught in this trap. But GLU, I don't think they want to overstay and commit themselves too long for this fight. They regroup, reunite with the rest of the teams, or waiting for stage number 4 to commence in 40 seconds.
Well, if you want to look at it on the bright side, that opens up the door for the other teams to catch Alter Ego. Just saying, closing the points, that's opportunity for like what? eArena, Vampire Esports, full team, and as long as like these areas, CelcomDigi Alliance, Boom Esports, or maybe even Team Secret to come up with a surprise, close that gap with Alter Ego.
And for Alter Ego, at least they score more than the last run they had. They scored 2 eliminations before they get eliminated early, and this time they got a 4. But for these Avies, with 2 players remaining, CelcomDigi Alliance as well, this opened up much more for the teams at the bottom, Cloud. We're talking about Vampire still have a 4, and even Team Secret at this point have been third party all day long. But they might actually collide with GLU while they try to get into the bottom of the circle. That's going to be the south side where Sam9 is actually guarding over. But the circle shrink just now towards the field, just on the south of hospital, and a bit towards the hospital side as well. FaZe Clan might actually score this one if they play the right entry and the right cards.
Yeah, still a full team, so they have a full squad eyes of a pair of eyes, that is. But inside of the circle, with the talk about Vampire Esports, they are in it. They are full. So now well surrounded by all these teams, right? So it's a matter of like, where will the teams from the outside come in and what spot are they going to take now that all these key positions have been taken? So that's why we can see on the south of the minimap, like, oh, there's one team that tries to go in, but there's too many other teams. Okay, we'll take our time. We'll play by the edge of the circle. But CelcomDigi Alliance, as always, they want to take that risk. They zoom straight into the middle.
It's too risky here, too open. Yeah, haystacks there in between. They almost got gunned down the moment they caught themselves in accident. Mela. Lucky the shots didn't connect coming up from Mela just now. But they will take the position in the middle nearby this water tower. The Xavier is also just rotated across the other side of CelcomDigi Alliance at the other angle of the circle. But Vampires, this gives so much information for them to keep the pressure on, and they know for a fact there's one team right across in the middle of the field. Now, do they know there's FaZe Clan on their left and right side is another team? eArena's taken out VOIN Donkey. And last time we saw VOIN Donkey probably going to be coming up from the northern side.
Yeah, so probably bump into eArena, but no follow-up there. But this could be a follow-up by GLU as they try to get into the circle. They bump into Roy. But Roy, within that ditch, GLU, they need a better position. They stop, they'll still take this fight. Okay, on the left side, Hui Kwang tries to open up a bit of space with a nade onto KF. And it's going to be Xbox showing up. And he got Mango instead. Now Roy, only 2 players left.
Now GLU won this spot for themselves. But Team Secret, are they stealing it? As always, Team Secret coming in as a third party, rushing towards the telecommunication tower. We know that spot. We've seen Nova back in the days at the world stage. Order did such a big play and they made themselves a great barricade just by taking over the telecommunication tower. But the fight, why we're looking at, I want to see the fight with Team Secret being the third party once more. Here goes. Team Secret, GLU, smokes will blind each other out, but the hovercraft is so big. They will try to run the GLU players down, but unfortunately, GLU, they have to give it out. Roy down to that one last player. Where is that one player of Roy?
Managed to escape somehow. Okay, after all that commotion, still able to step away. Okay, that's really good. That's really good. But now Team Secret looking to add to their points. Trying to find the advantage against GLU, but it looks like they're still gathering the information. Nobody is really giving away enough information to be countered. Circle shifts way far away from where Team Secret is at.
But at least Vampire's got the center. We also have eArena. FaZe is actually opening up their angles and spreading quite far apart to make sure they will try to secure the left side circle going to be vacant other than just themselves. But Team Secret, there's no stopping them. The moment they treat those gunshots, fire, audio cues like their compass, if they hurt another team going against each other, they will butt into that business. They will be in there to take away the points from the side. And that's what they've been doing. And they've been pushing the numbers up there with 2 eliminations. But the moment they did not manage to get with so much resources invested, they will actually back out. But just now, we actually see what CelcomDigi Alliance got wiped out.
Yeah, they only take home 4 points this round. Okay, 2 more rounds to go for CelcomDigi Alliance. Sem9, not in the good position. Yuhai just got gunned down. While we're still observing this fight. But time's up now for Team Secret. Leave this fight, rotate elsewhere. Xavier, still rotating. Now they're finding an entry point on the left side of the circle to come in, but FaZe Clan is in front. Sem9 now in this fight against Team Secret. Let's go.
It was Frankie who charged towards the rest of Sem9 first, and the rest just joined in. But now only Traxi left on the side of Sem9 with pretty low HP with the blue donating. Can he actually make it out on time? What Team Secret still made it through. But now Karma hits on the side of Team Secret. It's back to the side of Roy. He wants that revenge with GLU helping alongside of Roy. They are definitely getting personal with Team Secret now.
Oh, Team Secret. They have been third partying, right? So everybody wants revenge against Team Secret now. This nade, will it land on the zeros? Nicely executed by Ka onto zeros. Now it's a matter of securing the elimination point, but Stickley behind Ka. Stickley! This is what we call, what Chuchu always say, a fish eat fish bowl.
That's true. And GLU, they got their sweet revenge. Same goes for Roy. But at least for the side of Roy, before they, wiped out completely, they get to see one of the players of Team Secret still manage to get knocked down. But next is going to be VOIN Donkey and FaZe Clan. These Aves are down to 2 players as well. But this is an open space cloud. There's so many entry points and so many directions they have to guard over. And there's only haystacks in between, with GLU also got re-attacked by Team Secret. Last member standing, that's going to be Trong. And Zeus bleeding out, but Trong, he attracted unwanted attention. Xavier is fighting towards his side, and that's going to be loss of Team Secret. But I love how the way they play. They scored 5 eliminations, just being a third party all day long.
Yeah, and at number 8, they score 1 extra place on points, so that's 6 points collected by Team Secret. Good job though, gotta give it to them. They're really stepping up the gas here. But which team will step up the gas enough to score the chicken dinner? We have 7 teams left, including Xavier, who play a little bit safer this time because they only have 2 players. Circle time. Vampire Esports. Boom! eArena in the circle.
Still having a 4 that for eArena. This definitely going to wipe away the smiles on Alter Ego early before. And they have more points regarding the position ranking points as well. But for Vampires, will they rise from here 4th? The Xaviers with 2 players remaining, it's going to be difficult for them to hold and get into the circle since they are quite far from it. Vampires on the other hand, they have compounds, Cloud. This is the chance for them to actually score that chicken.
Yeah, this is a very, very good chance, right? And obviously they can do that. They close the gap significantly. Shrubs get Stickly. Long range, now it's about securing the elimination point. But behind the haystack, Mela is trying to lock it in. Only 10% of health left. Stickly will finally bleed out, and the point will go to Vampire Esports. 4 points now, they're at 79.
Coming up from behind FaZe Clan, but VOIN just rushed to his boom compound. They try to flush them out. Nate's being tossed, but Octa being finished off with Mastery, last member standing for the side of Boom. This is going really grim. Despite Boom got the circle early before, but that's going to be VOIN taking over their compound. But back to a Vampire versus FaZe Clan. The warehouse is on fire.
Ooh, FaZe Clan, Vampire. But it's not only FaZe Clan, Vampire. Say hello to the Xavier. But Device is on the ground though. Nate is alone right now. 1v1 against Mela in that one building on the left side of our screen right now. Playing cat and mouse with Mela. Well, literally cat Mela. But here we go. Mela, backup has arrived. Mobile will finish off Levi's. Okay, so that's another point for eArena. But Tony K comes to save the day.
Yep, Tony K, that was the right call to help Mela to deal with the Xaviers just now, but they're now split into 2 different houses to focus on the warehouse right across them. It's going to be FaZe Clan, a pretty difficult fortress to flush FaZe Clan out since they just rushed in just now. But eArena might be the answers for the equation. He got himself in the bin, and Gooey needs to get out. And FaZe Clan, other than try to force their way into that warehouse once more to flush out the rest of FaZe Clan. They tried to toss out as much troubles as possible, but VOIN, after they finished with Boom, straight away their focus shifted to his GLU in the open space of that field.
And Mela tapping away into the smoke, hoping to land another elimination point. Okay, now the smoke is out. It's clear for Mela now that he can tap underneath the vehicle, getting KF. GLU eliminated, 1 more point shared with Zeta for VOIN. Top 4 teams now, 4v4, v4, v3.
At stage 6, they're super fast. And speaking of these 4 teams, eArena seems to be having the best day right now. They might actually overtake Alter Ego. If they score the chicken dinner, the gap will be stretched even further from the rest of the team. But VOIN start the move against eArena first. While eArena, they have to focus back to his VOIN other than FaZe Clan has been going against Vampire for a long time. Now, I feel like FaZe Clan and both Vampires are running dry, are running out of their utilities. They've been tossing those throwables for a long time by now.
Yeah, and if they run out, then it will be opportunity for maybe VOIN if they choose to crash in. Now, the VOIN they're the only team that needs to move. Everyone else is in the current stage 7 circle. eArena, they can still afford to just stay there, chill, monitor the situation, as long as they know that VOIN is on their right side. And VOIN they're picking their poison now. Do they want to go to eArena or they don't want to crash into the compound?
They can wait things out. But the next stage of the circle in less than 7 seconds here, it's going to be forcing VOIN if it's not included where they're actually taking this rooftop. They might actually have to force to cross that barrier and just show themselves. They have some slight elevation. Any consolation is still quite a good advantage on the side of VOIN. But they can't wait it out because the circle just now still kind of favors their compound.
And now it's time because the blue is closing. VOIN, okay, they're moving towards the left side of the minimap. That means they're going towards the compound. Okay, here we go. VOIN will join the party. Very, very likely. Or are they going to just wait on the outside? They can still play on the outside, wait for the fight to happen, and then come in as a third party.
I think Straps want to open fire against VOIN. The way he focused on the audio cues of the vehicles turning around Now they have to split their focus into two sides now. Schraps definitely gave a lot of information towards side of Vampires. Hey, we need to focus as another team right on those elevations, the flat plane. While FaZe Clan also giving the pressure. Now Vampires, they have to tread it very carefully. They might have to split themselves into two different sides for Vampires themselves. Two to deal with the rest of FaZe Clan, another two to deal with the rest of VOIN Donkey. But the one that actually winning the show you might be eArena.
So, eArena, will they still get the next stage of the circle? Stage 8. 3, 2, 1, and the circle goes into the middle. Okay, every team has a piece of the circle. Maybe not entirely, but at least part of it. So we might still see a standoff here until stage number 9. But it seems like VOIN Donkey, majority of the players are still on the outside, but they still have a little bit more space. Okay, it's really, really micro right now. I believe we'll see stage 9 for sure.
Now, Vampires know all the positions of the other teams here. They have a clear view. Then Schraps seeing VOIN Donkey before. They've been going against FaZe Clan for a long time. And with that open fire coming out from eArena, Schraps got two different teams to deal with and to relay the information about their whereabouts. But it's all who makes the first move here, Cloud. Whoever wants to get out from the blue will force to get out. High chance it might be FaZe Clan first.
We're looking at either FaZe Clan, yep, in the compound, or VOIN Donkey to come out of the comfort zone as well. Raise that gun down. It doesn't mean that he's out yet. He can still be revived. Smoke is blinding the point of view of eArena onto VOIN Donkey. eArena, they can slowly march into the circle. Okay, they are fully, entirely in the circle right now. While Vampire Esports and FaZe Clan. Okay, now is the time for this fight to end.
They have to get out from the house. Gooey take the vehicles and just cancelled it out last minute. eArena, Vampires. Like I mentioned, you know exactly where every single player of every single team there is. They take opportunity and make sure they are prepared for this fight and rush. FaZe Clan try to flush out the rest of Vampires and with a shotgun as well. But they fought back, making it so difficult for Canary to fight against. But eArena shot down on FaZe Clan, giving it a favor to his Vampires, but pretty low himself. VOIN Donkey coming in for the rush. eArena still on the trenches side, just next to them, just across the street, while Vampires slowly be taken away chip by chip by VOIN Donkey as well. The nade finish off Tony K, leaving only Schraps. Schraps, where to go? Here comes Tony K. Tony K just done. A new coming in, Tony K from the other side.
A new challenger has arrived. Here is eArena, moment raining down all those nades on VOIN Donkey. VOIN Donkey one by one, naded by eArena. Thanks to Momo and Joker. And VOIN Donkey eliminated eArena with a final blow on the Schwabs. Their second chicken dinner today. All hail eArena!
Yeah, cheering moment, joy, enjoy, and very jolly indeed. And they deserve that celebration, of course. They just overtook Alter Ego in that #1 spot with this big fat chicken. Not just that, they got quite a number of eliminations too. It's down to the last wire just now who made the first move. FaZe Clan will go out first because they are in the warehouse. They've been going against Vampires a long time, but Vampires, they got that push 360 degrees at the same time. Everyone were pushing towards Vampires, but still, with their individual skills going against 3 teams at the same time, there's still a big point they managed to secure in the very last minute.
Ooh, look at these nades again. Ooh, VOIN Donkey on the outside all got flushed. And then it was Schweppes that held on to a second place for Vampire Esports. This time, eArena, 9 eliminations, 19 points. Surely they will overtake Alter Ego now. What does it take to stop this team? You swap out Sakura, you put in NC2, they're still able to get a chicken dinner. So at this point, it seems like it doesn't matter what lineup the eArena feels, they're still able to perform as good as any lineup now. And the star man, of course, it's Moment again. The latest signing of eArena with the most damage of 731 and the most eliminations of 4 for eArena. This, guys, This is the team now to beat at this moment. The current, surely #1 leaderboard team. With 2 more games to go, will they be able to maintain it? Will they be the one to set the match point? Let's check out the highlight.
Keeps bugging me how much things can change if Vampire have denied the rush from FaZe Clan from entering and getting that warehouse out of their hands, because FaZe Clan, they came in later at the back side of that warehouse and Vampire just let them be there and took over those 2 houses instead and didn't do anything about it, because the circle did favor till the very end. But when you have to deal with 3 different openings from 3 different angles, that's difficult with them all pushing at once.
You know what interests me on the top 4 teams? GLU squad.
Yeah.
Still in top 4. Yeah. Others all is like, okay, eArena, okay, yeah, top team, cool, right? Okay, Vampire, okay, first page team, okay, cool, right? But GLU squad, okay. we did talk about like, swap out Hexas and all that. They still prove it, right? They're still top 4 teams. So gotta give a thumbs up to GLU squad for maintaining this. A low amount of damage, that's fine. Still top 4. But the highest amount of damage is none other than Mormon.
What? The funny thing, Vampires have Tony K. We have Tony K. Plus Mormon. All the history going against like these 3 teams, if you actually see the arc of the history of their journey, it's all connected somehow. This used to be this player, this used to be this player, this used to be that player. It feels like a lot of, deep connection between the players, and Mormon to prove that right in front of Vampires in the last minute too. That's big.
Yeah, we should call it the Mormon K now. As if it's a thing, right? So Mormon K.
Mormon 1 HP, please.
Oh yeah, Mormon 1 HP. eArena 19 points. Okay, that's something that we calculated. Void Donkey 13. Vampire Esports, welcome back, 12 points. But nobody went out with a 0 this time. But still, like some of the teams that people would expect to perform, like BTR, only 2 points. Boom, 1 point. Xavier 2 points, and Stem9, they still struggle, even though with the fact that they brought in depth here for Mika, also only 2 points.
Oh, but here comes 109, still 1 digit gap, a simple 1 digit gap, and 6 points of difference between Alter Ego and eArena. But Vampire seems to be catching up now, but still quite a distance, and they haven't even cracked the 90s yet. The closest one to actually reach out to Alter Ego and eArena, that's going to be Vampires and the Xaviers. The rest of them, well, at least the first page all ended up in 70s, and Vampire is the only top 3 teams without chicken, and we saw eArena did that before. After that, they scored double chicken here today. Is it going to be Vampires for the next 2 maps remaining?
Ooh, but with the remaining 2 maps, how much can the teams on page 2 actually catch or at least close that gap? Right now, only one change. FaZe Clan goes up above 7-9 at number 14, 43 points. 7-9, number 15 still, 40 points. And Roy is 7 points behind 7-9. I don't know what else like a team like 7-9 will need to do. Even BTR is still stuck on page 2.
It's a bit awkward for us to actually watch this one unfold when it comes to, you know, comparing them during the group stage. But eArena, it feels like they are the polished version right now on the Thai region side, and he's got himself a back-to-back. Next, we're going to head into a different map entirely, which is going to be Miramar. Now, this is going to cook up so much for the Thai region, so we do know how much they love those long shots. And it's still about the circle by the end of today.
Oh yeah, we've been having interesting circles throughout. So, but this is a okay circle in Iraga. But of course, Iraga is done. Now it's the conversation about Miramar. Okay, like what you say, right? Long range. You know, some of the Thai teams, they do like those long ranges, but we don't hope for a long range opportunity for them. We want a sided circle. Give us Patona.
But one comment catch my eye this time. There's somebody, you know, I agree with some of the sentiment shown by our audience as well about how awful it is to imagine that number 1 team that has 40 to 50 point lead and someone else smash it. Now, that's the tricky one, because why? With the teams having the most point lead, they have the very first opportunity to smash it tomorrow. Which means if they couldn't score it, it's on them. It's on them. If they couldn't score that chicken, it's on them. They got every opportunity days.
Yeah, I just didn't want to say it, right? I just didn't want to say it. But what we must say is that there will be 3 slots. The top 3 teams will move to PMWC as part of the Esports World Cup that will be played at Riyadh among the best of the best teams in the world, and also trying to chase one of the biggest prize pools in the world as well. Only top 3 people, and it's somewhat starting to take shape.
At least any consolation side, right? If the first team get pushed down due to the smash rule, that's why they have 3 slots to get into EWC. So the others, you know, the one that always maintain number 1, number 2, still have a slot for a bigger prize for the future. But we also want to take, of course, TECNO with the POVA 7 series and 5G Ultra, the ultimate device that all the players are actually using. You saw how so many clutches today. Today has been amazing 1v3, 1v4, and all the players actually using the TECNO POVA 7 series. You guys can check it out, even it's on their website, or even if you happen to be on site, on ground, live audience there, make sure you check out their booth and try it out yourself.
Yes, and of course there's merchandise, jerseys, and you can meet your favorite players, so there's still time to head on to the venue. Now, our teams to focus. The GLUs, they're starting to find something, right? Gotta give it to them,
Roy,
come on, Roy. King Roy.
But Roy always excel in the last minute. And also, it's not just about the Thai region that love the Miramar map. These Avis and Roy, if I remember, like even last season, they love this map, especially when it comes to getting into the center, just wait things out. When teams remaining with only top 8, top 5, top 6 left, that's where they start to take actions. When it comes to the navigation in the circle in Miramar, Roy used to be also one of the good ones.
And they did enough during the Super Weekend, the second Super Weekend, to make it here into the Grand Finals too. So hopefully that's that comfort map, right? Because we want to see the team's page 2 rise up, come back here, and just close the gap. And who knows, come up with a Cinderella story tomorrow. You never know. But I'm glad that the fans of GLU, they're still hyped up because the team is performing now okay.
Bro, they have to be hyped up. I mean, I don't know how much energy they actually have. They travel almost 150 kilometers to be at this venue right now. That's just how far Bandung and Jakarta is. It's a huge place. What is going on? Oh, wow. Zaxi really pumped up for the last map here today. I expect something extraordinary for Claw with this fired up coming up from Zaxi himself, the GOAT, the greatest of all time when it comes to the scene of PUBG Mobile. We're heading to our first Miramar in the grand finals, day 2.
And this is going to be Miramar, the second last game before we decide on what the match point is going to be like. Here we go. Will we see the rise back of Alter Ego, or will eArena continue to wreak havoc on the battleground?
Still remember your points 135 yesterday. Mine is 125. And we're gonna get to see whether the points close enough by end of these 2 maps. And so far, Alter Ego, that I mentioned before, if you at number 1 and the gap was a bit of a stretch, a lot of teams will try to gun you down, and that's exactly what is happening towards Alter Ego. They cannot afford to be eliminated early once more. But for consolation, at least they scored themselves 2 points, 4 points before they're being wiped out.
Yeah, at least you get something, right? At least you get something. So they still keep up the pace, even though if they're not the team that sets the match point. I believe that they will still be like in arm's length with whatever match point that is tomorrow. So it's almost like a similar situation, right? Like, okay, if you are close enough, you just need that one game, get match point, and then you're eligible. And then it's all about just getting the chicken dinner. So it's pretty much the same. Of course, it'll be nice if you're the one setting it, but if not, keep the pace, it's okay.
Oh, Bartona, let's go! You can hear the crowd cheering. I don't know if they're cheering still when it comes to this sort of circle. But we do have first contact mate TALON, CelcomDigi Alliance, Jimmy being surrounded. Oh my! Oh, Jimmy! Oh no! What? What? Who's driving? It's a ghost driver. It's Axel! Oh.
Okay, I was holding my breath at that point. But CelcomDigi Alliance might not only lose Jimmy, they might lose Olio as well. Yoru, right time to pick up a UMP. Now he's focusing on the Leons on the left side. Let's see which target he'll be able to get. Ooh, Olio. Okay, he does have that small little shack, but that might not help because TALON, they have a vehicle. They can rush.
It's a painful start for CelcomDigi Alliance. Almost lost 2 members. At least the third one still alive. Olio in the middle of nowhere. Here comes the ride. He's gonna walk into the sunset. Be grateful about it. But the circle just now, Cloud, with the flight path hovering more towards the northern side, it's so empty down there. It's super vacant. Anybody who reached there first gets so much advantage with this sort of circle.
Yes. They can go and grab like the best positions possible. But first, like a team like CelcomDigi Alliance needs to survive. Look gets gunned down. Ouch. Surely will go out. And that's CelcomDigi Alliance. 2 players left.
2 points for TALON side. They needed a point. They're at the bottom. CelcomDigi Alliance with 2 players left. At least try to crack into the 80s by end of this map. Aggressive start here we have for Miramar map. I did not expect it to be this early when it comes to the aggression. But speaking of the circle, is it going to be South Los Leones again? You know, that happens so many times. When it comes to South Los Leones, the curvature of the ground will be so difficult. The uneven terrain. There's not many super high grounds, but it's enough to make sure that nobody can actually spot you and can just toss the nade. So I assume a lot of teams will try to find as much troubles as possible if it resorts to the South Los Leones circle.
Yeah, the spot that a lot of teams like to drop, but it's unnamed. Like, I remember you saying about like, we need to give that spot a name because it's so popular. So if you were to give that spot a name, what would it be?
At least Los Eagles. Don't forget Los Eagles entirely.
Oh yeah, I mean, Los Eagles is way on the left, like south of Los Leones, that mountain-ish area. What would you give it? Found Leones.
Lion Mountains. It's Sao Leones. Mountain of Leon sounds like a lion. No, mountain lion, I guess. Oh, I wish they actually have the replay when they are parachuting down, trying to steal that minivan away. I can see at CelcomDigi Alliance play. Olio, was it? They actually took a knife out.
Oh yeah, just in time, right? It's crazy.
Can you actually stab the driver next to you in real life? It's doable. It's doable for... What happened if they all ride the minivan and just pretend nothing happened?
That is doable. That is doable. But to stab the driver from the outside, in all PUBG Mobile logic, it should damage the vehicle. So I'm not sure if that actually would work. But these areas, they're trying to make sure that something will work here with that spray. Well, okay, they didn't get anything, but that's okay.
They're actually navigating towards the south, which seems to be tailing GLE from behind because they're both teams are moving in the same direction to get into the circle. Now, everybody rushing into the circle, knowing the fact we're late, we're doomed. There will be such a hard mountain to climb later on with so many teams watching out to shoot you down. And whoever's late into this, the only option they have left, it's going to be at the mountain foot of Chumacera, around the low grounds, around the compound of Chumacera. That's going to be the safest place for them to be when they're late.
Yes, that'll be the best. If they're fast, they go up to the high ground. If not, yep, play somewhere down of Chumacera. That will be the best. Or maybe in Chumacera itself. It really depends. But Chumacera, there's like 2 different layers, right? So you can either go like the higher Chumacera or the lower Chumacera. Safe one, lower Chumacera. Safe one for PTR, we don't know. They need to find their way because they need to put in a performance. Ryan is still in the lineup, and of course PTR, we know they have one of the biggest fan base in the world. But,
Ryan Snape! This is the one that we talked about! It's Ryan, Snape, Federales, and Razy. Are they actually going to do something? I want to see, will it make a difference? Because we do know Ryan, Snape both have such a big high kill volume back in last week. And finally they use this combination. Is it gonna work?
Okay. This is BTR throwing the cards now, right? This has to work. If not, I don't know what else will work for BTR.
3 Terminators. When it comes to BTR lineup, Razy have a lot of IGL to do. You have to make sure that you got everything under control. These are wild lineups here coming up from the side of BTR. But if it can be done, it's going to be big. It's going to be blowing off the charts with the eliminations here.
Okay, so that's something that we will observe, right? And looks like it's a good start. Snape got a knock. Looks like it's a long range of talent, so he's on the lower ground. For him to follow up, not a good clear shot yet, but here comes BTR. Are they really going to go for it? It's very risky though, because there's still a good line of sight of talent to shoot down Snape if he chooses to rush in.
The fact that the coaching staff putting in this lineup, they're willing to take every risk possible. These are risk takers lineup. I mean, Nonsense-ville for our next circle. This is unusual still. There's so many valleys, deep valleys in there. And so many entry points for the teams that are coming in late as well. This is actually good news. Teams like FaZe Clan and VOIN don't get coming in later. But these Xaviers against GLU. Now, they haven't lost any of their members yet. But those high grounds will make it difficult for the Xaviers to actually just drop their bullets right on top of GLU. There's so many mountains in between.
And
29.
Yeah, Yuhai got Stickly. Immediately taking it out. So it looks like that's a close quarters combat fight, perhaps. a Lamborghini takes out Xbox. GLU, 2 teams took out 2 of their players. So now they only have 2, Noel and KF. But at least they're in the circle. They at least have this compound. But if the information is leaked towards teams around them, they will know that, hey, it's only 2 players. Let's crash in, take over this compound. So they run a big risk here.
Oh, there's Boom also down there. GLU, they're being surrounded here. Boom hiking up. I think 7-9 players. Yuhai probably going to get a glimpse on Boom rotation. Back to Roy. Roy, what you gonna do? They have been avoiding early conflict for the past few maps here. They try to get into the center of circle as fast as they can. They might actually be in the center soon. Because last time we saw Minas, there will be sort of centralizing area for the circle. But there's no more high elevations that seems to be vacant for Roy. They might force themselves to break apart here if they're being ambushed by Sam9. And that's not just Sam9. Look at the mini-map. There's another team nearby.
Yeah, everyone tries to get the a good spot here in the high ground. So they'll start to be like really close to each other. But because of the terrain, you don't get a good clear shot. Yuhai might get it now, but in a moment's time, Ka moves away and he's out of Yuhai's crosshair. For now, that is. But second chance around for Yuhai. Almost getting Ka. Ka very low. Oh, with that one last stick of health.
One bullet.
Get into the jack.
One bullet is just what it takes. But back on VOIN Donkey, these Avis punches down the grenade here as well. Lamborghini might be the one joining here. Whoa! Lamborghini clutch it with the help of Levi. We just switched over that side. Oh my god, that was a big one. Instantly, they just dropped down their knees inside and indoors. Levi has been on his best performance here today.
Oh, Levi, now he still needs to put on his best performance here. But with the help of Lamborghini and of course his deadly molly, VOIN Donkey gets eliminated. No points at all for VOIN Donkey this round. And D-Xavier, they will recover as a full team.
Lamborghini have to fight the rest of VOIN Donkey just by himself, but Levi just arrived on time, giving such a cover fire and such support. Wow, this duo, Levi and Lamborghini, should be feared by all the teams down there. One scary duo. But we do see the string of a circle right at the valley where a lot of teams concentrated in the center there, including Roy. There's also CelcomDigi Alliance. There's also TALON. There's also Sam9. And GLU just breathing behind Sam9. Oh my, there's like 5 or 6 teams. Only one will manage to make it through.
Ooh, and there could be a clash. Okay, a player of Vampire. I believe that's Schweppes there. He's now alone. Okay, he's fighting against Roy. Mango just got gunned down by Schweppes. Okay, we need a view of what's happening up there. Vampire Esports now they're rushing in. We can look at it from the minimap. Okay, now we have a view. Mango is down. The rest of Roy not able to back him up because of how rough this terrain is.
Here comes Schweppes, finish things off. Roy very separated. They're being forced to separate due to Sam9 fired towards them early on when they were migrating towards the center. But this giving so much point for the teams around them. Vampires, they know for a fact they will check the shack. I think it's 100% they will check the shack. Juke, it's all about time here. And aside of Hui Kwang, he's going to take it outdoors. Cast next in the hands of Vampires as well. And they're so separated, one by one, taken out limb by limb for Roy. But Vampire just shifted over to Sam9. It might actually spot out Glue as well if this keeps on going.
On Zen's finish of car. Roy now 2 players left. In between Sam9 and Vampire Esports. Ooh, so difficult for them to get out of this situation. But the good news is that they are in the middle of the circle. So as long as they can avoid the gunfire from these 2 teams, they can at least survive the next stage. So let's see how long will they be able to do that. Okay, Vampire Esports not putting full focus onto Roy. Maybe a little. If this nade gets like Hui Kwang, then okay. But if not, then I guess for them it's still fine because Roy is not a threat to Vampire.
Yeah, but they won those points. They won those points so bad. Like we can see they are hunting people down. If they spotted out Hui Kwang, it's just a matter of time. They will find Juke too. It's just next to each other. And Mela closing in, or Juke giving so much information for Hui Kwang, but at the same time, they're not anywhere safe. Look at the mini-map. They've been surrounded. There's Sam9 Vampires. If they can stay quiet, great, but for how much longer? On the side of GLU, they're parting ways. They're not following 79 anymore. They will try to stay put at the south with only 2 players remaining, but will claw. We saw how Zuxi just gave a shout before the start of this match. So I assume Claw will try to go as aggressive as they can, but it shrinks right at the valley area. This divided the map into 2 sides. You want to go to the left mountains or the right ones?
That road is definitely not helping, right? But Vampire Esports, okay, they finally landed this nade on the Hui Kwang. Now it's go time for Vampire Esports to pick up this point. There's not much that Juki can do. And Vampire didn't know that Juki is there. Okay, they want to take their second point.
It's going to be wiped out the entirety of Roy. There you go. The moment they saw Hui Kwang, it's absolute must. They will find out about Juki's position too. Vampires, they need a bit of reset, but Yuhai already reached at the edge, but the rest of 79 is a bit far. And will they fight to it at 79? Definitely. They have 1 player up there as well. I think that's going to be Schraps. Not Schraps, it's probably going to be Mela. Scouted out Yuhai. Yuhai made a U-turn. GLU now lurking around. But at least 79, they got himself compound. While Rap FaZe being very sneaky, hearing those audio cues. Audio cues will actually give so much information to its Claw regarding what their next step will be.
Oh, FaZe Clan. Yeah, a team that is slowly sliding down the overall charts as well. And they need to put in a better performance. And now from the outside coming in, they have BTR. But from the other side, a Team Secret. Okay, let's see what will they have up their sleeves this time. It's going to be hard to climb up now that it's so congested inside the circle. A lot of teams already took the prime spots in these circles. So it's going to be difficult for Team Secret to even scout. Where can they go?
Yep, barely got any space for them. You're late. There's going to be a big problem with the very south circle like this. And Boom, on the other hand, also not safe either. You want to pick and choose now. You want to go to the left side, which more overpopulated, or you want to stay on the right side, but it's quite an open space and multi-level of terrains. But can it easily be visualized by the teams on the other end, though? Ofta, oh, he's been seen by Team Secret. Misery, he's a bit busy trying to deal with whoever's trying to hike up there. Almost got completely on Frankie. Octa managed to secure that one with Mastery also helping out towards the side of Boom. Team Secret caught in the process of migrating, but there's another team shooting from behind as well. That's going to be Claw.
And because of that, the tough rotation. Well, Team Secret lost 3 players, but 1 is still alive. And now it's going to be D-Xavier. Okay, they will push on against GLU. KF will be down on his knees. Noel is in a critical situation as well. 20% of health left. As Nate T cooking up this Nate. Lobs it on the KF. Hoping to lock in the elimination point, but no, not yet.
But chipped down slowly. Here's HP, but SKF is crawling as fast as he can. Try to avoid himself from those explosions. Nate T, he tried to calculate where this guy's going to be at. It might be the perfect angle. We're close enough. Those mid-explosion really almost killed the entirety of GLU. We're running away from these Avis, but these Avis, they're not going to let you pass by easily. They will never let their point to get out. And GLU being spotted once more. Purging. But the circle will shrink even further into the center. It's right in the middle of the valley area. Talon got himself those slightly at the edge, but in the center. CelcomDigi Alliance, also some of them seems to be in the center. But back to it, these Avis and GLU, they're not done yet. But is GLU wiped out? I guess so.
Yep, no points for GLU this time. Alter Ego looking for their points now with the Molly on to Misery, aka Mastery. And this one need to follow up. That is Boom Esports, eliminated by a brilliant Molly nade combo by Alter Ego.
It's Krypton again. You have to be extra careful. When he dropped those nades, it's going to be doubled down and completely wiped out. That's going to be the case. Alter Ego, they really have a very strong lineup this season with Krypton 5 eliminations already. Oh, we talked about Rosemary, this and that, but Krypton is the real kryptonite for all the other teams out there. Claw just barely make it through. They need to hike up there. They're actually going towards the left side for Claw. We have more teams on the left side of the circle than the right one.
Yeah, they are picking the route that is a little bit more challenging, but obviously for their point of view, they don't really know. They don't exactly know how many teams are there. They're just like, okay, you know what? Let's just pick that part. Might give us a better advantage somehow. But they must win this fight against Sem9 right now before they're able to come in. But there's also another team on the left side. Claw, now divided in between two different teams. And that's the Xavier on the left.
Oh boy, this is going to be tough. They have to pick and choose which one to fight first here, which one is closer or more of a threat for them. But don't forget, there's also Vampires on the other end. It's gonna be another three-way war for Claw and BTR taking a fight against eArena. There goes the toss of the nade and Tony K with the smoke. I don't know what he's planning to do, but they managed to knock down on another one. And it's gonna be Joker keep tossing those nades towards the side of Snape and Razy. We do want to see this lineup to work for BTR, but right now being charged into CQC. It did not work out for BTR yet.
Another 0-point round for BTR today. This is their third 0-point round. And Vikings, FaZe Clan, Sem9 still in the game. Could overtake BTR. Anyway, now on the high ground, we have Claw trying to take out the members of Vampire Esports below them. It is mandatory for them to win this fight against Vampire before they're able to go in. This nade will not arrive for the Vampire. Vampire, they're still all right. But I can't say the same for Team Secret. They just got eliminated.
Yep, as the circle getting even smaller and shrinking even smaller at this point. A lot of teams will start to take it out by these teams that are coming in later, including Claw, who spotted out Vampires and now shift over to Sem9 again. They have to pick and choose. If they initiate both fight at the same time, high chance they get sandwiched in the middle.
Oh, but Schweppes will not give them that choice. Zaxi knocked by Schweppes. Sem9 might steal away the point, but Sem9 is pressured by the blue at the same time. We're talking about stage 5 blue. And moving on to stage 6. They can't tank this too much, but Sem9 at least they can get away from the blue. While the circle shifts, CelcomDigi Alliance, FaZe Clan, TALON in it.
TALON still got quite a compound there. They got himself quite comfortably setting it out and wait for the other teams to arrive. While we're looking at the left side, there's a huge wall coming up on the left side of the circle, outside of it even. With stage 6 hitting into 7 very soon, Vampire's got himself in a ditch. It's a clear massacre by Sem9 towards Vampires. Out of all the places, that's the worst possible place for them to get cornered down.
Well, but good for Sem9. Now they have 4 elimination points in. One more team down and they'll be able to collect placement points. They will lock in Levi's as well. And here is Nate. Naded by eArena. eArena, they are still on fire. But 30k, last man standing.
What a chaos! Porridge do have the grounds. He got the upper hand, but he can manage to finish it off. But he needs to hike up straight away. Vampire's cooking up the nade. Shrats might toss to us straight into Porridge's side. It's cooking up perfectly well timed. Got chipped down to 50% of HP. Porridge could hold on. The last of these Xaviers. Another one bites the dust, but Vampire's a heavy casualty as well. Remaining with only 2 players. Alter Ego on there, they're still having a 4. The fight on the left side is not done yet. Vampires, they need to get away and part their ways with Sem9.
Ooh, and Fearon. Okay, gets out of his vehicle. Looks at Schweppes, gets a good clear shot, and Schweppes will be knocked out by Fearon. This is what Sem9 is looking for. Now they're looking for more. The final player of Vampire Esports, Mela, managed to get away into the circle. Safe for now, but Sem9 will claim point number 5.
Sem9 from the bottom, rise up slowly but surely with 5 eliminations right now. While Vampires, despite of that, they still managed to score 9 eliminations. CelcomDigi Alliance, the last man, not only is still behind this, we were too far. There's no way he can survive that by himself. But that barbecue himself after he tossed that Molly. But at least there's nobody else nearby except for Mellow, still in the hide. While CelcomDigi Alliance, Olio at the back line. There's nothing he can actually do about this.
And it's Sem9 now. 6 elimination points in the bag. Managed to get into the circle. On the other side, we have Mela, who will now stay as quiet as possible. But Sem9, they'll be looking for him. Okay, Dab is on the hunting mission. Where is the final cat? Where is Meowla?
Oh, but
looks like they're going to ignore him for now.
He's going to get busted with that buggy. But on the other end, FaZe Clan taking that high advantage, that high ground advantage towards Alter Ego. There's also TALON. If they overpick themselves for FaZe Clan, TALON would try to shoot them. No, Mela being spotted. It's not Sam9, but it's still Firen finishing move. Thanks Red Bull for giving the information for Sam9. They managed to secure the last member of Vampires. We're down to 5 teams at stage 6, hitting stage 7 in 7 seconds. Yeah, but Alter Ego, this is going to be a huge hype for them to fight against FaZe Clan.
And will Alter Ego still get the next win of the circle? Yes, they will. Together with Sam9 and TALON, FaZe Clan is the team that needs to come in. Alter Ego, if they put in a good performance, if they continue racking the points, they can reclaim that throne.
Already on the way to do so, as long as they keep themselves alive. To be in the second place is also enough for them to overtake eArena at #1 spot and reclaim their throne. Sam9 on the other hand, the teams at the bottom who try to fight for their life. 7 eliminations, counted out the rest of TALON. Alter Ego spotted out FaZe Clan. FaZe Clan couldn't focus on Alter Ego anymore longer. They need to flee, but the more they extend this fight, the more teams closing out the gaps. TALON also shooting against Alter Ego at FaZe Clan at the same time, making it so difficult for FaZe Clan to just finish off Alter Ego beneath them.
Yeah, the terrain isn't really helping them, but they do have the highest peak among all these teams. It's just that right now, FaZe Clan, they need to move forward and they might bump into Sam9. But Sam9, the split between FaZe Clan and also Alter Ego. Nade launch across, and it's going to be FaZe Clan onto depth.
It's not done yet. FaZe Clan. There's nobody in the shack for Red Bull to actually scout that over. They have to refocus towards Alter Ego. They have to figure out how to climb down and go at the same level with Alter Ego to make it easier for them to make a CQC. But Sam9, at least the ledges of the mountain will actually cover them temporarily, but Alva already cooked up the nade. They managed to get away on time, but Dap needs to go for a reset. Traxi hoping Dap to get into the car, but he's healing himself up. They will try to go from behind of FaZe Clan instead, but unfortunately, they found out earlier the last member of CelcomDigi Alliance. We're down to 4 teams with TALON having the most men in their squad. But Sam9 can get into back to 4 after they manage to revive their members.
Still a brilliant high ground advantage here for FaZe Clan. They should be able to slide into the circle still with all the other teams below them. Now it's a matter of if they're able to get a good view. Maybe Sam9, maybe Alter Ego, or maybe even TALON. But TALON, the players are in the building. Anyway, 5 more seconds before stage number 8. Likely that FaZe Clan might not get the next stage of the circle. Circle shrinks, and it favors the other 3 teams aside from FaZe Clan.
Another completely difficult for Alter Ego. We've seen this happen so many times. 3 teams to go against 1 teams in the center. With this uneven terrain, it's so difficult to visualize the players. They pop the smoke to recover the members of 4 FaZe Clan, but Alter Ego, the closest one to a FaZe Clan, with Sam9 right on top of them. Sam9 do have a bigger advantage, and they're still inside of a circle, not really at the edge. But the nade coming up from Chopper, again Gooey. Alter Ego in trouble. Sam9, they have a peek, but they want to actually go into this fight as well.
Dewey gets cut down, but before that, Alva taken out of the game. That is Alter Ego out at number 4, 8 elimination points. That's between TALON, Sam9, and FaZe Clan for the chicken dinner as player of the player of TALON gunned down by FaZe Clan.
Trying to redeem themselves in the last loss here. FaZe Clan managed to get those long shots from below upwards. That's a difficult shot to go with. But he managed to knock down on one, but Yuhai finally into action. Can he revive Firen first? Will he go for his teammate first, or will he go for the last member of FaZe Clan? Chopper can revive Red Bull if Yuhai decided to revive on Firen. Right now, Traxi and Dap is a bit far because they are focusing towards TALON. So Sam9, they're dividing attention towards 2 sides now.
It's going to be the final duel here, ladies and gentlemen. Stage number 9 will be coming soon. No zone at all. 3-way warfare. Sam9 with the best advantage as they have a full squad. Now, no circle. Sam9, they're on the inner side, so they have the zone advantage. It's a matter of TALON and FaZe Clan to find a way to overcome Sam9 now.
FaZe Clan, they're giving another chance here. They managed to get into the top 4 in the last map as well. But it's all down to Achua and Linux. They have to go in for TALON. They have no other choice. And the worst case scenario, they are at the lower ground. So all these 3 teams, all these 2 teams can see them through the moon. They try to move away their vehicle. Instantly get finished off by these players. One last member of TALON trying to figure out how to exit, but FaZe Clan against the 4 of Sem9. Sem9 do have the numbers. There's no way that they're going to botch this one, right? There's no definite way to actually go down against 1v2.
Yeah, with the high ground advantage as well, and Viren will finish off by the player of TALON. Definitely Sem9 has to close this game with a chicken dinner. The chicken dinner that they've been longing for. Those same goes for FaZe Clan, but Sem9, 4 players against 2. They have the man advantage, they have the zone advantage, waiting for FaZe Clan to show themselves. They get Red Bull, 1 more to go. It's going to be Chopper. Sem9 all in right now, and Sem9 back on fire!
Seems like adding DAP into this lineup did make a huge impact for Sem9. This is what they needed, DAP. That change of dynamic between their lineups makes such a big difference. Here we get to see Sem9. They flew all the way with their staff. Their bosses there as well to give them support. But at the same time, this is the rise of the bottom team, Cloud. This is it. The top teams, after Ego, they managed to secure a couple of more points, might actually overtake that number 1 spot. But the gap might shrink even further.
Our top 2 teams are from the bottom. Sem9 and FaZe Clan. This is the time for them to rise up to the occasion, to close the gap with the number 1 team, and also give them a little bit more hope to come up with a Cinderella story on Smash Sundays. Sem9, this is the chicken dinner that they've been longing for after a drought, after such a long time. How many eliminations? It's 13 eliminations in total for Sem9. So that's 23 points. This will give them a significant boost in the overalls later on. Viren comes in with the most damage of 912. Bringing in the most eliminations as well, 6 eliminations to be exact, and 324 damage absorbed. He tanked, he attacked, he shoot. He brought in the eliminations. Viren, the all-rounder guy for Sem9, supported by Yuhai, Jaxi, as well as Dep. Everyone contributed to Sem9's points in this round. The points that's so crucial here for Sem9 to create a story for themselves tomorrow. Let's go on to the highlights.
Sam9 one step closer to be on the first page. I mean, it's not going to be enough yet. We do know when it comes to the first page, the minimum you have to get until the 70s. And so far, they're getting closer to that, which means they can close the gap even smaller with the next map. But nonetheless, FaZe Clan, twice in a row right now, they got themselves in the top 4, have been quite consistent. Unfortunately for Vampires, a lot of a massive rotation, and as well as bumping and collision with other teams.
And let's not forget about Alter Ego. This could be the time that they retake their throne at the top from the hands of eArena. Now that they are up here in the top 4 teams at number 2, there's a high chance. But before we go into that, we're going to celebrate our MVP this round, Firen of Sam9 with 6 eliminations and 912 damage.
Wow. He has been playing the whole day. We didn't get to see him that much, but with that addition to it, I think it changed so much with the dynamics coming up from Sam9. I don't know if they can bring forward this momentum towards the last map of the day. Still going to be Miramar. But with 23 points, definitely a huge leap from the second page before. We talked about them being at the 3 bottom teams. We saw how things have changed for GLU. This is definitely going to be the same case for Sam9.
Oh yeah. Who knows, right? Who knows? This could be the start of something from Sam9. Other than Sam9, Alter Ego 12 points, FaZe Clan 11, Vampire 11. Okay, eArena 6. Maybe they're still at number 1, but we need to look at it later. But we have like what? 1, 2, 6 teams. 6 teams with a 0. That's a new record.
Holy smokes, that's too much. I feel bad for Claw after we saw Suxy screaming just now to start off the map and gaining nothing out of this. And Team Secret is always going to be the third party for Team Secret. But that didn't happen. Is it the circle? Is it just the players getting better now? It's a tie when it comes to the total points. When it comes to the top 2 teams, things are getting heated up here. There's so much drama. The only difference is just going to be those rank points, which favors more towards Alter Ego.
Yeah, the tiebreaker now. But of course, we got one more game, so they could be separated after this. The next closest contender, Vampire Esports at number 3, still at the double digit, but they could go through prodigy after this. But on page 2, after Sam9 scoring that chicken dinner, now they're the ones knocking on the door to be at page number 1 with 63 points. But BTR, they continue to slide down. Now they're at number 15.
Oh man. The lineup that we actually hope for, we finally get to see, but it's not into action. They're more like being surrounded all around for BTR. Instead of letting it loose like their usual self, it feels like you can see it. They're not that confident when it comes to their positioning and how they move towards all the fights going on. But it also might be the terrain itself. It was so uneven, so many deep valleys, so many high, different multiple levels of grounds. It's all about who gets that first. If you're late, then you're doomed. We talked about that, and BTR came in slightly later than the rest. But, you know, what happened did really happen. With a tie at the first top two spots. Oh, wow. Imagine if we're starting off another tight spot for the top 2 teams tomorrow.
Maybe let's let Vampire Esports do well this time, and then you have like 3-way tie. Then you start off tomorrow with 3 teams, same amount of points.
8 teams. I want 8 teams to be eligible after the first map tomorrow. That would be so big. It's doable with a points gap. Yeah, it's a bit far for the rest of the team down there, starting from the 4th place down to the 7th place, or even make it slightly 6, 7, 8. But the top 5 teams is doable. Now, imagine if we have 5 teams eligible after that first map.
Well, then you have to tell eArena and DAY2 and Alter Ego to stop getting points. Yeah, like leave some room for number 3 onwards, so that they would have that space to make it exciting tomorrow. If it's 8 teams that meet match point after first game tomorrow, I don't know. That's like a whole new record. Surely a global record.
I agree. I mean, we do know it's going to be plus 10 points. after that first map tomorrow for the smash rule to actually happen. And if all the teams can get 10 points, then the rest of the teams down there couldn't get anything at all. So there's only probably 2 teams that might be eligible after the first map tomorrow. But it's down to whether they can smash it or not for the next one based on their chicken dinner. Because right now, anybody can get the chicken based on their plays, and anybody can score that chicken based on the circle.
Yep. Page 2 teams on the rise. We've seen a good amount of that. Now 7-9 is another example. So more page 2 teams. Come on, let's bring it on. Let's bring it on, right? Roy. Yeah, Roy. Now Roy, our suspect of the moment.
I mean, Roy don't have anything to lose anymore at this point, right? It's either go big or go home. So they really have to grow it big and make it sure that they can actually get a bit of a hope to make sure they will be eligible enough after like second game tomorrow at least. So they're catching up not so much compared to today. I mean, it's a huge get, 125. Now it's already out of the window for our 135 points right now, because definitely it's going to be more depending if the top 2 teams get eliminated first. Now, Roy, GLU, we're talking about this team. Alter Ego for you, but DZavius for me, of course. Vampire and DZavius, the next one to catch up to the top 2.
Roy and GLU. Okay, that will make a good story, right? Yeah, but they need to be up for it. GLU needs to be a little bit more consistent. Yeah, they swapped out Hexas. They had a good last Erangel, but when it comes to the Mirama, we didn't get to see the best of them. So now one more game to go. Anything can happen now with the fact that today has been a day of page 2 teams in general, if you think about it.
The second half, yes. The second half of the day. The first half of the day have been the first top 2 teams. The second half of the day, I love this sudden rise. Now, I know for a fact the reason why they're being left out or being left behind for their scores is because they're very late warming up, adapting into this lobby for every single day. And that's the edge that they have it over compared to the teams at the bottom. This is why the top teams are the top teams. They're always ready to whatever games of the day. You know, they didn't wait up very late. So it means that still for tomorrow, if you're going to implement the smash rule, it's going to be early half of the day. So they need to really push their numbers up to make sure at least, you know, they can finish off strong today for the teams at the bottom.
Oh yeah. Close the gap as much as possible. The Cinderella dream. Keep it alive. And come up with a Cinderella story tomorrow. Yeah, of course, tomorrow, first time we could see the smash rule being implemented in a championship winning day. Who knows what might come up? We don't have a case study or an example from whatever happened previously, right? Because it's the first time that the smash rule is in a championship winning day. So we might be surprised. From any team, any page 2 teams.
Question is, how many teams want to take out the top 2 teams right now? We've seen that happen to Alter Ego before. Now they are tied up with eArena. And at least for the side of Alter Ego, they're playing a bit more safer. Slightly hard because of they got themselves in not the most highest ground just now. Lizzie secured himself quite a safety around that ditch, covered by mountains. A lot of teams couldn't spot them out. But I do want to see can DX these Avias. We see them actually rotating very early a lot of times here today, Cloud. The moment we see the stage 1 hits, they loot their first phase, just like around a couple of minutes, straight to go into the center of the zone. Even in this Miramar map, that's always going to be the case for the Xavier's rotation today. But for the teams that are at the bottom, it's always going to be heavily towards a circle site, whether it's nearby or it's too far. And the next circle we have, I don't know about this season's circle grand finals. So hard to predict.
It's one of a kind, right? One of a kind. But of course, that's fun for us as viewers. We always like these kind of circles. But for the teams, they dread these kind of circles. But whatever it is, they have to still do it. Oh, I like Red Face with his what do you call that? A war paint? Can we call
War
that?
paint, but it's using the powder they use for the fingers.
Getting creative out of game.
At least he got his war face on, rat face. But for the other players, FaZe Clan, can they reach to the top? Now, FaZe Clan, we can see a very good attempt, but it's always about getting those eliminations. They involved in so many fights for FaZe Clan today, but always the knockdown, never the finishing.
Yeah, they're probably having the mentality like what you say you would like to see from Broy, right? It's like, okay, we got nothing to lose, okay? Let's just go for it. We'll win the fight, we'll lose the fight. At this point, it probably won't change that much. But if they win and they win and they win, who knows, a Cinderella story might come up. So maybe that's what the FaZe Clan is thinking now.
I'm looking at Moment. This time it's not playing with the camera. It just shows how serious it is. But never mind that. I take that back. But I can see the faces of the other players actually laughing and trying to hold in their laugh, because I think he's telling a joke in the mic just now. The players at the edge of it. VOIN Donkey. Hurting their brains right now. How to work things out. There's going to be a lot of teams right now kind of worry about where this is going to go when it comes to the last match of the day. How much will be the match point for tomorrow's Smash Roll?
Frankie's not with his gears. Come on, where are your gears?
I know, I'm worried about that too. There's no timer here, man.
Where are your gears? I haven't eaten yet.
Yes, same goes.
Where are your gears? Okay, Marshall's walking around.
I'm so worried because, you know, it feels like not everybody's in the lobby yet.
But Sata is playing though, so a bit of an update there.
Oh, interesting. I do want to see if BTR swap the players already back, like the OG one, like the usual lineup.
Yeah, they're back to the trio lineup plus Ryan playing this time.
Oh. So the one sits out. It's gonna be Snape then.
Yeah. Foxy hasn't played in the grand finals.
We've seen him in a show match earlier today.
Oh. So he's like the Chua, right? It's like, I hire you for the show match.
Can we start the game? Oh my god, please!
Stop playing with your board.
Where are your gears?
Okay. We know you want to take out Alter Ego. Okay, we get it.
Yeah, I want to read his notes. Is it possible to deadlock Young Nabrak?
Okay, I could hardly read that.
It's good writings, all capitals though.
Yeah, I saw like Nabrak and yeah, that's about it.
Nasty. Very cheeky moment.
Okay.
Playing a very dangerous game.
Okay.
Oh, these areas. You can see Lamborghini put up his hood. It's just so not in the mood today. We can see it. It's like probably he screamed when they were being eliminated just now.
Is that Levi's with a t-shirt that says Stress Mama? Stress. Like he's calling out, Mama, I'm stressed. Stress, Mama, stress.
Or maybe he is actually the mama for the team. The daddy is actually Lamborghini.
Oh, wow. I'm sure Levi's will make a good cook.
Got twice. Got 3 times.
Yeah.
Boom. And what happened to Boom today? We haven't talked enough about them. They were on a roller coaster ride. 1 minute they're hot and then they dropped that easily and finished off early.
That's them trying to be hot and cute.
They're tired.
Oh,
He's off it now. He is.
Are you going to join Alter Ego?
I don't think they're going to let him go. There's no way they're letting Razy go. He's a very highly valuable asset and play for the team.
Yeah, if he joins Alter Ego, that will be like the shocking transfer of the century. Like, oh,
No, I mean Alter Ego. Alter Ego got good lineup with Pritom keeping the momentum for the team as well, not just Rosemary. I think if they stop switching the players and try to work out the momentum and the chemistry between themselves, like how the Xaviers did, it actually can be a very, very high potential team to the world stage too.
Yeah, I mean, with their current performance, they are definitely showing that. Now it's all about locking in that slot after tomorrow, and they have a very, very high chance. Whether they become the champions or not, it's a second story. But top 3, very, very likely. Very. Okay, what's he saying?
I think Mela actually got his eye surgery, no? We barely get to see him wearing his glasses now.
I remember in one of the weeks that he actually wore glasses, so don't know. Maybe he's on contact lens.
It will be so uncomfortable to wear contact lens for such a long hours in a competition.
But it's comfortable to wear the gears. No, put on your gears. Put on your gears.
Okay, I think this is go time.
Okay.
Everybody ready and geared up. I think this is go time for our last match of the day.
Okay.
Yeah. It's go time.
Yeah, I can see the loading screen.
Can you actually see it? How did you see? Oh yeah, from the players, yeah.
Yeah. As long as they don't lift up the phone, right? Then you go like, oh, what? Where are they? Okay, they're in the loading screen. Okay, counting down. So you should get the timer in a while more.
Oh no, Rosemary, don't take it off. Put it back. Put it back. Put it back. So we know that we're gonna go.
Okay.
If the players start to take off their gears, that's bad news, guys.
Yeah.
Means that we're going nowhere with this.
Means we're scared.
Oh, we are on edge right now. We are more anxious than the players.
Device, put your hands on the phone. Hands on the phone.
At least
Press
it's a good, timeout for the players to recollect their thoughts regarding the last game just now. It was a total mess when it comes to stage number 4, 5, and 6. It was a complete chaos with that soft circle.
Yes, but not complete chaos with the timer. We almost kinda like, first circle there was Patona there, so we were like, okay, maybe it goes Patona. Okay, but I guess we were a little bit too ambitious there. But yep, one more Miramar today. Let's see if it gets wonky. If it's not Patona, I'll take Impala. Do it. Do it, Zeta, do it.
Potato don't want to show some love to Zeta. After that, buying so much time for the team that he survived so long in the last Wrangled map just now. This guy deserves some love. Come on, Potato. He's not happy about it. A bit sad. But you know what? It's not sad. We're going to start off our last map. Our Day 2 Grand Finals PMSL. Let's fly into the last Miramar.
If Zeta got the chicken dinner, maybe Potato would give him the kiss instead. But no loves and kisses for all these teams as they head on to the battleground, the final Miramar for today. Before we decide on what the match point is going to be for tomorrow, will it be eArena setting it? Will it be Alter Ego setting it? Or will it be a surprise for many other teams? Let's head on to it.
Bad news for the players. High chance the circle will be very wonky indeed, with the very skewed flight path favors more to its south. Are we walking towards the northern circle? Is it going to be another water treatment, Chris de Valley? Or has it a patron sort of circle? Gotta wait and see, because it's always contradict flight path and the circle itself. I think the players somehow kind of realize that maybe that's going to be the case. Maybe some of them try to drop as near to its north as possible. If the circle down south once more, oh my, it's going to be a really messy one indeed.
Well, we're holding our breath. We should get the circle in a little bit more. But my eyes are now glued towards above Power Grid, FaZe Clan, eArena, BTR, all very close. And they're probably going to tussle for vehicles there. That's a small probability. circle, center Ladrilera. Okay, and Step9 is in the middle of the circle.
It's not that much different compared to the last circle with the soft circle. Deep valleys again, uneven terrain, high grounds. And I assume Xavier is going to go straight towards the left side of Ladrilera like per usual, because we had this sort of circle last time. But with a hard shift towards Montenegro, just like before. Now that's going to be interesting too.
That could be one that gives us a bit of a variance. But if it goes again to like similar spot, Minasta Valley, south of Chumacera, the high ground area, well, teams, they don't like that. That's hard. That's hard to play. So it could be easy mode. It could be tough mode. It's determined by the circle now.
Oh, this is hard circles to predict with the last circle making such a big change in hard shift. That's a lot of analytical view for the IGL to think about where their course of direction here. But this time at least CelcomDigi Alliance managed to parachute themselves safely with no disruption by the other teams.
Yeah. Before this, they lost Adit Luke. They lost Jimmy OP very, very early. And that kind of costed them. Because CelcomDigi Alliance, if you look at their overalls, actually, they are still in the running too to come out with something big tomorrow. Or maybe even the top 3. At least if it's even the top 3, ticket to PMWC, that's okay. But of course, a team like CelcomDigi Alliance, who's uncrowned for many, many seasons now, they surely want to lift the trophy.
Wait a minute. They still have Ryan Snape lineup here from the side of BTR.
Oh?
I want to see if this actually going to work for BTR. But, I mean, this lineup, I feel it will work. They start hunting people down from the early stage here. It will not work if they have to wait things out, because that's the best case scenario for this line of BTR. I mean, they have high fragger players, 3 of them. Federalis, Ryan and Snape. Just let them lose.
Unleash the beast. The trio. Okay. Well, the team that is needs to unleash the beast as well is going to be Boom Esports. One good round, and then after that, it was like, can't find the level of consistency, right? So now their gap between themselves and Alter Ego is like what?
50. Is it 50?
48 points. Yeah, 48 points. So that's like what, 2 rounds-ish worth of points for them to even meet the potential match point tomorrow.
He started strong for Boom. I don't blame them. This lobby right now, very difficult indeed. So many good players. You see a rise of 10EK just bring a different light to his eArena.
Oh?
Who's stretching out so much gap between our vampires, but first contact made. GLU has been still playing for this one. Hexas is back in the lineup too.
And if you remember, Hexas showed like during the player camp, like he was like, okay, we wanna try to chop Alter Ego. And looks like they have the opportunity now. And now Alter Ego, they fire back. Okay, they're all in the circle, so they're still okay for now. But let's see who wins this one against GLU.
This is very south when it comes to where they are at this around the circle. Still inside of circle. Just around Valdemar, Minas de Valley. But lucky enough for Alter Ego, it's just GLU around the corner, I think. If there's another team coming by, if they know this is Alter Ego, they'll be done for. There's so many people trying to gun them down. They got scored 1 against GLU players, but did not execute it yet.
It was Hasby on the ground. Okay, Noel, Krypton. 1v1 in this building. Okay, Noel with the snake. To the ground floor, will not connect. Okay, still standoff here between the 2 players. For Alter Ego, they have 1 player at the bridge, so he's going to play the off-angle guy. Here comes Rosemary, lobbing a nade across. Right in front of him, it's going to be a player of GLU being held hostage at this moment as Krypton tries to land his shots, but not able to against Noel. Is still dancing in the building.
GLU is very separated from their fourth players. The same actually coming up from Alter Ego. They're in the same formation for both teams. There, Noel, he got himself a molly, tried to toss it around the corner downstairs, hoping it will keep Alter Ego from entering in. A first block finally taken by Rosemary, finish off GLU players. They barely got enough clout. If there's a third team coming up very soon, and they're still inside of a circle, by the way, it's going to be trouble brewing up for both GLU and Alter Ego.
Crypto is super safe though. Rosemary is just right behind him, so they could potentially duo against Noel, but still like super duper safe. Okay, looking at their utilities right now. So Krypton, no first aids. Okay, it does have decent weapons, shotgun, and also UMP, that's pretty okay. But they're not really committing it. Okay, here comes another rotation. And that's Alva showing up.
Box, he barely can visualize from this angle. It's a bit too far. It's around that bridge area. Noel is too close. This is going to be a difficult day. Probably going to have to sacrifice Noel unless he manages to exit out. That's what he's going to do. The rest of Alter Ego follows him very hot on his tails. Noel trying to run and trying to go towards that bridge. He's actually playing the bait for Xbox to make sure he got a clear view to shoot any of the Alter Ego players down. But they're playing it safe as well. They're tracking exactly where Noel is running. Xbox repositioning on top of the bridge. Hoping he can follow up. Noel still not managed to be saved here.
And that's the numbers that Alter Ego stack against Noel. Well, that took him a while.
Montenuevo?
Oh, wait a second. Xbox on the bridge. Managed to get one.
At least the bait strategy was waking up. But this circle is crazy. It just pulled all the way to the north. Xbox managed to secure another one, probably with this view, but he's trying to distract all Alter Ego players to focus on him so Access can shoot them from behind. But now Alter Ego, they know there's only two players. They're trying to find out where is the last player here right now. They know there's somebody nearby. And they're not willing to focus 100% to the side of Xbox.
Yeah, no circle for these two teams now, but yet they're still in the standoff. Alter Ego have the numbers, but because Xbox is on that bridge, so it's not easy for them to land that shot. But they don't know the Hexas is here. Micro Uzi. Alter Ego, perhaps time for them to consider that, you know what? It's not worthwhile to try to pursue these two players. No circle. We might as well go. Or they want to try to find that wraparound and still claim those 2 points.
But he's just trying to bait out by leaving with two vehicles. But I think Xbox get a clear view where all the players of Alter Ego, the ones that's not leaving yet. But we're going to shift to the teams that's inside of the circle. Seems to be very crowded already. The Xaviers. Surrounded by, I think that's going to be Sam9 on the northern side. Possibly going to be eArena. Yep, there you go. Montenuevo. It's about picking the side, which side of the road you want to stay in.
But Sam9 picking the side of Vampire Esports. Let's see if Fearing can come up with something here. That native land, but Vampire, they easily reset themselves, so they're okay for now. In the circle with the compound, they'll be fine. 7-9 above them. As long as they stay at the circle, they'll be okay. But clearly, these two teams, they're not done yet. Come on, guys, get over it.
And the blue zone arrive. If Alter Ego are going to go down here, they're very far from the circle. Indeed, we're talking about almost 1 kilometer away. Same goes for GLU. Worst case is going to be GLU. They got a really good map round earlier today. Now spotted out Moana. If they manage to cripple Alter Ego formation here, at least taking on one player out, it's still going to be tough for Alter Ego to get into the circle. There's so many teams around La Duilera already. With the circle shift they want to do. We're at stage 2 and stage 3 going to hit very soon. They need to get out for both teams now.
And they still let us stand up. But Alter Ego, okay, they left that area. Okay, they're no longer interested. So now it's the two players of GLU to decide on how they're going to tank this one. Most teams in the circle. So looks like at least this final circle for today, it's kind of okay for these teams. It's not too wonky. Lots of flat land, decent space for them to play. Juke found Pondbit, however.
Right, it might be a third party coming in as well because we saw how concentrated the circle is currently. But for Alter Ego, I'm smiling because they're playing it very smart despite coming in very late into the circle. They're taking the left side of the road outside of Monte Nuevo so they can actually approach Monte Nuevo without cutting across that very crowded ladrillera. But Vikings, Superman spotted SM9, there's Talon and Vampires. And Vampires, they resort to getting those low compounds, low ground compounds, instead of taking those high ground. It's quite an open space, like you mentioned.
Well, here comes the spray from Wunti. Not in the circle as well. The Vikings, now they know that somebody is in front of them, so they take an alternative route towards the left side instead, which is fine. And they should be able to find an entry point. Well, it depends on how the other teams move with the circle. Now my eyes is also glued at GLU. Look at the two players and their health. They're like below 50%, still in the blue. We don't know how long they'll be able to last.
Probably gonna follow the rotation of Alter Ego. Just to make sure, you know, they're trying to tail Alter Ego from behind. There's also Semnan right in front of Alter Ego. Now Glue might actually got himself in a trap if they keep tailing on Alter Ego the same direction here. And Alva spot them out. He gave the information towards the rest of the team. But they cannot just overstay themselves in the blues. And stage 4 will hit big and painful for those who's taking the blue zone. And the circle getting further away from them as well. So they have 40 seconds to decide what to do. Or with the rest of the team don't even think twice about taking a fight head on. Boom, going against CelcomDigi Alliance around the ridge. High grounds here, uneven terrain. At least the smoke will buy CelcomDigi Alliance time. But for Boom, they also lost one player.
That's one down for CelcomDigi Alliance. Boom Esports, they will continue on. They got Oleo. Wunti, oh, actually Wunti got Oleo. So there's another team, the Vikings, looking at CelcomDigi Alliance. Now the blue on to Wunti. Time for him to move as well. CelcomDigi Alliance distracted with the fact that the Vikings was behind them. The Boom Esports, let's see what kind of advantage will they take out of this. But while that, let's check out the circle. D Xavier, eArena in the circle, BTR as well.
Oh, sweet spot by the Xaviers and VOIN Donkey. They got themselves. We've seen this sort of circle before. It's about which side of a compound you want to take on top of Monte Nuevo, but it's M9 and Rosemary is going to do this by himself. For Rosemary taking the charge and taking the lead while Krypton trying to slip around the off angle to a M9. But for Rosemary, he will try to... No, he's not going to revive Alva first.
But Moana takes a lot of damage. Ooh. Okay. Still able to breathe. Okay, Krypton's above him. Can provide a little bit of cover fire. Sem9, they will try to take this opportunity to block Alter Ego from coming in. But Yuhai is bleeding out. So decisions now for Sem9. If they don't finish off Alter Ego, they can't save Yuhai.
Traxy watching Krypton from afar. You have to be extra careful about where they're picking out. Try to jiggle their way in and out for Alter Ego. Rosemary got one player knocked down from afar. It's going to be Krypton. Dap fired back. Chipped down 50% of Krypton's HP. So far, long fights between these two teams. Traxy, can he spot any of the players from above? They need Traxy's eyes to watch out. But the structures, the uneven ground, make it so difficult for Traxy to put any work in it.
But it's super hard for Rosemary as well to put in his own work to try to get away from Sem9. Blue will be on top of them soon, and we're talking about stage 4 Blue. Okay, Alter Ego now their vehicles. Okay, they will try to push it little by little, but Trexie got Moana. And 2 or 3 more active players from Alter Ego now, and Dep from the side. Okay, he's cooking out this nade. Okay, it has to be a short toss nade here against Rosemary. Short toss. Did not land on the Rosemary. Rosemary still fine. Here comes Krypton.
Oh, he just cutting across straight. What was he thinking? Dab was waiting on the other end, but when the next Dab getting a second one over. They're probably going to be the third one. Then Traxy will charge him straight up front. There's down on the ground, but what? How? Alva and Rosemary brought the game back. Rosemary.
And looks like Krypton being the bait. It worked out for Alter Ego. They countered against 7-9, who locked them out of the circle. Now they will have an entry into the circle, passing by the carcasses of 7-9. Now on the south side, here we have Boom Esports, Octa, and the Vikings. They're getting closer and closer, and they know that Octa is here. They saw the vehicle. Now Octa, no vehicle at all. He's going to be an easy target for the Vikings.
Feels like a domino effect. Suddenly everyone starts to fight stage number 4. He hits a lot on Juke Octa just now. Octa with a very small shack. Last member of Boom. Here comes the charge from the side of Viking. Did they realize there's a Boom player down there in the shack? But he's just going to abandon it completely. But they caught him 7-9, even driving terrain. Oh, break. This will break the hearts of Viking. He got bombarded down by so many bullets the moment he tried to cross that desert. Octa, he was trying to steal it away, but he was a bit too greedy. Won't he spot him out?
The final player of Boom Esports eliminated, number 15 with 1 point. Circle shifts. Now we have BTR, eArena, FaZe Clan, Claw on the northern side. Team Secret, let's not forget about them. This could be the Dark Horse team. Who knows what sort of magic they can come up tomorrow. And the fight's happening at the north. Okay, one player of Claw eliminated. Taken out by FaZe Clan.
Is it Red Face just now? He was being left behind a bit far from the rest of Claw when they try to migrate to get into the low grounds where around Montenegro right side do have the compound, but Alter Ego being charged by Talon. This was unplanned and unguarded. Rosemary still fought his way. He still managed to survive. Now he's knocked down. Down to only Alva versus Yoru, but still Rosemary did so much damage on the side of Talon despite they only have 2 members left on the side of Alter Ego. It's 2v1. Alva, what can he do in this condition?
Ooh, tough call here for Alva. If we can land this thing up. We saw that, Alva. Not the time to do a boo-boo. And that will awake the Lions. Talon now. They know that Alva is there, so Alva, he knows that his position is compromised. He has to leave now.
Where to go? Circle moving away from Alter Ego. And they might be gate-capped by the inner circle teams. We saw how crowded. Look at that. So many teams waiting at the other end. There are a couple of houses, a couple of buildings can cut across slowly to creep in from behind. But it's not going to be easy for Alva.
We'll pick up an MG3. One of the most stable weapons in the game. With 50 bullets. Okay. That could be the most important weapon for Alva to try to gain as many elimination points as possible. For him to score the chicken dinner is quite far-fetched, but if he's able to gain more points through eliminations, that's okay. Back at the Talon and CelcomDigi Alliance. Now Talon is the one that needs to get into the circle. Trying to get a good view of where the players of CelcomDigi Alliance is at, but Yoru, I believe he's being shot at from another angle, forcing him to turn back.
Which angle? If you look at the crosshair from the minimap, everybody's shooting everywhere. The closest one is going to be Vampires. Seems to be damn that focus on towards these teams right now. What CelcomDigi Alliance earlier managed to get away from the explosion, but Talon, they have to focus on CelcomDigi Alliance and Vampire at the same time now.
And here comes Exo from the side. He knows that CelcomDigi Alliance is behind that minivan. But he doesn't have a good clear shot. Okay, here comes Yoru with his nade. On to Olio. It's the rise of the Olio. Takes down Olio just like that. This is now go time here for Talon, but they don't know the GBOP is behind. GBOP stands up, but he doesn't have a good view of Talon. GBOP not found out by Talon. He's in trouble right now. Extra rushes in. CelcomDigi Alliance eliminated by Talon. No points this round.
But Razak next against Sharper. The nade chipped down 50% of his HP. Sharper swapped to Scott, but burn him down with the Molotov. Oh, Razak on fire. It's up to watch, and a flat plane as well. There's barely any covers for him. His teammates crawling to his side, hoping for him to revive. But what can Razak do? But FaZe Clan Will VOIN Donkey be saved in the last minute by other team from behind? Sharper almost shredded completely his helmet. VOIN Donkey last minute, but suddenly Zeta coming in, and this is not the best time, Zeta.
He's forcing his way through, and unfortunately, caught out by FaZe Clan. VOIN Donkey out number 12, 2 elimination points. FaZe Clan now with 5 elimination points, and they're the northern side clear from the other teams. But on the south, it is still very, very congested.
Ooh. Now the warehouse of Royals are charged by GK, cooking up the nade to finish off the res of Roy. It's going to be down to Mango. Mango did not connect it with those hand grenades. GK coming in, swap to his AR. It's going to be GK, not alone of course, but where the rest of Team Secret is already on the other side of the road. GK still committed. I want to take Roy down. He feels like he can actually take this one all by himself, but at a huge risk.
Oh, he got 4 nades there from that box. Okay, that's a good call. But now inside the city, here we have DZavier against Vampire Esports. They got Tony K. Levi's will finish off Tony K. Okay, Mela's here. Mela with the shotgun. Here comes DZavier. He gets one target. Lamborghini now bleeding out still, but Lamborghini will be eliminated by Mela. Mela needs to reload. And here comes the follow-up from Levi's. Mela down.
Alter Eagles also got finished off as well. That's leaves so much opportunity for eArena, Vampire, and even DZavier to catch them up. With DZavier's almost got 100 point by now. Only 1 point shy, but Straps will make sure he will try to put on hold for DZavier's growth. With the blue zone backing up. Oh, Paragen is almost down. Managed to reset. He's back to the chase of Vampires. Down to only 3 players. Paragen barely making it up by himself, but the rest of the team still taking the blue zone a bit of that damage.
So close. Nate gets swept. Okay, Paragen, the moment he moved out, navigating around the smoke, he got gunned down by Moment from eArena. Now DZavier, Nate, and Levi's. Can they save Paragen? They're on the move right now. They're moving towards their fallen teammate, but Vampire Esports is there to stop DZavier.
Traps managed to reset. Nate, here comes the smokes popping between them. That's gonna put a bit of a hole for DZavier's march. You know, they didn't take the warning. Oh, that deflected somehow. Managed to knock down Achul, taking on DZavier's. And both Vampires and DZavier. Alice, what is happening? Both went down. Levi actually survived.
And he will be able to save his 2 other teammates. They will restart back as a trio. Here comes BTR with Ryan's nade on Achul, finishing him off. Yoru gonna be extra careful. Axel receives that damage. Now he's still bleeding out. Yoru tries to save him, but to no avail yet. The fact that Ryan is still here. Ryan will spray down to Linux. Linux tries to get away. Tries to save his teammate, but can't get there in time. NC2 gets that one. Federales gets Linux. And BTR scores point number 3.
Oh, that's a huge street for eArena to cross. It's going to be difficult without smokes. I hope they do have plenty. But Team Secret, they're taking the shack, the haystack shack, but Yoru managed to against Rooty. That's going to be lots of Viking. We're down to our top 4 here. Talon, despite he got himself inside, they did not have the firepower. But eArena, they can score this one once more. Team Secret as well. But all they need to do is just cross that street. But FaZe Clan got the clearance empty to us those high grounds, but it's an open space cloud. It's so visual able for the teams to fight on whoever tried to cross that street.
Oh, just like what eArena is trying to do right now. They can try to cut across, but FaZe Clan will try to stop them from the side, from afar. They managed to get a knock. BTR, they're in a tough situation as well. But the best team right now in the circle is going to be Team Secret, and they have a full team. Best chance for Team Secret to score another one.
Same goes for eArena. They have a minivan for covers at least, with a very hot, scorching sun, empty desert. We barely got any vegetation to cover themselves, but the Nates first greeted up with a minivan. Now connected towards Frankie or Trang right now. FaZe Clan, despite having a duo, taking so much pressure on the side of Team Secret. Just have to focus on what's in front and what's at the back. They are focusing towards BTR. While they're fighting on BTR, their backside being bombarded multiple times. Team Secret, Trongjet, I have no time for FaZe Clan. I'm focusing on BTR and down to 2 players. But Zera's GK to go Snape. It's in shambles for BTR. They are far from it. And that's completely wiped out by Trong just now and Zera's. Now they can focus on FaZe.
Top 3 teams right now, eArena, Team Secret and FaZe Clan. For the chicken dinner, the next challenge is for FaZe Clan to fully get into the circle. Chopper gets knocked out by Joker. Team Secret waiting for the right opportunity to come as a third party. They know how to play the third party game. Team Secret, they're waiting for the elimination feed to roll. They're waiting for the audio cue. Chopper eliminated by Joker. 30k gets Red Bull. And now it's 4v4 eArena, Team Secret for the chicken dinner.
Oh, can eArena score a triple chicken in a day? That's going to be a hat trick. They've scored a double back-to-back before. If this continues, nothing can stop eArena from going for the smash rule tomorrow. It's huge for eArena. Is it a confirmed slot for EWC and also lift the trophy for this grand finals? Despite just the second day, they make such a huge play here if they score another chicken today.
Or can Team Secret create the Cinderella story, the golden road, to be able to potentially smash it tomorrow? They have to lock in this chicken dinner first. It's a 4v4. eArena, they shift themselves inside the circle, but one of the players still on the outside. What Team Secret? They have the circle advantage. They're in the middle of the circle right now. They have the best position possible by eArena. Here comes.
They're pushing in, Anson 2, Mormon, and Grenade with a nade by GK. And here comes another nade by Mormon to reverse and managing to have a bit of trade between GK and C2. Frankie, how do we respond to this? While the rest of the other two players of eArena and Team Secret try to fight each other out for the off angle. Here comes another nade on Mormon. Down to 50 HP, but Mormon give them back what they deserve. But here comes another nade flying over. Mormon overalls completely bombarded down, but Team Secret managed to reset their teammate while MC2 is still crying for help.
Okay, that's the end, but now here comes the CQC by JK. Moment is out, and it looks like Team Secret. They want to create this path, this road to glory, setting themselves up for Smash Sunday.
How much did they score themselves by the end of this round for Team Secret? How far it is for them to reach out? eArena not so happy. They scored a triple chicken back-to-back for the hat trick, but they set a bar that's so high up there, difficult to reach by the players on the second page. But Team Secret, how close are they now compared to the top two teams?
Ooh, that's the question that's on everyone's mind right now. How close are they? Surely they will not be the one to set the match point. But then again, they are edging closer and closer to whatever the match point will be later on. This is Team Secret, ladies and gentlemen, setting themselves up for tomorrow. They must be able to bring the momentum. Towards this very end, Team Secret, kept as a 4, they know how to open up the space, they know how to conquer the circle, and that's what brought them the chicken dinner. A total of, let's see here, 11 points. So 11 plus 10, it's 21 points for Team Secret.
Will be enough for them to shoot up there because the gap's still a stretch between the top two teams and the rest of the teams down there. But we do know Team Secret will be one of the top 8. But by end of this round, for the other teams accumulated for the elimination points and their rank points as well, how far are they to get their match point for the Smash Road tomorrow? Because right now, everyone start calculating what is the match point for tomorrow's Smash Roll. How many teams have the opportunity to be eligible after the first map tomorrow? Is down to the calculations, to the officials right now. We'll wait for them to tally up. And before that, we also want to see the rise of the second team, including like Team Secret. Let's rewatch the highlight.
And Team Secret scores that chicken dinner. What sort of story are they gonna tell tomorrow? But eArena, second place, surely the number one spot falls back to eArena, and they will be the one to set the match point. The other question will be, what will the match point be?
How far is it for Alter Ego, who happen to be in second place here? Also, FaZe Clan consistently getting themselves the top 4 teams 3 games in a row here today. And TALON has stopped to rise up. This shows that the second page teams or even the teams at the very bottom will not sit quietly anymore. But we have to give it to GK. 4 eliminations, under 23 damage. Team Secret just now, it wasn't easy at all for them to score that chicken dinner. And I mean, like, Team Secret as a whole team, everyone actually plays their own role, right? And everybody pulled their weight. Like, there are some teams like we saw before. Oh, this team seems to be, carried by this one particular player, but not for Team Secret. Team Secret, all 4 of them, actually all star players.
And everyone contributed to the eliminations that bring them 21 points. eArena 13, FaZe Clan 11. Okay, Alter Ego 6. All right. We'll put that. We'll lock that in. So likely, surely eArena will be the one to set the match point up because they were at the same amount of points before we started. Claw, CelcomDigi Alliance, GLU squad, no points this time. So they'll need to make a big catch up against tomorrow.
I remember GK. You remember where he actually sit it out and waiting for Roy players to come up from their warehouse just now? He was really committed to that fight while the rest of the team actually already migrated into the center. But we only have 7 points of a gap, but we have so many teams coming out with 100 points here, Cloud. It's going to be 148 for tomorrow benchmark point. Reachable for Alter Ego for the first map, but maybe 2 maps required for teams like DAY2, VIZ, Vampires, even Team Secret.
Yeah, so a lot of targets will be on the back of eArena and Alter Ego to try to stop them from reaching match point after the Sanhok match. On page 2, well, it's going to be a lot of work for teams on page 2. Roy, Vikings, GLU, BTR, 79, FaZe Clan, VOIN, Donkey, and Claw. If a miracle would have happened, well, don't give up hope. They need a lot of good games tomorrow to be able to somehow smash it.
But today, I mean, this is no-brainer. He brought the A game. It was crazy. Just now, there's so many clutches done by Rosemary. 2.5 elimination, 593 damage. He is back this season. He's been quiet for a couple of seasons. Now he's back. Rosemary is going to be scary for Alter Ego.
Oh yeah, the man. Not yet the myth, but definitely the legend now for Alter Ego. Daily MVP twice in a row. Yesterday was the daily MVP. Today he's the daily MVP. Alter Ego. Man, what would they do without Rosemary? He is the guy. He is the man behind Alter Ego's performance right now. And he will play a pivotal role tomorrow when they come back for Smash Sunday.
Yep. And there's a contender straight after the first map. That's what a challenge coming up from the side of Alter Ego, despite they got themselves as top 2 players. The top 2 teams between EA or AE. These 2 teams, whoever scored the first 10 points to set into the match point mark will get a smash. But let's hop into the interview for right now.
Hi everyone, welcome back on this session with Madonna Vizca. And before we close out the second day of this tournament, I am joined by Joker from EA, Swaps from Vampire, and also Pooh, who's gonna help me with the translation. So guys, maybe first of all for Joker, congratulations for getting double winner chicken dinner for today. Do you think the team is now looking like a strong contender for the trophy, mainly because of the impact of 30K and also Mormon joining the squad this season?
ก่อนอื่นนะครับขอแสดงความยินดีกับเจ้าเกิร์ก่อนเลยที่ว่าวันนี้ทีมเราสามารถคว้าไปได้ถึง2ไก่เลยแล้วก็มีคำถามที่ว่าหลังจากที่มอร์แมนกับเทอร์นี่เคเข้ามาทีมเนี่ยทำให้ทีมแข็งแกร่งขึ้นแล้วก็เข้าใกล้กันชูถ้วยมากขึ้นหรือเปล่าครับ
ก็จริงๆก็อีกคนหนึ่งก็สกิลเพลย์ดีครับ แล้วก็พี่แมนก็มาช่วยเรื่องการคอไฟในเกมครับทำให้ทีมเราแข็งมากขึ้นครับ
To be honest, I would say Tony K, he is really good in aiming skill or skill play. And for Morman, he's really good at calling team fight or something. So yeah, we are stronger.
Okay, couldn't agree more. But talking about the coach himself, what strategy or mentality do you think the coach Ravenclaw has implemented to your team to reach this level, especially in this season?
ก็พูดถึงเรื่องแผนของพี่คิวเลยนะครับหลังจากที่ได้พี่คิวมาเป็นพี่คิวเราเป็นคอมาเป็นโค้ชเนี่ยมีพี่คิวมีการปรับแผนหรือปรับมาเช็คของทีมยังไงบ้างไหมครับ
ก็ส่วนมากก็จะคุยเรื่องการเล่นเลือกไฟท์เลือกวงทามมิ่งสำคัญทามมิ่งคิวฟีดประมาณนี้ครับ
So most likely is about the in-game things, just like the gaming, the fighting scene or circle or timing to get in the circle.
All right. So talking about confidence-wise, Joker, do you feel like EA already surpassed Vampire as the strongest team in Thailand now?
ก็คำถามนี้นะครับคิดว่าตอนนี้eArena เนี่ยเก่งกว่า Vampire หรือยังแล้วก็ถือว่าเป็นทีมไทยที่ตึงที่สุดหรือยังครับ
ก็ยังมองว่ายังไม่มีใครเก่งไปกว่าใครครับเพราะว่าส่วนมากจะเป็นไทม์วิ่งวงแล้วก็ไทม์วิ่งไฟมากกว่าครับใครอยู่พื้นที่ดีกว่าก็ได้เปรียบกว่าครับ
I would say no one is better than anyone, but it depends on the in-game situation, just like the timing and your position.
Okay, understandable. So, Joker, do you have any words you want to say to Vampire in general, or like to Schweppes in particular?
สำหรับเรานะครับเกิดมีอะไรอยากจะบอก Vampire ไหมหรือว่าอยากจะบอก Schweppes โดยตรงไหมครับ
ก็ไป EWC ด้วยกันครับ
Let's go to EWC together.
Okay, that's the spirit for the Thailand's powerhouses here. So moving on to Schweppes now, what do you think of EA performing better than Vampire so far? Do you feel threatened by them, Schweppes?
ก็เวฟนะครับรู้สึกยังไงบ้างกับตอนนี้ที่eArena เนี่ยมีฟอร์มการเล่นที่ดีกว่า Vampire รู้สึกว่ากดดันบ้างไหมครับที่ว่าตอนนี้เขาเริ่มจี้เรามาแล้วขนาดเราก็รู้สึกกดดันบ้างไหมที่ว่าตอนนี้eArena เล่นเก่งขึ้นมากแล้วก็อยู่หัวตารางรู้สึกกดดันบ้างไหมที่ว่า EA เนี่ยฟอร์มการเล่นเริ่มตีตื้นเราขึ้นมาแล้ว
ก็รู้สึกเหมือนก็ไม่ได้กดดันครับแต่ว่าเป็นแรงผลักดันให้กันมากกว่าครับเพราะว่าก็ทีมไทยด้วยกันแล้วเขาเล่นดีเราก็อยากไปด้วยครับ
I would say I'm not really feel threatening by them because I would take it as a motivation and I want all of us to go there together.
Okay, fair enough. So last year, actually, Vampire lifted the trophy in Indonesia, in Surabaya. Are you aiming to repeat the history of Thailand lift the trophy? And which team do you think is the biggest threat now?
ก็ปีที่แล้วนะครับ Vampire ได้แชมป์ไปในเมืองสุรบายาใน PMSL รอบที่แล้วใน PMSL ปีที่แล้วนะครับปีนี้คิดว่าเราจะทำได้อีกไหมแล้วก็คิดว่าทีมไหนที่เป็นก้างของคอของเรามากที่สุด
ก็ทีมเราเองนี่แหละครับเพราะว่าทีมเราเล่นพลาดเยอะครับกว่านี้แล้วก็หลายๆอย่างทำให้เราไม่ค่อยมีแต้มมีคะแนนครับแล้วก็มันยังไม่ถึงเกมสุดท้ายก็ยังมีโอกาสเสมอครับ
I would say the most threatening team is our teams because we have made so many mistakes but luckily we still got one more day to go so we're not going to lose the hope.
Okay. So talking about the spring season that just happening this year, any words to the savior, actually the defending champion that stole your PMSL trophy, Schweppes?
ก็พูดถึง DX เลยนะครับที่ว่าแชมป์เก่าของปีที่แล้วมีอะไรอยากจะบอกเขาไหมครับที่เขาเอาแชมป์ไปจากเราปีที่แล้วที่แข่งในทัวร์ที่ครั้งที่แล้วที่แข่งกันมามีอะไรอยากจะบอกหรือเปล่าที่ว่าเขาได้แชมป์ปีคราวที่แล้ว
ก็เก่งครับนี่เก่งครับสุดยอด
Okay, you're good.
Okay, you are good, the savior indeed. So actually this is coming from all of the community around Southeast Asia who love PUBG Mobile so much, right? Because we kind of curious about Vampire's playstyle because Vampire tend to be really all out and strong towards the end of the tournament. So is that really in particular the intention from Vampire or is that really your strategy or something, Schweppes?
ก็จากแฟนคลับหรือว่าหลายๆคนที่เห็นนะครับเขามักจะกล่าวกันว่าแวมไพร์เนี่ยเป็นทีมท้ายพายุอีกหนึ่งทีมเลย อันนี้เป็นความตั้งใจของทีมหรือเปล่าครับหรือว่าเป็นแผนของทีมหรืออะไรยังไงหรือเปล่า
ไม่ได้เป็นความตั้งใจอะไรครับแค่วันสุดท้ายเราอาจจะไม่มีอะไรจะเสียแล้วก็ความกดดันอาจจะไม่ได้รับความกดดันมากขนาดนั้น เพราะว่าส่วนมากเป็นทีมที่ตามมาตลอดไม่ได้เป็นนำมาเลยไม่มีความกดดันแล้วก็เล่นไม่ต้องคิดอะไรแล้ว
I would say it's not really intentionally made it but we especially on the last day we got nothing left to lose so yeah and we're not really in the first place so we always in the second or third place so we don't feel that much pressure so yeah we got nothing left to lose so we keep it all out
Okay that is why Vampire is one of the strongest contender for tomorrow maybe so talking about tomorrow and also Smash Rule how much of games do you think that we're gonna have for tomorrow for Swaps and Joker for both of you
ก็พรุ่งนี้ทั้งสองคนคิดว่า Smash Rule ของเราเนี่ยจะจบกันที่กี่เกมครับ
ก็มีกี่เกมก็เท่านั้นแหละ
No matter how many games it is that's it
Okay how about you Joker
ครบทุกเกมครับ
all of the game
all of the game Okay let's see for tomorrow so thank you so much Swaps Joker and also Pooh for the translation and that is it from me from the stage and now heading back to the casters to close out the day see you tomorrow
No matter how many games it takes, they will do the business. Words from Schweppes there. So, we're done for today. And tomorrow is going to be Smash Sunday, where the first time the championship will be on the line. So, it's a day that you do not want to miss.
Make sure you guys come in early because we don't know what's going to happen tomorrow. Don't even ask me how many games. I'm not going to answer that again. But will other teams start to catch up if the top teams can secure it? And especially first map Sunhawk, if the top teams could not meet up the benchmark point and they're being eliminated early. Have you ever thought of that? Top two teams taken out early, then still nobody getting eligible points to get to this match point.
Yeah, I would say that's very possible. But because we're starting off with Sunhawk, right? So it's very circle dependent. So we'll see. Circles have been super wonky throughout the grand finals. So yeah, that's one thing.
But will it be a different team that's going to lift the trophy? It's all down to tomorrow as well. Because if it's eArena, then it's going to be a totally different team. No more defending champion. No more returning champion. A total new champion will take the throne when it comes to PMSL Southeast Asia. Because right now, it's always going to be the same team. Boom. These Avios, Vampires, Wells, Alter Ego. It's always going to be the same name, but this time it's not AE, but is it EA? Oh, they are very close.
And if it is, Mormon lifts the trophy, Vampire doesn't. So just saying, right? Transfer of the season, maybe. Okay, we'll leave that food for thought there.
Ouch! That's painful to actually to Phantom. You know, if that's the main reason why they're not getting the championship trophy tomorrow. Oh man, that's going to be a bummer for them to actually let Mormon out. But you know what? Today is the day that there's going to be the wrap for both of us. I'm Chichi and this is going to be the amazing, as per usual, always single circle out with Daddy Cat. But yeah, tomorrow it's going to be a Smash Sunday. You guys don't want to miss. You guys same time, same place. It's dinner time for us. Bye.